Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Mars' lower orbit. Fasten your seatbelts and prepare yourself for atmospheric re-entrance.
All right. I'm prepared. You buckled in? Good
I'm
morning.
buckled
Good
in.
You're buckled in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back. It's Monday. Bank holiday. You're not going to get any mail here if you're in the States. What is it? Columbus Day, right? I think so, Johnny. Columbus Day.
Yes, Columbus Day or Indigenous Persons Day. That's what they call
Yeah, I
it.
should like that one a little bit better, considering I looked into Columbus. But he made a good lasagna. Yeah, Columbus did make a good lasagna. But anyway, you are here and we are here. And this is Topstep TV. And this is opening call. He's Punch. I'm Baker. And we're ready for a good week here. As a matter of fact, just looking at the schedule, we've got a badass schedule coming here today. Take a look at it and see that I'm not fibbing at all. But anyway, we got lots going on here. Let's get ready for a great day. Be part of the Topstep team. Participate and join our chat. All right. Be a part of the Topstep team here. But anyway, let's get to our good friend here sitting next to me, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Johnny, how was your weekend?
My weekend was good. Had a little fun, got a little rest, got a few things done. Well, typical good weekend. Hope everybody had a good weekend. It is Monday, October the 14th. And as always, our focus here is on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in your trading. It's good to see you, Eddie. It's good to see everybody here. Top of the chat this morning, my good friend Yabbersmack Holdings is the first one in the room today. We got Nick Nichols, another friend of mine, Matt Embry, Ezra, Man Cave Trades, Walter is here, G-Man, Blue Ken, Mike Frizzo, Guitar Jazz, I like that chat name. Our good friend Dan Traders here, Rich, Chris Flores, Enzo the Picker. It's good to see everybody and welcome to each and every one of you. It is great to be back and with all of you. Yeah, it is a semi-holiday today. Banks are closed. Bond markets are closed. All the futures are open. So we will have our opportunities today. Let's see what we can find out.
Yeah, we just got to watch for a lot of slippage. A lot of people might be taking that day off, so be careful. But anyway, let's get to the news. U.S. stock futures hovered around the flat line today with investors gauging the upcoming corporate earnings. Johnny's going to be talking a little bit about that. Friday, benchmark 530 stock industrial logged record losses, and that was caused by better than anticipated results from Wall Street banking giant J.P. Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo. That's a great movie. If you ever get a chance, watch it. Along with the outpacing expectations, Vital Knowledge analysts at Vital Knowledge said that the returns help bolster confidence in the U.S. economy is on track for we're calling this new term that they got going on, soft landing, in which a period of elevated interest rates successfully quells inflation without igniting a sharp downturn in the labor market or broader economy. As I mentioned a little bit a while ago here, earning seasons kicks off into gear. John's got that information. Boeing job cuts. 17,000 positions they're planning on slashing. And I'm not talking about the slash from Guns N' Roses. I'm talking about letting these people go. The cuts will amount to about 10% of Boeing's global headcount. And it's going to be reportedly that the impact on the roles around the business include executive managers and staff. So keep an eye on that here, Boeing, letting some people off right before the holidays. Beautiful. Chinese stocks rise despite middling stimulus cues with that weak inflation data. Now, Chinese stocks brushed off initially volatility and clocked gains today, rising even as the government provided middling clues on the fiscal stimulus. Now, the Shanghai 300, Shanghai Composite Index, closed higher by 1.9% and 2.1 respectively. The two are choppy this morning in trading. It was earlier this morning. The Hang Seng Index, which is more of an exposure to foreign investors, fell 0.1%, trimming the bulk of the initial losses after falling more than 2% earlier. And Johnny, that's what I've got so far. And what do you got for our traders today?
Well, as far as economic indicators today, of course, there is not going to be much as it is a semi-holiday. We do have cash carry due to speak here on the schedule at 8 o'clock this morning, Central Chicago time. I also see that there is a New York Fed inflation expectation on some of the calendars that I'm looking at. That's to be out at noon today. Waller speaks at 2, and then cash carry on the schedule again to speak here at 4 p.m. Central. Now, as for the rest of the week, it is a relatively quiet week for economic information. Now, this coming off of Econo Day. The Empire State Manufacturing Index tomorrow at 7:30. There's some more talking Feds tomorrow. There's a 3 and 6 month bill auction tomorrow, and then a whole bunch more talking Feds on Wednesday. The mortgage applications and rates come out. Of course, we have import export prices on Wednesday. I don't see any talking Feds on the schedule here for Wednesday, but of course, it really depends on which schedule you're looking for, and they can tend to pop up unexpectedly from time to time. Thursday, we've got the usual Thursday jobless clams. We have retail sales on Thursday. Philly Manufacturing Index, industrial production, business inventories, housing market. There's a few smaller releases due out on Thursday. Of course, we have the EI natural gas at 9:30 a.m. Central Chicago time, and 10 o'clock Central, the EIA petroleum status report is due to come out. Apparently, because today is enough of a holiday to push off that EIA petroleum status report off one day. We've got Goolsby. We're ready to speak on Thursday. We've got 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction, and then housing starts and permits due out on Friday, 7:30 Chicago time. A slew of talking Feds also on Friday, and then we end up the week with the Baker Hughes rig count at noon on Friday. Now, as far as earnings are concerned, no earnings today, of course. There is one earning, still scheduled to come out, but nothing impactful. Then we start with the real earnings. Okay, we got more banks. We've got Netflix on Thursday. Of course, every day we'll be talking about what is due to come out on the opening call here. So as far as the VIX is concerned, it's a little bit higher this morning at 20,056. I'm sorry, 2056. It was basically right around there on Friday, 2081 at this time on Friday. Dollar index is up a little bit this morning, 103.22, where it was 102.95 at this time on Friday. And of course, the yields on the 10-year, the bond markets are closed. Bond futures are open, but the bond markets are closed. So we're not going to be seeing any changes as far as rates are concerned in the bond markets and the notes and bills today. So that's pretty much what we're looking at this week. Eddie, back to you. Dude, where's the crude?
Well, the crude topping out at 76.04, but we're seeing it right now very close to the lows around 73.41 last year, 73.92. So they're retreating after the Chinese inflation data and fiscal stimulus plans raised doubts about the health of the country's economy. Figures released over the weekend showed that consumer price growth in China unexpectedly eased in September. It was while the producer price marked nearly 2 years of contraction. So a monthly report from OPEC, our friends at OPEC, our organization, petroleum exporting countries, due later in the day, is likely to provide more clues and cues on supply. So that is what I've got. And so we've got a brand new, shiny Topstep tip of the week. And what do we got here? There it is. Review your performance. All right. Yes, review your performance. You have to. By reviewing trades, you, the trader, can identify patterns in both your winnings and your losings. Obviously, we've got a great stat sheet on Topstep X. If you're not familiar with it, please check it out. Ask questions. We'll get you to where you want to be. and understanding that what worked well as far as strengths and what didn't as far as weaknesses allow you to refine your strategies and focus on improving. So a great tool that we have there in TopstepX. Johnny, what do you got?
Of course, that's just part of the learning loop. You perform or you trade, you review that performance, and then you revise for the performance for the next session. Of course, revision is never just sweep everything under the rug and start over. It's little gentle changes in trajectory and
Mhm.
strategies that just might be enough to get you on the right side of the markets and to get you profitable. So, of course, reviewing your performance as far as technical analysis, and that is, of course, going to be important. But don't forget to review your performance internally as well. How did you feel during these trades? What happened internally? What changed your decision making process during those trades? And that is also going to be a very important part of your review of your importance. Good tip of the week this week.
Great. Thanks, Johnny. Hey, just coming over the wire here. I just got some information on that OPEC. I mentioned they're going to do something. So today, it cut its oil demand growth estimates for the third consecutive month due to the actual consumption. Also, cash carry speaking, the economy in the final stages of getting inflation back to percent. Also says that the monetary policy is still restrictive. Job market remains strong. Further model rate cuts appear appropriate. And that's what I've got so far from cash carry. Hey, also, I know a lot of people are logging in going, hey, what about the VIP, dude? Well, let me tell you about this VIP. We're going to be hosting the draft, the VIP draft for Coach Hoop's team later this morning. Yes, it's going to happen today. We're going to pick 50 for Coach's team. And
Whoop.
hoop, baby. If you want to see your name is chosen, please stay tuned to find out. Also, Nick4ATick, star of Market Kickoff, going to be with us here. Nick was profitable in the XFA on Friday. Coach Dakota is going to be with us here, star of Slow Markets, trying to snap a 3-day losing streak in the live funded account. They're going to be with us here for Fast Markets. So, with that said, I'm going to pass it over to our good friend John Hoagland. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
Come on down. Yes. The price is right. And as the markets turn, always starting with the daily and the E-mini S&Ps, we had a breakout of balance and some continuation moves to the upside last week. Open interest increased relatively significantly last week when we kind of broke out of the range and continued to break out of the range. We lost a little bit of open interest here on Thursday on a pullback. But again, on Friday, we added another 8,500 in open interest. So the open interest increases are slowing, and as price continues to move higher, that's something I would expect. So we're seeing the markets already looking to the upside here this morning with fewer participants. I'm kind of looking for these markets to be a little bit muted, but with fewer participants, there could also be an increase in volatility due to a potential lack in liquidity. Now, we saw these open interests increase on relatively soft volume. That doesn't scare me that much. I'm more focusing on all of the new buying that's coming into this market. Now, I read a couple of articles over the weekend and listened to a couple of people that are suggesting that a lot of the fund managers are underinvested in stocks, which means that if they're going to be buying stocks today, who knows if that's today or in the near future, they need to kind of get it back into these stocks because the stocks are moving higher, and if they're underperforming, they're missing out on the game. Sometimes even the longer time frame is late to the party. We don't know what's going to happen, but I am expecting somewhat muted activity today. But it certainly seems to be the market. The S&P is looking up towards that weekly kickoff high of 5880 already. NASDAQ already above weekly kickoff high today. So my expectations are, let's see what the market provides for us. And the market is providing some signals and opportunity for us already today. Here's the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory is long. Big probability of us opening with a gap above the session from yesterday. So the session gap rules, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities for continuation to the upside. Of course, that 58.80 weekly kickoff high is a measured move, right? It's an all-time high here, isn't it? An all-time high. So it is a measured move. We're going to see if we get any opportunities in and around that. Those weekly kickoff levels do tend to give the opportunity to limit risk on any opportunities that we're going to take around them. We would expect longer time frame traders to adjust inventories relatively soon when the market reaches one of those important inflection levels. But yeah, overnight inventory is long, opening with a gap rules. The profile on Friday was a P shape. Market left the opening range at the dead low and rallied and then just hung up there all day long. So that creates the P-shaped profile, which usually is indicative of short covering. But with the increase in open interest that we saw on Friday, it seems as though the market is continuing to attract new buying into this market. And as long as it continues to attract new buying, price is likely to continue to the upside. Let's see what we have. Let's see what we get today here. I'm kind of a little uneasy with this rally because we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of our longer time frame participants in this market unless the investment side of these banks are working today. Then we may see this kind of play out the way some of those articles that I was reading over the weekend are suggesting that some of the longer time frame fund managers are underinvested in stocks and they need to get in because they're going to miss out on the big party, right? So weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, 20,530 remains the same as last week. We took a couple of stabs at it last week. We were unable to get there, but right now the market is currently going to be opening above that weekly kickoff level. Well, is that the market signaling to us that it is attempting to accept higher pricing? And I would say, yes, we've seen similar open interest increases off this low into Wednesday, Thursday, a bit of a pullback. We did add 1,300 on Friday on an inside day. So the market is still attracting eyeballs and positions. Now it looks like we're potentially getting a breakout above this weekly kickoff high and last week's high. Last week's high, 20,508 quarter. Weekly kickoff high, 20,530. So that whole zone in there seems like a pivotal level. It seems like we hold above it and we continue to see buyers coming in. There's nothing that says this market can't continue to push to the upside. There is a lot of space above this market for it to do so. And there's also a substantial gap. We're going to take a look. This gap goes all the way back to July. Whoops, hang on one second. Whoa there. Take the 30-minute chart now. All right. 3 days in balance. In a longer time frame balance. 20,530. Measured move, but it's also the bottom of a large gap that goes all the way back to July. So this was a session gap that was never filled. Well, gaps have a tendency to get filled, and it looks like we are heading in that direction now. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, yes, overnight inventory is very long. Gap rules also apply. We're opening with a session gap. We can't close that gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities for continuation to the upside. My only question is, without longer time frame buyers in this market, if they're going to be taking the day off, are the overnight longs going to kind of peter out and get nervous and see a potential pullback for possibly better trade location for longs? If that's the case, we will take that in stride and look for our opportunities accordingly. The profile on Friday, again, P-shaped, indicating short covering, but with an increase in open interest indicates buyers continuing to come into this market. Interest continuing to come into this market. The S&P left the opening range at the dead-ass low on Friday. The NASDAQ did not. It looked a little bit low, but it's still looking like we are seeing buyers and new buyers coming into this market. And that's what it takes for continuation. Let's take a quick look at crude oil now. Crude oil is in rollover. Either tomorrow or Wednesday, we will be changing from the November contract to the December contract. Not just yet. The November contract has almost twice the volume so far today. So we're sticking with the November contract. We'll change to the December contract when the volume at the beginning of the day is greater in the December contract than the November contract. Weekly kickoff level 77.40. I think that remains from the previous week. 77.40, yes, and then 73 even. These weekly kickoff levels are where I believe the longer time frame traders are going to try and keep the market enveloped between those two levels as they continue to roll out of the November contract and into future months. We know that the longer time frame traders have sometimes thousands of contracts to move into a future month, and they can make money or lose money during rollover depending on how they choose to do that. And it takes a lot of their focus away from directional activity just to make sure that they get a solid and profitable rollover period. So we're kind of looking at this market as trying to remain non-directional. And of course, as sensitive to news as crude oil is right now, anything can happen. We're just kind of putting it in context where we know the longer time frame traders don't want directional activity. They want a nice, easy rollover where they can make a bunch of money on the rollover, and then we become directional after rollover. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right, so we left a gap Thursday to Friday, Wednesday to Thursday. Friday, very small range, very small indecisive range with a kind of a excess low and a weak high. Overnight inventory is short. The overnight session traded through the gap that we created on Wednesday to Thursday, and found some buyers down there. Overnight inventory again short. We are opening with a session gap. If the market can't close that gap relatively early, we could see this market roll over and see a potential opportunity down near that 73 even. Weekly kickoff low. If the shorts are continuing to get nervous, they could bring price back closer to a potential gap close. This is a tough market to trade, if you ask me. It seems very short time frame controlled, and of course that is probably true due to rollover. Just be careful. Make sure you're looking for good levels. If you are looking for trades, you're going to find them. Go with your A setups. With your A setups, if you're trading crude oil today. And let's take a quick look at gold. I think we're doing pretty good on time here. Maybe, yeah, we're doing fine here. So gold, longer time frame. The market is continuing to put in higher highs, higher lows. We just put in the all-time high here on the 26th of September. We've been relatively range bound ever since. The failed downside breakout that occurred on last week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, was when we recovered from that, and we continued to push higher on Friday. Off that low, we've added a whole bunch of new buys. We added another 8,100 in open interest on the push to the upside on Friday. These lower lows and lower highs, to me, are starting to look more like a bull flag on the daily chart or consolidation than anything that I'm concerned about really kind of taking this market apart. And of course, anything can happen. Any kind of news can certainly change things. So we are, Thursday and Friday alone, we added 17,000 contracts in open interest. That's some pretty good buying coming in. Are they going to end up getting trapped, and are we going to stay range bound? That really kind of becomes the question for me at this point. Here's the 30-minute chart. We left a gap again. What is this? Thursday to Friday, we left a gap. Friday's session was really just kind of a big push to the upside. And that is supported by the increase in open interest, saying that we saw a lot of buying coming in and new longs coming in on Friday. We saw it on Thursday as well, but we really saw it really directional happen on Friday. We'll put in a double distribution trend day to the upside. The market really doesn't have much as far as overnight inventory is concerned, and we are opening inside the range from Friday and inside of balance. So I'm going to suggest trying to stay patient. We do have this 2665 level, which was a weekly kickoff level from a while ago. which I've left on this chart because it just seems to be important. I mean, we've seen a lot of highs and a lot of lows change directions around that level, and so far, in our regular trading hour session, that has put in the low. Are we getting a little bit short here in short time frame? This yellow box here is the 5-minute open last night. Well, we're right inside of it. We're inside range. We're inside value. Try and stay patient in this market. It seems to have already sort of repaired the double distribution trend day from yesterday. So again, try and stay patient. I'm not really expecting a lot from these markets today, but I don't get to choose that. We're going to have to trade what we see here. So get ready and take your deep breath. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. It looks like we may have lost our good friend Eddie here. So let's do this. All right. So don't forget, later on this morning, we are going to be having the draft for Hoop's new team. We got Nick4ATick. We got the coach Dakota coming up here. We got a big day. It's a lot of fun. There's actually more information that we want to bring to you. We're getting a little bit short on time here, so let's take a quick coffee break. Let's see if we can find Eddie, and let's get everybody in here, and let's have a great trading day. And as Andre likes to say, let's go.
Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets, and we are indeed open. Ding, ding, ding. Let's get right into it. Hoag, what are we seeing here in the NQ and ES? Also, welcome, Dakota and Nick4ATick. What's up, Hoag?
Well, we are opening with session gaps in the equities. Excuse me, my goodness. We have session gaps in the S&P and the NASDAQ, meaning we've opened outside of the range from yesterday. S&P's, get out the air horn because it's all-time highs again. The NASDAQ the NASDAQ is above weekly kickoff high. That weekly kickoff high remains from last week. It's 20,530, and it is in a previous gap that goes all the way back into July. That gap is sizable. That gap goes all the way up to, let me get this, 20,725. 20,725. If we can't pull back, if we can't close this gap, we should be looking for opportunities to continue this move to the upside, which really kind of surprises me. I know it probably surprises you guys as well, because we should be low on participation today. In other words, some of the longer time frame traders will be taking the day off. And that's what I think it's going to take to continue this move to the upside. So are they going to take the day off? Or are they under invested, as I read a few articles about over the weekend? A lot of these funds might be a little bit under invested and late to the upside party. So we'll see. There could be, overnight inventory correction or adjustment. As Dan Emmons said, it is entirely possible. So I'm going to be patient and just look for information, market generated information from today's session to look for opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Hoag. So far, Dow fell out of bed a little bit here. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now, let's turn to Mr. Dakota. What do we got on the background? Oh, the bull is out today, Dakota.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Good
it's a
morning,
bank holiday.
Dakota.
It's a holiday, guys. But we are seeing movement today, which is a little surprising on my end. I was looking for a crude oil long right before we came on screen, and crude oil is starting to break out to the long side, and it's pretty correlated with gold as well. We're starting to find some buyers stepping in on gold. This is a 5-minute chart, and I see that gold has a chance to return up to these mid-70s. I think it's just, I think those were the two opportunities I was watching this morning. Until then, I think it's just being patient, waiting. Like everybody, and what do they say? Everybody's been watching this breakout on the NASDAQ. We're breaking out of that consolidation. Surprisingly this morning, and we're holding above the key 500 level. The next area I see us getting to is from, we're almost right there, 600 evens. There was a lot of support and resistance right here at that 600 level. And maybe we can run into some resistance around there, get a pullback, find a buying opportunity, because I think this is just that market that begs that question, Hoag. Where do we buy it?
Where do we buy it? Yep.
Where do we get in, baby?
100%. We got Nvidia up about 2.25% already this morning. Apple is also up just under 1%. Tesla, who got whacked on Friday, up a little bit here this morning, and Microsoft pretty close to the bone as far as direction after the opening here. But Nvidia really, it's up around 138 right now, almost 138.
Yeah, Tesla was.
Man, I wish I got all my bids filled.
Yeah, Nvidia pumping right now. Good morning, Nick4ATick. Happy Monday. What are we seeing today on your end?
Good morning. It's a tough read when you come into a weird half holiday, Columbus Day, whatever this holiday is technically called anymore, where the bank's not open. But I'm kind of in the camp that we might get a little bit of a correction back down, maybe to 5860s on ES. It's always a little weird to kind of come into a market where our European friends get to have all of the fun, hit the air horns, and kind of drive us up on low volume, and then us going into a lower volume, weird holiday type day. I don't have a great read outside of looking for a little bit of lower prices that you could potentially buy. So that 5860s, 5830s would be awesome areas to potentially look at longs if you got any sort of weakness or any sort of overnight correction to kind of go retag some of that inventory. But out of the gate, it doesn't look like we're going to get it. If you if you weren't already long, you already may have missed a good 6-7 point trade in the ES to start the session.
Pumping higher. Okay.
It feels like that. Whenever you wake up and the move's already happened, you kind of just want to go back to bed. And what do you do? We just have to
that
wait.
was my thought too. I saw that and I'm like, really? This is what we're doing? European guys, like London desks. Come on. Yeah.
There's an advantage. There's always opportunities overnight. I say it all the time in slow markets. I held a couple contracts on the Nikkei overnight. Paid out pretty well in my XFAs. I'm up about 10,000 on those. And of course I didn't hold them throughout this entire move. Now that I wish I would have. And here we are. We're right here at 20,600.
Yes, we are.
NASDAQ.
Man, look at this rally.
20,725 is where the gap closes.
when I was having my coffee and kind of starting my morning prep around 5:30, and we were trading on NQ around 500, I was like, oh, maybe I don't think I'm going to trade that much today in the XFAs. Maybe this is a day you kind of go for that $200 winning day, see if I can scrape a few points and just kind of call it a day early in my trading, looking for a long off 500. And naturally, we're 100 points higher here about an hour and a half after that. That's just crazy.
Here we go. Yep.
Yeah, we've left the opening ranges at the low of the Nasdaq and the S&P. The regular session 1 minute opening range is the dead ass low. Dow, it's the dead ass high. It seems to be kind of a pattern because they're moving money between blue chips and tech and the other stocks. It seems
they're rotating out of tech and into bigger tech.
What rotation?
Always my joke. Since Amazon and others are in the Dow now too, it's just like, okay, so they're rotating out of one side of tech into the other.
From the right pocket to the left pocket. All right, last trade 58.83, quarter in the S&P, smooth pushing higher here again. These guys were talking about the 20,600 level in the Nasdaq. We're about 5 points beneath that. You see some heavy tilts long in equities. That you leveled off to 50.
It's trying to keep us out.
Yeah, they are. Got 80 lots.
We're already at an average true move here on the Nasdaq. I'm just trying to find, and just honestly, the best thing you could do is guess. And I'm just taking all these previous moves and measuring them. We are right there on the way this market has been reacting on any of these big, bullish moves. I mean, we're pretty dang close to getting there, right into these lower 600 levels. So I would not be surprised if we get a pullback. I mean, we are bumping right into that resistance. I mean, this is a zone, so maybe it's a 30-40 point zone right here in this area. So yeah, what do we do? Nick? You don't want to be that guy saying you short this market.
No, you don't want to short the all-time high, and I'm also not the first person that's going to just long at the all-time high. So naturally, you just got to be patient. We might need to see, do we get a rotation back down towards the overnight high, maybe on ES or NQ, that we could potentially try to get in long? What is that? Around the 560s, 570s at this point? 540s?
Crude and gold. Maybe that's what...
Or maybe we trade a new market. Maybe I'm going to become I'm going to trade the Rusty today or something.
Well, Dakota was asking about crude right before we got on. What were your thoughts over there in crude there, Dakota?
I mean, very similar to what I'm looking at on gold. I'm looking for a breakout to the long side. And I mean, you could see, I'll show you on a 1 hour chart here on crude oil. This is crude 1 hour. And I'm looking for us to make a higher low, where this has been a very bullish market. Obviously, you guys know there's a lot of headlines that's been pushing crude up and to the right. And I'm looking for us to make a higher low. I was talking about this a little bit last night. I think we might be in that situation where we're kind of finding it. We did get down all the way to 73.50, 73.40s. And I'm going to look for a rotation back up to maybe 75.50s up towards these highs. And I think that's what I'm going to be kind of watching while we wait for something else to happen in like the Nasdaq or ES.
Or we could trade the cattle crush.
Wow, Jack. Just had to get that in. He just had to
get real weird on this Monday.
Let's get freaky. Yeah, let's get weird on this Monday. Hey, pin to the top of the chat. You will see Topstep daily levels. Make sure you do have those open. We'll be referring to those throughout the day. Always have those open. They are refreshed and updated every morning before the market opens. Still pushing higher here, fellas. Where do we get in? I know Nick was talking about 540s perhaps. Pull back to 540s. We're at 588 right now. 590s now trade. Look at the tilt. We got 77% long in gold. Last trade in gold, 26.72. About $8 off the lows.
Yes, looking like it might pull back a little bit.
Yeah, I was trying to get in short around 590s, but kind of missed the entry.
I might jump into the short on the Nasdaq. Oh yeah, I'm short Nasdaq. I'm short the Nasdaq at 82. 582.
All right. How many times?
5.
Okay, let's go.
This might be a quick in and out. I have a
We're
finger on the
into-
button to close it.
Short 5 from 20,582.
These counter trend trades always make me a little bit nervous, Andre.
Is that pretty much based off the measured moves you were just doing?
Correct. Yep. Measure moves.
Question,
We're
Hoag.
starting to see a lot of selling coming in. We've seen 600 was bumping up against it. I'm looking for a break of these 70s. This isn't a very, very long trade. This is one where I'm going to be in and out really quick. Or the finger on the button.
You.
Hey, gold.
Join you with
Gold
the,
tilt.
with the opening range at the low of the session.
Eddie, what's up, Eddie?
Eddie, you're back.
Sorry, I'm back. Yeah. Gold tilt 77% long. We got a 26.70.76 average price. 74% in the money.
Okay. Now we're cooking. Eddie's back.
There he is
Squad back. Let's go.
The modem.
Damn internet.
Internet.
Whole internet thing.
Pushing right back up to these 600s.
Yeah. Take some heat here.
Well, I'm jumping in with Dakota at my 94s.
94s.
Yeah, I could see a major rejection right there at 93. Do we touch 94 for a
We did.
a
I got
second?
filled.
You got 94s, Nick? I'll take
94s, XFAs.
that. Let's do it. How many times?
3 times. Tight stop. Basically
Thank
new
you.
highs.
Nick for tick short 3 from 594. Dakota short 5 from 582. Last trade 587 in the NQ.
Not looking for a whole lot on this. We can break it down towards
Money,
overnight
big money.
high. Yeah, 67s, maybe 70s. I'd probably completely go flat unless it's just waterfalls. But I'll take a scalp short and probably lock up these XFAs. I don't really know if I want to. Like I said, might be just going for a good winning day and call it a day. We'll see though. I could also get stopped real quick.
Crude pushing higher here, like Eddie said, 78% long now gold pushing higher.
Gold.
As well as NASDAQ, and NASDAQ just touched, correct above the 600s, last trade 605. Man, they're going to run this thing, aren't they?
80% long here now.
Nick,
Yeah,
these
it's running.
guys shorting the highs.
And give us 1 second. See if it gets back under 6. Otherwise, I'm out.
Okay, all right.
There we go.
Still life,
Okay,
still life.
okay.
Last trade 598s. Yeah, staying very strong. 58.85 last trade. 85 half, I should say. Pretty much right up against the highs, new highs there. 86's trade. 86 in the orders trade, new high of the day. These are new all-time highs, of course. Gold straight up. Yep, gold pushing higher, 26.75.
Back to settlement in gold.
Crude also stretching it out a little bit here. 72% long in crude. 74.18 average.
Ooh, they'll take that. Last trade 74.56. All right, Nick for a
Cody,
tick.
you
What are we
still in?
looking here?
Yeah, I'm still short.
Okay, stay strong, fellas.
I just want to see this stay under 600s right now.
Stay strong, fellas.
Another pop and I'm out though.
20,600. If we can get push lower here, these guys will be alive. Yeah, staying strong.
We're holding 600, Nick.
I know. Don't love this.
I want to see us break below into these 90s.
Mm,
Wait, I just closed mine. Minus 2,200 bucks.
yeah, I'm out. Ooh, I got a bad fill, of course.
Okay.
Damn. All right. Next trade.
You guys are flat. You guys are both flat.
I'm
Of
flat.
course, that'll probably be the stop run high, and that's going to rotate back
Don't
inside
say-
6s, and that's going to be how I'm starting my week.
Don't stand, Nick.
Not always the
Okay.
way.
Yeah. Let's get the update. Dakota down minus 2,200.
Yeah,
Nick, can we get an update?
2,200 bucks.
Cool.
1,100 for me.
All right, down 22 now 1,100. All right, you guys might get another shot here. Take a look at that tilt. 50-50 there. Like Eddie was saying, keep an eye on the crude and gold. We're getting some movement. Bank holiday or not, we are getting some movement. in these markets. There is business to be done. Hoag, you said they're underinvested. The long-term funds are underinvested is what you're reading?
Yeah, I was reading a couple of articles over the weekend that were suggesting that, and then yesterday when Dalton put out his view of the week, he started talking about that as well. So,
well, they're getting fed that for a reason. So,
yeah, I mean, as investment managers or fund managers, they're judged by the other managers. So if the other managers are outperforming them and they're underinvested in stocks, they got to do something about it. It seems like
you got to buy it, like we're seeing right now.
Yep.
All right, S&P's going to try to get 5,900s today. Last trade 58.90. NQ staying strong, like Dakota saying strong above 600s, 20,624, 624 last trade.
$20,725 is the gap close.
725. Gap from when, Hoag?
Back in July, and it is the December contract where that gap comes from.
Okay, this is decent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here in our daily levels elite, music's got a nice position. He was seeing long the whole way. He was talking about that 2588s in the NASDAQ to hold support, which did.
James.
And, riding it up. Nice trade here.
Nice job, James.
Anne Marie says, good afternoon from Finland.
Hey.
Oh, wow.
She's in Finland?
And good afternoon. Yeah, and bet you get those northern lights up there.
Don't forget to bring home a refrigerator magnet for me.
We got up to 630. We hit 630.
Yes, we did. Still staying strong. 630s are holding right now. Those are pretty much the high of the day in the NASDAQ.
Yep, we touched it
ES
again.
staying very, very strong. There has been very little pullback in the ES, just pumping higher here. 58.90 half last trade, high of the day. An all-time highs for that matter, 58.91 half. Very, very little pullback for now. Dow turn around. Dow found some buyers. What's up, Dakota?
Just watching. I mean, this market is just straight up.
Very strong.
Yep.
Trying to keep us out.
Good risk management there, guys. Should I take them short?
Break through these 630s.
Let's see.
Holding the 630s now.
Yes, we are. Wow. Very strong. Yes, thank you. Yep, moving side by side. Crude pushing higher here. Gold pushing higher here. Dow's pushing higher here. So much for the holiday trade, folks.
Crude and gold was a trade.
Yep.
Air horns for everything.
Air horns for all around.
Thank you, Oprah.
Will we see 6,000s this week in the ES? About 105 points away from 6,000 in the ES. Last trade 58.94.
Nick, I enjoyed your prep last night.
Yeah, did you catch it?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Are you prepared? Do you feel prepared?
More prepared,
yes,
than without it, for sure.
What it's for.
Wow. Very strong. Here we go. Yes, another leg higher here. This is
640s.
640s of the E and the NQ, 20,644. ES right there with it, trading 58.96. When we get to the 5,900s, what will the ES do? We'll get to the now we're in the 40s. Dow pushing higher here. Boy, let's go. Holiday trade. See you later. His Royal Trades in the chat. This is wild. That's pretty good.
It's holiday. This is
100 lot to the upside. NQ. Food to get the fill. And filled.
650.
650 is filled.
Hey, just a heads up here. We will be having our VIP draft coming up soon. And also our good friend Mohammed has jumped from 193 ranked. Take a guess.
Hmm.
Well, I just happen to see it, so I don't think I should guess. I happen to know this. These guys can guess, though.
You can. All the way to 27th, folks. That's a
27.
big jump. 27th.
Nice.
Jeremy
All right, I'm
Roenick.
tossing in 3 short. I'm going to toss in 3 contract short right there at 646.
Yeah, I did have 48s marked for some reason on my longer time 4-hour chart, trying to figure out why, but
Yeah, there's a little bit of resistance there.
Finally found some.
Off that 100 tick chart, is it basing that off of?
Yeah, trying to be. This is a little more aggressive than I typically am. Just looking for an overextended move, which is what we've seen. Let's see if we could get some type of a pullback.
Type of pullback. Here we go. 20,644. Jeez. 645 now.
Nothing
Just
on that.
buyers,
I'm
man.
out.
Buyers and buyers and
Maybe
buyers.
a couple $100 on that trade is all.
Very,
All right,
very
well, these
strong.
guys very strong. Right out, shot of a cannon, Hoag.
Yeah.
Maybe they were really underinvested. The old bleep. Just buy anything, everything. Well, it's the upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets, or you can use hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Yeah, and they give us our own handle now at TopstepTV on X.
Back in short?
Back in short. Go ahead, Dakota. From what price?
42 this time. This is just quick in and out if it goes against me.
Even with that big rally, you're going short. I think there's a top here.
Just based off of 1 ATR.
Okay.
Or 1 average true move. Counter trend. Yeah, I know. It's not that great, but the risk reward's so hard to pass up when you're getting like a 5-to-1, 4-to-1 risk reward. I don't mind this.
Yeah, seeing a bit of a pullback, about 4 points off the highs. 58.92 last trade. High of the day, 96 3/4.
I'm watching for any kind of a sign of a 3-bar reversal for you here in the NASDAQ, Dakota, but nothing yet.
Yeah, I added to it.
yes, looks weaker.
Right now, yeah.
We got deltas, both positive in the S&P and the NASDAQ, positive 3,000 in the S&Ps, about 1,200 in the NASDAQ. Looking for any sign of iceberging here in the current area where we're in the S&Ps. Kind of back and forth. Not seeing anything.
Nothing yet. Eddie, I saw it was just put in there. I'm not seeing much on the economic calendar today. I'm seeing a couple speakers, perhaps. Eddie, you seen anything out there? Is it even like a 6 or 3 month auction? Do we have anything today, Eddie?
Anything? I got a couple
speakers.
empty beer cans sitting out on my front porch.
Must have been a nice weekend.
About it. Cash
Watching
Gary
the Bears
spoke
game.
earlier. Go ahead.
Bears game was 8 in the morning over Chicago. What do we got, Eddie? We got Cash Carey. Already spoke, I believe. What else we got?
Right, had some comments talking about best when he had moderate rate. The rate cuts appear appropriate, so most likely, I mean, obviously it's Cash Carey.
Thanks.
Waller's going to be speaking here at 2:00. Cash Carey again later in the evening. As far as numbers go, we do have a 10 o'clock New York Fed 1-year consumer inflation expectation. It could do something. 1 o'clock Fed budget balance, and that's about it. But you never know. I'll keep my eyes on the prize here and see if anything cooks. But back to you, Andre.
Lost Trader in the chat says, Dakota, I can see the bull behind Dakota getting angry every time he takes a short. The
Did I
Bull's
switch
not
it? Did I
happy,
switch it?
Dakota.
Bull's not
There we
happy
go.
for me today.
There we go. Now the Bears.
If we
Ah.
switch it, does that mean we go down?
I think so. Watch it work. Watch
It's a
it
Chicago
work.
Bear.
This market is resilient right here at 40.
Very strong.
Yeah, it's coming all the way back up.
Yeah.
Well, for some of us that don't realize it is, this is a holiday here. Banks are closed. Post office closed here in the States. Johnny bonds are closed too, right?
Our-
Bond markets are closed, but bond futures are open.
Okay.
And these, this is a full trading day, so it is a settlement day. So we won't have any
I just
goofy
got
charts
stuffed out on
tomorrow.
that.
Man, look at this bull run.
Man, this is just. I think that's my last one. I'm not gonna let this run to daily loss limit. I think I'm fine with that so far.
It's just no pullbacks, man.
No.
I mean, we look at all this price action right there at 38s to 42s. I was just looking for a run down to these 25s, and we never did even get anything.
There's 2 days in a row, Andre, opening range the dead ass low in the S&Ps.
Bye. Look at this push.
When the market becomes directional, it happens a lot more often. We've kind of abandoned it for a time being, but if we start to really become more directional, it's going to happen with greater frequency.
Just feeling like the summer trade again. July.
It does have that vibe today.
Yep.
Melt up.
20,660 in the NQ. So much for 600
Yeah.
being resistance. That was just not. NVIDIA's still pumping higher, Hoag?
Yeah, it's more it's 139 now.
139.
Microsoft's pumping to the upside. Microsoft's up about a 1.33% today.
And Tesla pulled back, which is
Apple up about 1 1/3 today.
Everything's good.
Yeah,
Everything's good.
everything's good again.
Yeah.
We fixed it. Soft landing, all that.
Bears win,
Oh, yeah.
Patriots
Good job, Jack.
win. Oh my goodness.
Exactly. Well, we've settled that at least. Want to do a little bit of news? There's not much today.
No.
Not much news
Yep.
out there. Okay.
Yeah, let's take a check in on the Fed watch real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Not a lot of movement there. About a 16% implied probability of no change at all for the November 7th meeting.
It's growing
A
a
lot's
lot.
going to happen between now and then. There'll be a presidential election in the meantime. So a lot of uncertainty there. Earnings revisions for the S&P 500 are the most negative since December 2022. But fundamentals don't really matter.
What does that mean? Earnings revisions.
No, I guess not.
It means they're saying we made less money than we thought we did, but it's all good. We got
Yeah.
bipedal robots and Art Deco robo-taxis.
Elon's little robot party.
More importantly, the one trade I would make is if they had futures on the NFC North. We got to talk about the NFC North right now. Going into the night game, the Bears were simultaneously tied for the second best record in the NFC and last place in the NFC North.
Brutal.
The NFC North has won something like, you can look right there at the win streaks, a combined win streak of 8, 11, 13 games. Here's the really startling stat.
Wow.
So yesterday, full day of NFC football, right? The Bears won by 19. And the Packers outdid them, winning by 21. And then Detroit beat Dallas by 38. This is the entire National Football League by point differential. Scoot it down, Gabe.
It's all us.
That's right.
We're the top 4
Four
teams.
best point differentials in the entire NFL are the 4 teams in the NFC North.
The gauntlet, man.
Justin
welcome to
Fields
the
with
North.
Steelers. Oh, Justin.
Oh, yeah. And then a Justin Fields. So
Welcome. Yeah.
welcome Pittsburgh to the NFC
Man.
North.
At least we got 4-2. How about that, Dakota? Bears ain't so bad after all.
This is the toughest
Division
we've
right now.
seen
It is.
this division.
All 4 of them could make the playoffs in this new format, but the Bears don't even play an NFC North game until like week 10 or something.
These schedule makers.
And if the Bears beat the Packers, I will get my nails manicured like Caleb Williams.
Oh,
100%. Been 5
green,
years.
All right.
green, green, and yellow, Jack.
I saw
All
that.
right, I'll hold you to it.
Careful,
Well, our
Jack.
friends in gold took a little dump here off the top.
The bar down the street opened at 8:00 on Sunday morning for the Bears game.
That's cool.
Breakfast football.
Mm-hmm.
Gold, yeah, it did, Eddie. Crude oil still 72% long. The average price 74.40.
Yeah.
Last trade 74.65.
And egg and cheese bagel and a high life for breakfast.
Breakfast of champions.
That was it, though. One. I only had one.
Champagne and beers. We did trade 5900s, 59 and 3/4 high of the day. Also all-time highs in the ES. 100 points away from 600 or 6,000 in the ES. For this year, we did trade 5,000s.
Pull back here right
I'm going to get
now.
some coffee. Be right back.
Pull back where you got the pullback in gold, Eddie?
I'm showing NASDAQ here slightly.
Yep.
The level Eduardo was talking about here,
I like that one.
2666.50, but a little resistance there. 680 is high.
All right, poll is complete in the chat. Have you tried shorting ES or NQ today? 61% saying no. Almost 500 votes in just a couple minutes. Hey, I did see we crossed over 124,000 subscribers on the march to 125,000. Please click like, please click subscribe. Let's see if we can do it this week.
Feels like
Topstep
just
TV.
yesterday, Andre, we were looking for 100,000 subscribers.
25,000. Let's see if we can get 6,000 in the S&Ps and 125,000 subscribers on Topstep TV. Oh, we might even see 21,000 by the end of this week in the NASDAQ.
You think so?
Not out of the realm of possibility. All we have to do is have some strong earnings, right? Overnight. Overnight does all the bidding for us. No pun intended. Like Nick said, so it's the European friends that are doing all the buying. They get to push it higher, higher, higher. I guess we did here on the open.
They're having all the fun.
All the fun, man. Their
All the
water is
fun.
very warm.
I'm seeing a short here
D's
again
over
at
there having
six
all
in
the
the
fun.
660s, but
D's having all the fun in the London session.
There's
Music.
Dave.
One of our chart elites was talking about the
geez.
2659s need to hold support for continuation. It's a little battle right there, right now,
Okay.
in the NASDAQ. I like that level.
All right, see if we can get one more. Which this might be the slight pullback. Watch. You guys still looking for your shorts, or well, Dakota's got the bull up again.
Yeah, I'm hands off for right now. I'm just waiting for a pullback. Like
there was a in the mid 60s. There's a scalp short sitting there. I just didn't take it after the first paper cut.
Yeah. $58.95 last trade in the ES. I got a high of the day, 5,900 3/4.
D in the chat saying she's long crude oil from 73.95.
That works.
Ate up one trade attempting to long too early this morning. You could be right with direction, but wrong on timing.
Chat seems feisty this morning. Always good to see.
They got that dog in them.
They got that dog in them. JD says in the chat, I don't understand why these, quote, chart people are named and referenced. Let the traders that are live on the show do their thing. Love the fight. Love your
Chart
fight
people?
up. I don't know. Chart people in quotes, too.
Chart people.
I don't know who the chart people are. These are my charts, Dakota's charts.
Well, I think he's on your guys' side, and the chart people are in the
Okay.
chat. Maybe coming for you guys. I think JD's got our back. I believe, if I'm reading this correctly.
Chart people are coming to get me.
Yeah.
Is that like crab people?
We're getting that
I'm doing well
pullback
this
from the
morning.
70s.
Yes, back in the 7. All right, 649, 20,648 last trade. 646.
So there's your mid 60s short for little scalp there. That would have worked. Oh well. That was the right trade. Dakota and I got a little excited too early.
We're a little early. That's the risk you take, Nick, when you're going counter trend.
Yeah. But that was the type of short I take counter trend. It looks like that. You kind of are scalping it. You're starting to see it inch over, and you can kind of roll for 20 to 30 points, and then get out, take your profit, run, and then potentially look at rebidding a little lower if it keeps going.
Yeah, I'm looking for 600 evens, or this is zone that we've seen on this rally up. I'm looking for right here, right around 600 evens.
600 evens. Okay.
Nick, are you seeing
Be right.
95 quarter, 95 half in the S&P is a little bit of buy iceberging going on there?
95 and a quarters?
And 95 half. About 900 there.
No, I only see negative delta right there. I have to look at bookmap. Hang on.
Yeah, that would be buying icebergs on.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But not a ton, I guess is what I'm saying. Nothing
No,
that stood out to me that's like a little less than 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot of
I
negative
see
deltas in this area too. Just little, but still negative.
You know what seems like what could be right is we reverse all the way back to where we opened. 550s. Would that surprise anybody if we pull back all the way up to the open?
Nothing surprises
us
me.
Melting to 20,250 wouldn't shock me. It's just yeah. The holiday is low volume. Nothing shocks me in this market, including zombie rallying all the way to 21,000.
Sound like a veteran trader there, Nick.
Maybe we see 480s. I mean, if we get down to the 480s, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, what do we opened Globex at like 425s last night, didn't we?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Potential 3-bar reversal here in the NASDAQ.
Someone in the chat saying VWAP is at 550s.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Which VWAP?
544 off the
overnight session VWAP.
I was gonna say 24-hour. Yeah.
Buyers are stepping in at the 40s again.
You're gonna give it a shot. Tilt 65% short in the S&Ps. I think 58.91 last price in the S&P. So they're taking some heat. Those shorts are. Let's see. Everyone's flat. Gold is selling off a little bit. Peaked at about a $10 sell-off right now.
We just fell through that for a moment. 40's not holding.
$40s are not holding. Because still got the bull back there, so I reckon he's looking for a long.
Yeah, I mean, it's overall for the day.
Yep. Dakota, you don't have to flip your
Nick.
screen back and forth before you take the trade. Just take the trade. We can flip the screen. Uh-oh, Nick. I heard that, Nick.
That was me.
6.
Just watching the NASDAQ.
This is the pullback we were looking for,
Very
Nick,
thin.
and we were just early.
Yeah. Yep. It's gonna roll away 600s, and I'm gonna cry.
I know.
We have
First trade of the
I'm
week.
right there with you.
And I'm already pessimistic after the first loss of the week.
We got that 3-bar reversal in the NASDAQ on the 5-minute there, Dakota?
Yes, we do.
Almost.
Yeah, we did. We
Let's
did
see how
right
this
up
one
there.
closes.
It can crossed at 6:55.
Damn.
This was the reversal candle, and we broke through it right there at 6:55 or 6:52.
Ivy Bear on the chat wants to know what a zombie rally is. It looks a lot like the overnight session into today's open,
Yeah.
especially on a holiday when it's not a ton of, not like, you know, a ton of
They're
strength,
higher.
volume, just, you know, kind of building us up. It just is like slow stop run, a little bit to the upside, nothing crazy, but just continues to move slowly higher repeatedly day after day. It's a lot like what it looked like in July. That's a zombie rally.
Mm-hmm.
Those zombie rallies are often fueled by the shorts, right? People
Mhm.
calling the top.
Yes.
bunch of
Zombies
puking-
eat brains. Zombie rallies eat shorts.
Eat shorts.
We got 8, Nick.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, this thing's looking pretty heavy now. Look at that major rejection of the 40s.
That's funny. We had Dakota, even it wasn't even like a bad entry. You and I had a chance to get out for like 10 to 12 points and kind of just
know.
move on. It just would not even give us a chance to get a decent take profit. And then it reversed.
Sometimes it feels like they know.
Yeah.
I'm watching.
They're watching. Like I said, Dolby
They're
and I are
watching.
going to go on a, you know, recon Mission Possible style mission to Goldman and see if this YouTube channel is on anybody's desk.
What if it was?
Dude, it definitely
Could you
is.
imagine?
You come on, those first and second year traders, they got nothing else to watch. They got this on their iPhone, like in their headphones. Like this is better entertainment than them watching
watching
Bloomberg.
Nick for
Just having the fun, like screwing with these guys on YouTube. Like, watch this, like putting on an internal bet.
As they're degenning their own Topstep accounts on their, you know, on their mobile apps and stuff like that. Come
you're
on,
done.
you know they are. These
Now
are
you're done.
kids that are managing billions of dollars of leverage that they don't actually really get a cut of outside of their bonus at the end of the year. So of course they're
Correct.
degenning some prop accounts.
We should pay some struggling investment bank to take on Dolby for like an internship or something like that.
It would be hilarious.
I'd film a
That'd be
whole
good
reality
TV,
show
good
of
content.
Dolby as an
Yeah.
analyst at like UBS or something.
An undercover
Here we
work for
go.
Top
I'd
Step.
watch it.
20s.
Into the 20s now. So I
Well-
thought it was- yeah.
So much for that 60s short. Dang.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we get to these 600s even. The open
Lately
is
it
all the way
seems like
down
we've
to
got
like-
some great ideas as far as direction wise, but I think we're looking at these markets too early, and we're missing it. We're putting in our ideas too early. They're not happening. We get out, we take the loss, and then all of a sudden they show up.
But that's what happened with these guys. Yep. Eddie.
That's the,
Yeah.
Seeing
And
that a
this
lot.
is
I mean,
I mean, Andre, we go back to July. I think I had a lot of good short thesis rebid spots during that zombie rally to the upside, but a lot of the time I ran out of ammo just being a few minutes too early on some of those trades in July, and then it waterfalled 100 points or it rebid off a certain spot and just mooned. It's a tough trade when we kind of get low volume and zombie like this.
correct. I mean, that's trading. It's like football's a game of inches, trading is a game of ticks, even minutes, right? If we want to talk about the time. And this is another beautiful example where hindsight.
Look at this.
But that's why you have
Look at
stop
this.
loss. Ooh, here we go. Flushing into these.
Tesla's getting smushed.
Again?
Is it again?
Friday's lows.
I'd be interested in reoffering this
Oh,
at 6:30.
75%
I have
short.
some-
76% short in the NASDAQ. Go ahead, Dakota.
I was gonna say I have 210 puts. That I'm gonna be a proud owner of Tesla at 210 if we get there.
I got the 220 Januaries.
Mm. January's, huh? I only went 15 days out.
There's a lot of premium.
So
Yeah, there
Jack,
is.
the robots didn't sell you, is what you're saying?
Just that
Well,
robot
I
party.
sold the puts. Like, I'm not anti-Tesla.
Oh, you
I'm
sold
not
the puts.
wild. Yeah, I'm not wild about the robots, but
Although
casually
to
bullet.
give at least SpaceX some credit, that was pretty cool seeing them catch
Catching that
one of the
thing?
boosters out of midair.
That's
that thing
Yeah,
wild,
pretty
man.
awesome.
That was insane. Are you kidding? That was
wild.
that is incredible.
Looks like
Oh, my
NASDAQ's getting ready to give up the New York session VWAP here. I've got it at 20,616.5.
Mm. If we get down to 600s, I'm still going to be happy with that. I don't know. I don't know how to feel, Nick.
I mean, this is where it's just like, you take this. If I don't take the paper cut of the first trade, I take that second trade, and I'm very happy. And this is a very different mentality going into the rest of today's session. So instead, I will sit on my hands. But that's the difference of, I historically know if I miss my first trade of the day, I have a tendency to close red, finish red on the day.
Is that right?
And potentially, waterfall. Yeah, my statistics, first trade is usually a good indication of my day going poorly or well. So I will wait and be patient for the next opportunity. Another stop out, though, I'm probably calling it.
Wow. Gold
that's
gets
so-
smushed.
Gold did get smushed. Shorts in tilt on the ES and S&Ps. 74% short S&Ps right now, 58.92.
Yeah, those
Right here.
590s could have been a great way to buy it. A location to the long side.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if there's going to be another run back down into those 590s.
We do see gold giving us a completely different story than what it had previously sort of leaned us towards.
Still looking to get long here, Dakota?
Yeah, I mean, we just got a run to those 590s. I want to see, I mean, here on the 5 minute, maybe we look for a 3-bar reversal. Thoughts on a long, Nick?
I mean, I didn't hate it right there or right here on 610s, 590s, like you were saying. ES looks still very strong, and there is about a 1700 iceberg negative delta that was sitting right around that kind of retest of the previous sell-off that we had right after the open down to 91s. You had another passive bidder stepping in there, the building to continue to basically hold that spot. So as long as we're above 91s in ES, I think that long and NQ makes sense. Hoag, you see that?
Long.
It's 1800 almost negative delta right there on that low.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do. Yeah, we've been seeing just little hints of iceberging all the way back down here. Nothing huge, just stacking up on itself.
If we continue to find support here close to 600, that's going to be a green flag for a house account long.
In NASDAQ?
In the NASDAQ, yes. Yep. You tell me if you see anything else, Nick.
Okay.
Just posted.
All right, we're coming back to retest that iceberg order.
91s.
Yep.
What in God's name are these markets doing? I can't find an entry.
I mean,
Patience.
patience. Eddie's trying to taunt us, Eddie. You're trying to taunt us with that guy. 20,000.
You see that, 73% short tilt here in the ES. Making some headway. 58.92.03 average price on the shorts.
Okay. Well,
Got it. I'm just like skimming the chat the last like 30 seconds, and you just see nobody's got a clue where we're gonna go from here.
No.
It's get long, get short, don't short here, wait for the breakout. I'm just everyone in the chat is in the same boat as I am right now, which is like I'm leaning long, but I really don't have a great edge right now.
see, and I like the longs here. This is a pullback from this morning's rally.
I do too.
Right at 600, 590s.
Yep.
A 3-bar reversal.
And we held the iceberg again.
3-bar reversal is not going to be until 31, and so that's just too much risk. And so it's still kind of waiting to see if we could find a good buying opportunity down here. That might be it. Those 590s, 600 evens, but let's be patient and see if we could find another opportunity.
Yes. ES looks still very strong.
Yeah, it does. Should have been buying those 91s. Positive delta in the S&P is 900.
And
that's come
and
off.
looking at the option zero DTE data, I mean, there's call interest all the way to 5,900 SPX and a ton at 5880s, 5870s. So supports a trend day to the upside, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
Why not? There's DGen call buying all the way to 6,000 before the end of the year. So why not?
6,000 by end of week.
Tom Lee is on the bid.
Tom Lee.
Does it have to break the
Dakota,
body
did
of
you
the
get long?
wick? No. I want to get long on like a 5-bar or a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. Right now, it's just too big. Whereas for me, a 3-bar reversal would be technically 631. And for me, put my stop loss at 590. That's 40 points, and that's just too wide. And so I'm looking for a way to get in with a tighter stop, maybe a better entry. And now, you could argue, say, you could just enter now, but we haven't confirmed that 3-bar reversal. Sometimes I like to get in a little early, trying to preempt it, which I might end up doing on, say, a pullback. Just waiting. I haven't seen anything that I really, really like, but I mean, we could have a 20-point bounce at any moment. It is the NASDAQ after all.
It is the NASDAQ. Buyers
It's pretty
did.
thin.
Get your air horns ready.
Another one. Here we go. 5900s. 5898, 5899.
After what is this, Andre? 4 days in a row of this. I'm gonna recall. Get the Lieutenant Dan New Year's Eve gifts ready. The confetti.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That Lieutenant Dan. Okay.
Are you talking about Lieutenant? You're thinking about Lieutenant Dan,
not the
raw dog, the
Tampa Bay
Hurricane.
one.
Yeah, that guy
not
rules.
The Tampa Bay Lieutenant Dan.
That guy rules, man.
Man, he became popular really fast.
Mm-hmm.
That guy rules. $20,625 last trade. Buyers did step in the NASDAQ at 20,600. Hey, Dow keeps pushing higher. I think pretty sure these new all-time highs in the Dow as well. 43,152 last trade. 172 all-time highs.
There it is.
It's incredible. That air horn never runs out of gas, Nick. It's incredible. You keep that thing charged at all
I keep
time.
it refilled daily.
Yeah, that's very good.
There's that 3-bar reversal on the NASDAQ.
I mean, Dakota, you called that right as we tagged 590s.
I know, Nick. I know.
We're reading it well today. It's just, it's the paper cut after the first miss. Just kind of makes you a smidge more hesitant.
Yeah. Sometimes reading it well just does not put money in your pockets.
Nope.
I'd rather read it bad and end up making money sometimes than reading it well.
Better to be
and,
lucky than good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
Absolutely.
Because we could run right back up to these highs.
Yep.
Yes, going to make a new high. There's an air horn.
Pew,
There it is.
incredible. On the march to 6,000 in the S&P. 6,000.
So much for the seasonality weakness of October, the seasonality weakness of election year, the seasonality weakness of a VIX above 20 providing two-way trades.
All of that, man.
No, none of that matters. Let's march to 6,000.
Just buy the dip.
We get to 6,000 this week.
Today.
Really? You think?
Today.
Oh, that would be something.
Dakota says today. Like your head's at Dakota. We do have.
You never know. That's the thing.
5.5.
You never know.
Those bearish bond traders are not here today, so let's send it.
Hey, I think you're right. There's something to that, Nick.
There is.
Jay. Those Jay in the chat. This feels like 4th of July week. That's yes.
It does. It does, Jay.
Everyone's going to come back.
I might lose it by Wednesday. We'll see.
What kind of a pullback do you like for one here in the NASDAQ?
That's a good question for Coach Jay.
That is a good question.
Jack, what did you say?
Jack was coming in with something.
We have 5,300 people watching right now on this holiday Monday. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. Click like, click subscribe. I think I know what they're tuning in for, Jack. A little something, some results.
Yeah, a little.
My history PowerPoint later.
Yeah, 100%. Yes. Know what they want. Stay tuned, folks. We got you. We're ready to unveil the names. Coach Hoop, Pit Raiders VIP team. Today, I'll just say that. Today, we have those results for you. Very exciting stuff. VIP is growing. Seen some good success there.
Coach Hoop's one of the best, too.
Coach Hoops, always hammering with the all caps in the chat. I love it. Always all caps. Just hammering away with the all caps.
Everybody thinks he's yelling at him.
Just helps them see better. Last trade. All right, the buyers. Yeah.
Not only does Hoops type in caps, he also talks in caps. So be aware.
But is he yelling?
What's up? There he is. Andre, you know it. He's not yelling at me. He's just talking to me.
That'd be like my Italian family when my wife hears us on the phone with each other. It's just she's like, "Why are you guys yelling?" And we're not. It's just the way we talk. There's a lot of natural emotion and hand gestures and like passion for some reason in an Italian family. So it tends to come out when we talk to each other. And my wife just feels like we are screaming at each other and we're upset, and it's just not the case.
They're just fired up, man. That's fired up.
Yeah, my wife is part Italian. I know what you're saying there, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Well, two good trade ideas.
There'll be plenty more this week, hopefully.
Oh, yeah. I hope this volatility continues throughout the day and even tomorrow. There's no major news until what, Thursday?
What is it?
It's really just Fed speak and then retail sales. It's really a lighter week as far as data.
Yeah, it is.
We got earnings this week?
Bank earnings tomorrow in the AM could provide some pre-market volatility, but that's about it. And then Netflix on Thursday should provide a nice seizure in the after hours for our NQ traders.
Just found out that Netflix bought 2 NFL games this year. Had no idea.
What games?
I don't understand. I mean, they're just going to keep raising the price every quarter by $1 to keep, floating their content bills.
I think it's on Christmas Day, Dakota. Could be wrong, but I did hear that they paid for.
Really?
Yeah.
They
We gotta
still
see
don't
when
seem
the
to
Bears
have
and Packers play.
the kinks worked out of some of their live events, according to my wife, who watched some of the reality reunion ones that they've been doing. So we'll see. Let's see how a live NFL goes with, you know, millions and millions of people watching on Christmas Day. Hopefully, no issues. Amazon had some problems in their first few games.
Yes, they
with
did.
The Thursday night. It did not go over well. I could tell you that much.
I remember that.
Okay. Are we gonna have a watch party? Bears versus Packers?
Oh, Dakota, I like
We
where your head's
should.
at. Should go to
We
the
should.
game.
November. We should. We should have a fun watch party. Bears versus Packers. November 17th. Let's get it set up. That'd be fun.
And how do we do that on Zoom?
I mean, the same way we do Papa Pal watch party.
Pretty much.
I
Yeah.
just don't think we can broadcast that, unfortunately. We can.
Oh
add
yeah,
commentary.
they're very, very protective over that property.
How
I think you
fast
can
will
let
this
broad-
channel be taken down by broadcasting the NFL?
Microseconds.
Oh, yeah.
NFL would,
What happens in Discord stays in Discord.
Microsoft or the NFL would nuke us.
Oh yeah, they would order a drone strike on my house if I tried to stream the Bears Packers game while we watched.
Yikes.
Didn't we have like some watch parties in Discord at one time?
We can do the commentary. You know, I mean, if everybody sort of tunes in on their own, we're all watching the game at the same time.
Yeah.
And we just do the
Oh, yeah.
commentary.
Do you guys
We can all just
remember
go-
back in the day when Xbox 360 had the Netflix watch parties where it was basically a virtual movie theater? You used to go in and watch
Mhm.
Netflix together with a bunch of your buddies.
Yeah.
That's how I watched the Tremors.
Tremors. I remember
The
that movie.
Tremors.
Don't they have that on Twitch? You do that on Twitch still?
I don't know, but it sure was interesting. Was it a movie series? Tremors 1, 2, 3. It was
With
weird.
the,
But,
like the sandworms, Tremors,
yeah.
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 Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, that's what I was thought you were talking about. The Sandworm.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, 5902 half last trade in the ES. Zombie rally engage. Look at
We're
the
seeing-
Dow here. Dow new
Yeah, we're
all-time
seeing some
highs.
resistance again, Andre, in the NASDAQ here at the 630, 640s. This could be a decent area to short for a run back down towards 600s. Kind of a head and shoulder right here, maybe. Shoulder, head, shoulder. If we break below 620, could we see a run back down to these lows near 600? Maybe. But this market's so bullish, it's hard to do that. That was the pullback we was looking for, that Nick and I was looking for. We got it. We were just a little bit late. And here we are. We consolidated here on the way up. We're consolidating here on the way back down / up right in the middle.
S&Ps are just relentless.
They sure are, Hoag. Are they ever? NASDAQ.
With enough time given, leaders, laggers. This is a tough one to call.
Look at the Dow. Dow very strong too. All right. I can throw it to Gabe. Gabe, I think we got
What's
some
up,
announcements.
Andre?
Hey, we got announcements, or what do we got going on? Topstep X update announcement. What do we got going on at Topstep X?
Yeah, we got a couple. First, before I get into Topstep X, I do want to point out that we do have 3 new micro futures products that we've added to Topstep X, Rhythmic, and Tradeovate. You are now able to trade micro copper, micro natural gas, and micro British pound. So just a heads up, the contract codes are there for you in this little graphic. So MHG for micro copper, MNG for natural gas, and then M6B for British pound. But just wanted to share that with you guys since that has been released as well. But in addition to that, I wanted to point out something. Let me bring over my charts real quick here for you guys, and I'm going to full screen it. Bear with me just a brief second. All right, so we have a new update that some of you caught this morning because you thought your charts were frozen, but guess what? They weren't. Topstep X just finally released the electronic trading hours and regular trading hours to the platform. So let me go ahead and bring up my screen here. If you go down to the bottom right-hand side of your charts, you will now see that my current charts are selected to RTH, which is right next to the time zone and the clock. So regular trading hours is RTH, extended trading hours is going to be ETH. So if your charts weren't moving before the open at 8:30 Central this morning, you are most likely on regular trading hours. You switch over to extended, you will of course see all of the overnight activity in the Globex. But some of the benefits, of course, obviously electronic trading hours covers almost 24 hours a day, including overnight sessions, allows global participation. However, with fewer traders active during this time, liquidity tends to be lower. Price movements are often more volatile and unpredictable. Dakota's got some good experience in these slow markets hours using electronic trading hours. He can probably talk a little bit more about that later down the road. And of course, regular trading hours just covers the normal market hours for New York, which is going to be 8:30 a.m. Central to 3 p.m. Central. Obviously has much more trading activity, especially from institutional investors. And this higher volume results in better liquidity and more stable price action. But that's for you guys to decide how you want to view your charts. But once again, quick way to access it in the very bottom right-hand side of your charts. You've got ETH for extended trading hours and RTH for regular trading hours. You can also technically just right-click on your charts and go to settings. And then from there, you would go over to symbol, and which is the first category in your chart settings. And at the bottom where it says session, this would be the longhand way of finding this information. But that's all I got for you guys for this update. Back to you to the markets. Maybe we can find a house account trade. I'm feeling maybe a little 50 lot banger.
I like what your head's at.
We came to trade. Here we sit brokenhearted, came to trade and only charted.
Only charted. I mean,
I
Nick
love
and
the
I
fact
just
that we get
traded.
those regular
but
trading hours.
I
on
wish
there
we
now.
only charted.
Makes it so much easier to see gaps.
Still consolidating right here around 40 plus or minus a few points.
Yeah, I'm taking a stab short. I'm probably going to cut this though. I already don't like it.
Nick's in.
You're
Nick, what
short.
price, Nick?
3 at 45 and a quarter.
Okay.
6.45 and a quarter. Sorry.
I see what you're seeing, Nick, and I'm actually tempted to jump in with you.
If we can break 40s, I will like this. If we continue to hang where we are right now, I'm going to jump out.
Okay.
Just hanging right there.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, I see what you see. I like that. I like it. I like a short on the NASDAQ.
There it is.
I'm short.
In.
I'm short with you. Stop
Right,
loss
price
is going to be at 52. Short at 637. Stop loss at 53.
Go to short from 20,637. How many times, Dakota?
Just one contract in a combine.
-1. Cool. And Nick, what's your? Oh, we got you. Yep. Good job, guys.
3.
Click the neck there.
See if we can break 30s. If not, I'm going to get out.
I want to get short with the bull behind you.
That is the second time he's done it, and no, never mind.
Lost is lost.
Knock on wood. Come on.
Come on, ES. Fall back into initial balance.
Yeah, we are potentially leaving failed upside auctions in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. And in the Dow, I mean. NASDAQ hasn't looked outside the initial balance at all.
I'm okay with the house account joining this. If we break below 630 even, this could turn into a really good short.
Yeah,
I can see
that would probably go retest the the opening range high around 86s or 580. Basically, it would probably go retest 600s and go from there. But if we can break 30s here.
So I've got
Come on.
a stop to get short at 29 half, a 3 lot. Is that good?
Yeah. Risk
don't-
would be
Macro.
at 53.
We don't like it where it is.
Yeah, I like it where it's at. Thinking about size is what I'm thinking about. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, our very own Coach Vince, he said he likes a long in the NASDAQ. If
Vince.
we can pull back to 2580.
Nope. Oh, come on.
Macro in the chat. Of course, Macro always saying, my wife's boyfriend says hello, Andre. Hello.
What kind of size are you thinking about, Dakota, for this?
I was thinking 5. You said you have 3 queued up, right? Maybe you could just get
I'll put
into
in 5
2.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
29 half. 29.75. We have a stop to get short 5.
Okay.
Come on. Break 30s.
30s.
I mean,
Short. Rob, I'll get that poll results. Do you use extended trading hours or just the regular trading hours in your trading? Over 500 votes, almost 600 votes in just a couple minutes. 77% extended trading hours. All right, let's get back to this trade. Last trade in the NQ, 20,635.
Where's the target for this?
610, maybe 615 for the first targets. These
The risk is
very low 600s. Yeah.
650 is the risk.
I have mine at 653.
I'm getting out. Cut
No.
it back. Cut my balance back to half of the loss from earlier. So
There you go.
I'm going to take it. I still like the short, but I want this to go.
Nick, this is reminding me of July. You even said it. This reminds
I know,
us of
but I'm
July.
not-
You know what you did in
It is,
July.
and I'm not hanging out being short when we're not
Okay.
getting the moves quick. So it's like I'm
Right.
getting out. I'll reset. ES is still hanging at those highs, which is why
Yes,
I'm
it
getting
is.
nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. Yes, very strong.
That's why I love stop orders. You only get in when the
Yeah, I
market's
could see
going
a
in
good-
the direction you
The
want.
stop order makes sense in this spot because if your risk is 0, but if it does get the flush that I was looking for, you're going to catch 20 points of it probably.
Mm-hmm.
But we're at point of control on the session. It's now almost back to 40s. It's kind of teetering there. If it pops there, I would be looking to get out anyway. And I'm seeing buyers start to step in right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a potentially a good out. Call it 10 points. Half my negative balance from the first trade back, so we can reset, take another trade later. Have the confidence to kind of let it play out.
Man, ES very strong. I mean, we're not even talking about
It's
handle
the
pullback.
options, man. There's not a seller to be found on ES.
No. What are they pegging it for? What's the next? I'm assuming 59.50s they're looking at next.
Well, we're above that, so it's got to
talking
be.
six-
Let's see.
You're talking 6,000.
The largest strike is 58.70, so roughly 20 or 15 points higher.
Here we go.
We're in.
Okay. How's it coming in?
We're in 5, right?
Yes.
Okay.
-5. NQ.
Of
What
course,
price?
right
we
when
hold?
I say that.
It just waited for you to get out, Nick.
I mean, if you want to say the Goldman interns are not watching, tinfoil hat time.
You cracked me up, man. You cracked me up.
You can't say they're not when stuff like that happens.
Let's see how we react. If we get any follow through or continuation to the downside, or if this gets bought right back up. All right, I like that. I like that we're seeing continuation. It's a 3-bar reversal on a 5-minute chart. Technically, we broke through those 30s. What are we short 5 from 29 or
I think 27, 627
No,
Hoag, correct?
Well, it's 627 half.
And the half.
dang the slippage? Let's see if we get that continuation. I like that we're holding so far. Holding below 30 is what I want this market to continue to do.
Got to give up VWAP now. 619.5. New York anchored VWAP.
Short 627. Got JD coming up next with some payouts and P&Ls. Of course, we're going to have to check in on the hot streaks, see if the legend does continue to grow. March to 100 days. March to 100 positive days. $2 at a time. Let's do it.
It's been quite the storyline.
Dow continues to put in new highs.
Yes, it does. 43,000. Peter Tuchman's going to be very fired up today. The ultimate perma bull.
Peter.
With good reason.
Man after my heart, Andre.
Very good
Man,
reason.
he's fired up when he goes through a drive-through at McDonald's.
He really is, man. Life is good. Gets excited for that Egg McMuffin.
We're still struggling right here at the 630s here in the NASDAQ. That order shall be named is what, 53? Correct, Hoag?
Yeah, it's 53.75 right now.
Wow. Lido the incel. Lido the incel. Oh my God, my power just came back on 3 minutes ago. Hurricane Milton wiped out my whole county. Good to have you back online, Lido. Lido.
Good to have you back.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
Definitely.
Man, that long? You guys were without power for that long?
Crazy.
Almost a week, huh?
I gotta
It was like
respect though.
when we had the,
3 minutes back. 3 minutes
when
back to having power. They're back in the markets watching Topstep
Back with
TV.
us.
Respect, man. 3
That's
minutes.
good.
You're back
I mean,
online. You're back on Topstep TV. We love you, man. That's awesome.
No power for a week, and the first thing you do is hop on here.
Hell yeah, man. Absolutely.
It is.
Well, we had the crazy ice storms in Texas in, what was it, 2021, 2022, whenever. We didn't know power for a week, no heat. That was sketchy. But
Yeah.
thankfully I had friends that are close enough to like a hospital grid that they were on that they did not lose power. So we stayed there for a few days. But it's that was not fun.
No.
That's where you buy your house. Right there next to a hospital.
It's weirdly something to always think about how close you are to one, because you won't lose power in those situations
I never thought
unless
about
it's
that.
catastrophic.
I happen to be close to one. I feel safer now.
You didn't have to pay
all right.
like $10,000 for an ambulance to take.
That's true, Dolby. The sirens, though.
All right. Here we go. 618s. That order that shall be named. I'm okay with
Dang.
moving it down to 37.
Wow. ES following suit. Sellers in the house.
Nick paper handing.
Crude popped a little bit, guys. Keep an eye on this. Hey, Eddie, keep an eye on this crude thing. Maybe some headlines. Crude popped a little bit. We're talking about
Crude,
10
yeah,
cents.
I see that.
Might be just the start. Gold selling off.
Hey,
though.
profit, Nick.
Yeah, that's a solid trade. After taking a slippage type stop out that I did for about $300 more than I wanted to, you take a good green next trade and reset later in the session.
Yep. Hoag, let's queue up a 2 contract order, and then we could buy at bid on the next move down if we do.
This is
All set.
still not moving though.
Yeah, this is coming over the wire here. IDF saying sirens around sound across Israel. Also regarding that crude oil dips with Chinese and the OPEC dampening hopes for quick recovery. So this is an ongoing thing here with OPEC and China.
Thank you, Eddie. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, we saw
All
the
right,
crude
Hoag,
dip pop a bit.
you ready?
Ready?
Okay, buy bid
Dang.
at 2 of them.
Filled.
Great.
Short
All
3.
right, now we can just Q1s. Let's single contracts. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to watch this, and every move down, it would be buy bid.
Okay, just
using
bought another one.
Nice.
Beautiful.
All right.
Short 2.
Yes.
So original risk in this trade was 2,600.
Okay.
Right now we're up
Good to know.
1,100. And realized and unrealized 900.
Great. Thank you. Let's see if we can get to these 600s. We're short 2 still, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's hold on
We
to
break
these 2
sixes.
for
I'd
a
say
little bit longer.
hold these 2.
Yeah. And that order that shall be named is at 37, correct?
Yes. 37 quarter.
Okay. Beautiful.
Seller stepping in. Well, dang.
Let's just go ahead and buy bid one more, Hoag.
Working the bid. Filled.
Okay,
Yes.
and now we're good. We're good for a runner. Nick, man, don't you hate? Hey, I'm in the same boat. I switched to a combine and I just destroyed this combine in a positive way.
I mean, it happens. It's
Coach Jay.
the right read. Okay, we said this earlier, Dakota. You and I are reading this very well today. It's just some of the execution is not perfect. Granted, the house account had that was very well managed.
Indeed.
All
All right. All right, we got this one lot on. We can let this run. I'm going to throw it to JD because we do have some cool, exciting stuff coming out in the next 40 minutes here on Topstep TV. So let's start crossing some things off the checklist. So, JD, how are we looking on P&Ls and payouts on this month?
Looking
I'm
great.
expecting big numbers. Big numbers.
Well, you're going to see some big numbers. First, let's take a look at our Monday inspiration. It is Positive Monday, folks. I don't know if you guys remember last Monday.
Yeah, your buddy.
I was talking about this. My buddy Danny sends a Positive Monday text message out every single Monday morning. So I told him if he was consistent with it, he kept doing it, I'd start giving him a shout out on Topstep TV. And he is not disappointed. Here's today's Positive Monday quote. If you can't find love in all the wrong places, at least you can find Positive Monday. That comes from my guy, Dan Tompkins, a Logan Square legend. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Friday's best, I should say. But anyway, Nicholas, Karen, Zhizhong, Jonathan B, and Jonathan K all trading the NASDAQ on Friday. 11,722 for Nicholas, 10,041 for Karen, 5,062 for Zhizhong, 4,322 for Jonathan B, and 4,159 for Jonathan K. All right, while I switch up an overlay, I want you guys to think real hard about what the total payout number was.
This numbers.
It's going to be really big because it's a Monday and
my mic is
today's Friday.
It's too much.
This is the total for the week.
Week.
Oh,
boy.
Week.
Oh,
it's going to be. I have it at
4.
No, 6.
6.
5.4.
Nope. I'll take the over on all those.
Dakota bullish on the payouts numbers.
Yeah, I think
Coach
it's
Jay was 7.6. Okay.
0.8.
Man, this is
Dakota taking the over on all those is the big winner.
What is it?
Wow. Boom.
$6.383 million in payouts last week. 2,700 payouts.
Right.
Average payout $2,341. That is big time money right there, guys.
That is
big time money.
Wow. Yeah.
Want to see yesterday, or you want to see last week's biggest payouts, individual payouts?
Absolutely. 6.
There's a big one, right? A record.
There's a huge one, yeah.
We had 150. 160.
I took 20K, not even making the list.
There was a time when that wouldn't make the list, Nick.
I know, that's just crazy.
Right? We had a pair of
Look at those
six-figure
numbers.
payouts last week. 189,150.
Wow.
Wow.
An anonymous trader
took
a. Say again, Dakota?
I was gonna say I thought my one when I took the payout record of 136 would hold longer, but man, it's new record already.
New records every week now, yeah. An anonymous hamster, $108,000. Adams, $7 grand out of 5 XFAs.
Yeah.
Antoine almost $50,000 out of 5 XFAs, and Bryant 48,600 from 3 XFAs.
I'm your huckleberry.
All right, here are your XFA P&Ls from Friday.
Let's see this.
We've got Tiffany, Sam, and Sid all trading the NASDAQ on Friday. 37,820 for Tiffany, 21,346 for Sam, and 16,374 for Sid. Then we got Charles. Charles was trading gold for a total profit of 14,382. And then Caleb, another NQ trader, pulled $13,164 out of the NASDAQ on Friday. Big numbers all around. You don't see any small numbers anymore. This is the new norm.
No, man. It's crazy. $6.3 million.
No words. What a beautiful thing.
Incredible, right? Life-changing. All right, guys. I will be back in just a little bit with some hot streaks.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Good
GD.
stuff.
So I'm thinking about the house account trade, managing that contract, looking to move that order that shan't be named to 605. 605. We just made a pivot.
605.
So 605 is the order.
Hey, just a heads up here, showing about 2-3 minutes here. NY Fed 1-year consumer inflation expectations. Not sure if that number is going to come out here in 2 minutes, but I'm watching for it.
Thank you, Eddie.
605 it is.
605s. Shut that sucker down. El
Everybody
Calvi
get
in
out
the
and
chat.
push.
I had my payout in less than 6 hours after request. Topstep really is number one.
Awesome.
What
And
a
shit tomorrow with
trade.
the bank holiday.
Yep, it's true.
Dang.
Look at this. It's not done.
I just closed mine out for profit right there.
Nice.
Not done.
That puts me at 16,000 in my XFAs.
That turnaround was nice.
Yeah,
back
I
there?
mean, this is a... What's that?
Making sure the bear was behind you on that
Oh,
short.
it is. I look at this. This is a technical double top. Let's see if we could have more continuation. Like we were just saying a moment ago, we could see right back to 550.
Still
Right
selling
now,
for 20,705.
Looks like we've got a failed upside auction in the S&Ps. Not in the not in the Dow. The Dow is holding above that IB high, and it's just about to leave some single TPOs above that. So we're going to get some information here at about 10 o'clock here in just about a minute.
Tried to run it up off the open, then we ran out of fuel, ran out of gas. Maybe this is headline driven a little bit. It's hard to say. And I know here comes the ES. ES finally has caved in and said, all right.
Yeah, it's kind of
we're
rolling
going
over
lower.
now.
Yep.
Failed upside auction.
Yeah, we got, wow.
Yeah.
Still selling here.
Get a nice push on the Dow as well. They're trying to push it back down below that IB high. We're in good shape.
Yeah,
If only we had a runner, Hoag.
we do. No.
Yeah, if only we
Oh.
had. That's right.
Dakota.
We do. What
I mean, that was
amazing price action for a holiday.
This has been a pretty decent trade. You know, we're not going to lie. We were talking about in our production meetings, you know, because we have the draft results coming out here in a little bit. Is anybody going to be watching? You know, it's a holiday. Is anybody going to be trading? Are the markets going to be moving? The answer is yes and yes. We're going to bring you those results here shortly. Dakota
How's it
P&L,
going
please.
over there, Nick?
You know, I'm a little sad naturally when you catch the perfect reoffer spot. If you miss the short, the high of the day, you got a chance to reoffer in the 640s. Pretty technical, makes perfect sense. Why right there? Dakota saw the same thing I did. I paper handed it a little bit. Dakota managed the house account trade perfectly, as well as his XFAs on the same trade. And there you go. Starting to waterfall a little more.
Yeah, we are.
Or that should be named
Bummer.
move to 568, Hoag. 568. 569 to make up for one tick.
Okay, so that's 2.
There it is, 569.
Thank you. Right back to where we started.
Yes. Now below 58.50s on that big option strike. So this could get a little interesting.
NASDAQ is very weak right now. Back to the opening range. Just about to, just took out the low of the initial balance in the opening range now.
I could see 500 even coming into play. 520s.
Yes is back to that iceberg spot that we were talking about earlier, where we rebid off the kind of the 90s, 91s.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, and he's gone.
There it goes.
Man.
Negative 3,400 in Delta now in the S&Ps overall in the regular trading hour session.
Are we going to have a 100-point banger in the house account?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Back to weekly kickoff high, which is 20,530.
What's the entry on this?
27.
27.
569. Oh, I'm sorry. No. 627.5.
Okay.
You're shooting for a full 100 points.
No, that's exactly what he's doing, Hoag. That's exactly what he's doing.
No, I was just seeing what the low was this. The low of this move is 527.5.
Oh, and technically we did. We tagged it 100 points exactly.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
we
I
did
was
exactly.
looking at. I was like,
Oh, yeah, we did.
Exactly. Yeah.
Great trade.
All right. Let's keep an eye on this trade. Throw it to JD. JD, let's get some hot streaks going real quick. Then I'm going to Eddie for some announcements on Fast Markets, Topstep TV on this Monday. We know we got the draft results coming for you, so stay tuned. Stay tuned. This coming, but let's go to JD right now. JD, hot streaks. Give us the good news.
Here we go.
JD. Give us the good news.
This guy just fails to disappoint.
69.
69. There he is. 31 days away.
Nick.
Getting closer to that big fat round number. We want 100 days, Delesh. Come on, buddy. Let's do it.
Come on, the March to 100. Don't stop now.
March to 100, yeah. He made 2 more bucks on Friday, bringing his total hot streak P&L to $832. Not eligible for a payout, but on a 69 trading day hot streak. Nice job.
It's like Cal Ripken Jr., the streak.
Right? For average. Mina, our model of consistency. Mina made another $202 and is now on a 29-day hot streak worth $7,309. Preshow made $172 trading the micro NASDAQ on Friday, now sitting on a 28-day hot streak worth $5,630. Joseph, our current hot streak P&L leader, made $202 also, trading in the NASDAQ. 27 days now, worth $9,850 for Joseph. And Thayer rounds out our hot streaks list. There is now on a 27-day heater worth $6,661. All 5 of these traders are trading in a 50K XFA. If that makes any difference. So nice job to all of these traders.
The real stars.
All right.
So.
I'll be back with the leaderboard in a little bit.
Thank you. The Lash going for 100 days. Can he do it? What, 31 more days? Yeah, maybe sometime around Thanksgiving, early December, somewhere in there. Anyways, all right, fast coming at you fast and furious Fast Markets. We are selling off in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 20,549. In the ES, last trade, 58.91. Gold, 26.64, about $3 off the lows there. Crude, you see a bit of a pop. Now it's come back a little bit. Last trade, 74.33. And like Hoag was saying, Dow staying very strong. About 20 points off all-time highs. Last trade, 43.187. Right now, I'm throwing it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, you got the internet fixed? Let's get those announcements going on this Monday. Let's do it.
Yes. Hey, coming back on our Topstep TV, Dr. Brett Steenbarger going to be with us here. He's going to make his return on Topstep TV. This is going to happen tomorrow. Dr. Steenbarger, he's going to be back here with us here, 10:15, 11 a.m. Central Time for a special trading mindset. Ask Me Anything. He's going to be joined by Anne Marie and along with Hoag. And I've got the link ready to go. So if you got a question, save that link if you don't have a question right now. But if something does come up, there is a link for the form for the question. Also, I know a lot of you are saying, "Where's the VIP draft? Where is it?" It's coming up here very soon. All right, mark my word. Just a reminder, we're going to be hosting the VIP draft for Coach Hoop's team very, very soon. So, if you want to see your name chosen, stay tuned to find out. And I'm going to pass it back to Andre. Coming up, VIP.
I'm excited for this. This is the first
Yes.
draft we had. All right, live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Many more to come, I assume.
Yes, I was just going to say that, Andre. Don't fret. Your name's not picked. This is what we're moving forward with. So,
little tester.
Eventually.
Let's see how things go.
Yeah.
First response
Even
to
on
the
this
VIP
week.
program. Major success. Yes, we are. Oh, Dakota, they let
Yeah,
you in
even
on this
this week,
production.
I've been, yeah, even Andre. I don't know if I even told this to the day show, but I'm doing a giveaway for private group lessons for slow markets. I
saw
haven't
that.
been able to. Yeah, it's just a matter of time and commitment and getting things in place. It's not as great as Hoop or doing this whole draft thing live. That's pretty exciting, but I figured I could give back a little bit more by doing a private group class.
I remember when
Got a
you were just
potential
Coach Dakota.
failed downside auction in the NASDAQ, just throwing it out there.
Failed upside auction. Remember when you were just Coach Dakota? And those that do, and those that can't teach. That's what started this whole thing, Dakota. That's what started this whole entire thing.
You know, sometimes it takes just a little bit of a fire to just get in it, and in the middle of
Yes,
doing
they
it,
can't.
I've enjoyed it, Andre, and one thing led to another. Here I am.
I know.
Well, here you are. I mean, I remember trying to get you on for a funded trader interview. You're like, well, maybe not this week, maybe next week.
Was he big timing us, Eddie?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah,
This was at the very beginning, Andre, where I was just like, time is so valuable, and I'm just like, is this going to be worth it? Am I going to even enjoy it? But then the more I've got into it, the more I've really enjoyed it and enjoyed the community. And now
I was
just
persistent.
It's fun.
I used the treble hook. Couldn't get out of that one.
You're like, I'll bet you against the Packers. I'm like, okay, you know what? I can't turn down free win.
Now you're being recognized
Come
at
on,
gas
man.
stations, Dakota. Look at us. Look at us.
I still need to reach out to that guy.
He reached out to us. He was in the chat no less than an hour later, saying, "I saw Dakota." Okay, so the house account is short one. Everyone else is flat. We got updates on the P&L updates. Excellent. Looking good there.
Minus 2,600 live account, though. Just make sure everyone knows that.
Love the transparency. Really on the calendar. But this has been anything but a holiday trade. Just like the summer was anything but a summer trade.
Hey, we did post the question form for Dr. Steenbarger up top.
Yes, good quality. Huge, man.
Get a question. Got to be something.
And Anne-Marie will be joining us from Finland tomorrow, as well as Hoag.
Yeah.
What is she doing over there? I'm curious.
Finland? Good question. She does like to travel. She is a globetrotter.
She was following that plane down the runway with Zeppelin, and they stopped and let her in.
That was an incredible story. Absolutely incredible story.
She has a son who's a professional basketball player in Europe. So she goes over there like for a month just to kind of watch a bunch of games and stuff.
It's awesome.
I might go fly over and hang out with Coach Jay soon. Go play some basketball with him.
You gonna hoop it up?
Yeah. And then I need to go down to Texas as well and hang out with you, Nick.
Yeah, Dakota's gonna come visit me next year, and we're gonna do some redneck things.
What are redneck things in court? What are redneck things, Mr. California boy? What is a redneck thing exactly?
Things that will get us demonetized on this channel. So we're not going to go there. We're going to, we're going to do some species management.
Like that. Species management.
Hey Nick, we're not monetized, by the way.
Oh, great! We're gonna go thermal hunting some lean hogs.
Oh, there you go.
They are incredibly invasive and destroy a lot of neighborhoods, crops, other things. So there is that is the whole logic there.
From a helicopter. No, not from a helicopter.
Not from a helicopter.
There you go.
So far, we're still in this short, right? For the house account, good stop loss, risk free. We've locked in already what, $1,100. We've locked in $1,800, but we have our one order that locked in an additional $1,100. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Shizzle my nizzle.
Oh man.
We'll let this thing just do its run its
Snoop
course.
getting there. Yeah. Let's do it. Snoop getting in on all the fun. And we have Waller speaking later this afternoon, in about 4 hours.
Yeah, what's the rest of these markets doing? What's crude? That was a good trade up to
Crude right now 70% long here in the tilt, 74.24 average, and just under 50% in the positive right now.
I'll tell you what keeps pushing higher, new all-time highs, is the Dow, 43,238. All-time high. 239 is all-time high. Gold trading 26.64, about $3 off the lows. High of the day in the gold, 26.84. Will we see $2,700 this week? I think that's a safe assumption. $2,700 in gold, 6,000 in the ES. Can we see 21,000 in the NASDAQ? Big old round numbers. Just I'll through them.
It'll be huge.
Middle of October. Who knew?
we're right where we opened.
All of that shenanigans, stop outs, probably people blowing accounts for nothing.
Yeah.
Yep. You talk about
Is our stop loss? Is that order too tight, Nick? That's one thing I've always asked myself is when our entry is like 630, and that one order is like right here. It's at like 68.
Well,
69.
we're probably gonna get tagged. The logic would be, since we cannot hold below the initial balance low, we're probably just gonna be range bound, at least for the time being. So it definitely could go get tagged to the upside.
Is that what?
Yeah.
What's the order?
We do have a failed downside auction at the bottom in the NASDAQ. We're flat, up $3,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. There we go.
I was going to say, otherwise the logic would be stop at break even and just let this ride in case we do kind of waterfall back into Friday's range, but it's all good. We're out.
Nice trade.
Wait, 3,000 on the penny.
3,000 on the penny? No kidding.
Yeah, on the penny.
Solid trade. Good. Good opportunity on the reoffer spot. And I love the stop entry, where the risk was, basically we had to break that level. And if it did break, you were going to basically be 10 points in the money almost immediately. So it kind of worked.
Yeah. The one thing that we could have done better, and I should have known better on this. And now this is always one of those, when the trade's going in your way, you wish you had more. And when it's against you, you wish you didn't. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Getting in 5 and then adding 5 as it went in our direction. And this more than anybody, Hoag, how I always say consistent with sizing. I do like that trade no matter what, and it's not taking anything from that trade. But in terms of improving, I think there was a way to, get in 5, add 5 as we broke down, and maybe even add additional 5. I mean, there was room for that trade and potential. So other than that, I mean,
would that have just have been like a momentum ad? Or it's already moving,
yeah,
you just kind of threw 5 more on versus like waited for it to pull back 7 points or something?
Yeah. Essentially, because we want to look at risk first, and kind of where we were watching was this consolidation on the 5 minute. And we was looking for a 3-bar reversal on the 5 minutes, which was confirmed with our stop order, right, at 630, 629. However, our stop loss was at like 653 up here. And so the idea behind this is scaling into a trade. So we could have very well have added right here, because this is a pretty dang tight stop loss, if we would have got in somewhere in the middle, say 638, I'm going to just make that one white. And then add, once we do get that confirmation of the 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute, with our stop loss staying the same. So our original risk would have been like $1,500. And then we add, then our risk would be like probably closer to $4,500. But then we're adding in our direction. And sometimes we can, very rarely, but we could catch a move like this where our stop loss was really tight. Then we were able to move our stop loss, pretty quick, managing the risk, and we trailed it all the way down. And that's okay. I mean, that's exactly what we did in 5 contracts. I mean, we did that, right? We were in like 2 or 3, and then we added to it.
Before we even got in.
Oh yeah,
I had a 3 lot in. You said, "Now let's do 5."
Yep.
So where it bounced was weekly kickoff high 20,530. When 3 points through it, and then we left a failed downside auction. At that point, I would have probably been out of that trade.
Nice.
Mr. Michael Patak is in the chat. Good morning, Michael.
We had an unrealized P&L of exactly 100 points to the penny.
Yeah, we did.
Yep. Our entry was 627.5, and the low point of that move while we were in it was 527.5. So, yeah, great trade. I mean, when you trail it, you trail it, and it's easy to say, "Oh, you should have closed it out at the low."
No,
I always say,
I mean, that's just two kind of levels of confluence with weekly kickoff with the bounce and then leaving the potential failed downside auction. It's not a true failed downside auction yet.
Not yet.
And then the conversation.
What's up, Michael?
Michael's in the waiting room right now. Michael's in the waiting room at the doctor's office.
Yeah,
I'm ready to have some fun.
Okay.
You'll sleep through it.
He's looking forward to you again. In about 15 minutes or so. Nick4ATick with the joke of the day.
Yep.
Dakota does have a bear up behind him.
Yeah.
Why am I laughing, Lost Trader? You know exactly why I'm laughing, Lost Trader.
And scroll up in the chat.
Yeah. All right, Michael. We don't need to play-by-play like that, man. We don't need that kind of level of detail. We know what's going on.
I didn't need to scroll up. I should have never just read it.
No, we got it. We got it. You want transparency, folks. You're getting full transparency.
He does on the holiday.
Markets, outside the markets.
Celebrating the holiday.
Yes. Hey, pushing higher. And YM still pushing higher. YM down minis, just absolute strong, just showing strength, pushing higher.
Yes, just still stuck around.
All right, well,
58.50s.
All right, yes, if we are ready, JD and Harden, let's get that in.
Give me 1 second on the leaderboard. I'll be right back with it.
You got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dow just keeps putting in new highs.
I mean, we did get the 3-bar reversal to the long side here in the NASDAQ on the 5-minute chart right here. There's the reversal candle. And then the trade would be to get long where our stop loss was. That's why I love having that stop loss where it was, is because stop loss should be an area of invalidation and where I would maybe even gotten long. But then I'm looking at this as a pullback and then possibly a continuation down lower.
$20,568 last trade in the NASDAQ, pretty much hugging up against VWAP 564. NASDAQ, look at the ES. ES staying stronger. Keep an eye on this Dow. Dow is just relentless right now. Pushing higher, pushing higher, pushing higher. Last trade, 43,262. New all-time highs there. Again, we opened up around. Yes, like a well-oiled machine.
Nikkei's holding pretty strong as well. We broke out of that. If you guys remember, I think it was Friday when I was talking about this pattern here on the Nikkei, which is, if you guys don't know, it's a Japanese market. And this is a beautiful flag wedge, whatever you want to call it. And we broke out. And Nikkei's holding above 40,000. This was my overnight trade. I ended up getting long at like 39.75 47.75, and I held that. I closed it out early. I closed it right at 40,000. But maybe tonight during slow markets, maybe we see a nice big move on a breakout trade. The Nikkei.
Nick, we've got the S&P is negative 14,000 in Delta, and we're running towards the highs here.
No kidding.
Yeah, I think this is just a lot of options positioning, other things into monthly options expiration this week. Could just be seeing some weird things going on. I can't really explain it. We're just holding near the highs within a few points of these large strikes. There's really not a ton of interest outside of that sell down that we caught on the NASDAQ and pushing us lower. ES look at this. Like NQ pulled all the way back to the opening range. ES barely pulled back like 3 or 4 points.
Yeah. Very strong.
Opening range, excuse me. The entire initial balance basically NQ traversed. ES has barely moved.
Yeah, it left a failed downside auction.
Yep.
In the NASDAQ. Crazy.
I just seen your comment, Nick.
What's going up? MP giving us.
There's always a good colonoscopy joke somewhere.
Yes, there is.
The thing is, it's when you come out of the anesthesia. Is my wife and that I could have swore that they were aliens. I was talking out of my ears. My wife was laughing. They were laughing, and I was like 100% serious. So be careful when you do come out of that anesthesia. You're going to be saying things that you probably will regret later on in the day.
Oh, I was. I think I was 19. I was in college. I had bought my first Ducati. My parents had no idea. My mother had no idea. And I was coming out of shoulder surgery, and I surprised her with it. And I had no idea I did that.
Oh,
she was not happy.
I'm sure mom was just thrilled. Yeah.
Nice.
You had Ducati. That sounds pretty badass.
Yeah, I've had a couple. I not anymore. I sold it shortly before I got engaged. I sold my last one, which was a fun little custom scrambler build that I did, kind of cafe racer style. But no more. Now there's a kid on the way. No more bikes for me.
That's what Hoag said.
Yep.
Man, these 3-bar reversals are paying today in the NASDAQ.
Interesting. How many times have you seen them, Dakota? Can we go to your chart really quick before we go to JD? Show us a couple examples where you see 3-bar reversals.
Yeah, here's my chart. Let's see if we can get that maybe pulled up. Okay, so the first one that we saw was right at basically the high right there. This is a 3-bar reversal. We have a nice trending market. Then we have, I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. Here's the reversal candle. And as soon as it broke, that one paid really well. Maybe there was an argument to take this one. You could have squeezed out, maybe 10, 20 points on this one, but this one was hard to take because the candlestick was so long. The risk was too much. And then the one that we took in the house account, which was a beautiful one right here to the short side, where the 3-bar reversal, 1, 2, 3, and then the breakdown. And then again, we just seen it play out, another 3-bar reversal. And so far it would have made, up to 86s stop loss down there. So there's some opportunity. It doesn't always work like this. It's never that clean. It's just, it feels weird for it to be a holiday and for the markets to have this clean of a technical pattern set up.
Interesting. It's a pretty clean trade. All right, let's start to JD. JD, let's get some more stats in there. Then we got the draft results in about 6 minutes. What's up, JD?
Let's do it, Gabe. I'm sharing a screen. Eddie, let's hear that drum roll.
All right, here we go. Just straight to the drum roll.
It's going to be a snare, like
Get your cameras ready. Here we go. There it is. There are your top 25.
Yeah, I know
We've
those guys.
Rohini and Vincent eased into the top 10 after Friday's trading day. Rohini was trading in 5 XFAs Friday, made close to $35,000 trading the S&P and NASDAQ, popped from 14th place up to 6th. Then we've got Vincent. Vincent made about 10 grand across 5 XFAs trading the S&P and crude oil on Friday, moving him up from 12th place to 7th place. And then down there in 23rd place, you see him? It's our guy, Our guy Mohammed. Don't go crying to Muhammad if you're not on the leaderboard today, guys.
Oh, Mo.
Muhammad jumped 11 positions on the board. He was trading in 5 XFAs, made a right around $8,000 on Friday to get a boost from 34th place to 23rd. Nice job, Muhammad. All right, those are some of the bigger movers.
Wow. Look at the average winning days of some of like the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Ball numbers up
Bravo,
there.
5,600.
Pro Ball.
Those are
Look at that
decent
average
numbers.
losing day for some of them.
And then the average losing days. Yeah. So there's a little bit of a, a hot hand fallacy. If when you're hot, press it. I get it. But wow, those are some big losing days too. I didn't even see that.
They're on there. Yeah. Nick4ATick sitting in 8th place, and Coach Dakota in 10th.
Down to 10.
Names in the top 10, guys.
Oh, man. Hey, we got to let them close in 4 minutes.
Oh, yes, we do. Also in 4 minutes, just after the London close, we'll have Coach Hoop on the line. Coach Hoop will be in the house.
Good stuff, JD. Thank you, partner.
Thank you, JD. Yeah. Coach Hoop's going to get to meet his new team.
Oh, boy.
Pit Raiders.
Hoop. Do they give it do you guys have a time when that's going to happen?
Very shortly, Dakota. Probably within about 3 or 4 minutes. When's Coach Hoop?
Okay.
We got Coach Hoop. We're bringing him online here.
Go. I'm excited. I can go get some popcorn. Be right back.
Yeah. Get your popcorn.
Bring enough for everybody.
We start talking about it now for those that are watching. Once we get Hoop in here, we asked you guys all last week to check in. 3 times a day we had check-ins. Morning, lunch, afternoon. Check in. We had over 10,000 submissions. 10,000 submissions.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And those that the more times you submitted, the better chance you had your name being selected. So, like Buford Z, you can put 2 and 2 together. Yes, Buford Z. If you checked in 15 out of 15 times, best likelihood to get selected. So, is it like a lotto pool? We'll show you, Nick. Skinner, don't stand by. We knew you'd ask. How we do it.
Mm-hmm.
So for the interest of time.
I'm excited.
Yes, for the interest of time, we did it this morning, right? We did this one, recorded it all. We're going to show you, but we have the names. We're going to reveal the names.
There goes NASDAQ.
NASDAQ's on off. Wow.
Right back down below.
Danielle.
IB low.
Okay.
Yes, right to the icebergs once again.
Yep.
About a 4,000 negative delta right there.
Mm-hmm.
A little more than that.
Yeah, the chat noticed I have like a 27% win rate. That's I'm used to that, guys. 27.
You're well managed, Dakota. Your management.
If you notice, Dakota's is
phenomenal.
30%. His like profitable day is like $3,000. If you saw mine, it's like 70-something% winning days. And my average is like $1,000. So 2 very different ways of trading.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's many ways.
2 different ways. Two of the top. These are some of the best traders on the leaderboard right here. 2 different ways. 2 different ways to attack this market. Both profitable.
Right.
Which is awesome. As long as the math 100% Dolby. The math on your side. Yeah, like we're saying, we're seeing some more sellers here, but about the VIP again, you guys checked in. As you guys to check in throughout last week, you guys delivered. We're gonna Hoop on here. You get to meet your new coach. Coach is gonna get to meet his new team.
Dakota, am I crazy for wanting to long this right now?
I don't think you're crazy.
I see exactly what you're seeing, Nick.
But my only word, we're holding the icebergs, but like, does ES move a little bit lower finally down towards maybe the middle of, maybe to 85s or something? And then, the NQ would have a much more exacerbated move to the downside towards previous day high, possibly. I just
would like to see
second time we're knocking on these icebergs. That's why.
100.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see closer to 500 coming into play before getting into a long. I mean, we broke out of that range. That's the thing, is the range that we broke out of. It's a pretty big zone. I like to see us at least get into this zone, see some type of reversal pattern. I say zone. This is the zone. This is the height of this consolidation that we've been consolidating for about 3-4 days. And so if we do get back into it, that's where I would be okay with the reversal. That there is an argument to be made right here, because this is the original breakout. That's the resistance we ran into, and resistance can become support. Basically, right here, right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Could rotate down to 500s, 590s, 590s, 490s, that previous day high type area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is we were range bound. When you break out of the range, we come back, and if we retest the highs, and that becomes support. And it just matter, is that going to become support, or is this right now where we're looking going to becoming support? And it's always a zone. I mean, you never know until after the fact.
Hoop.
Or do we just accept right back into it?
Right.
Hoop, Euro has closed. Hoop, get on the phone with us. Hoop, get on the phone. Get on the horn with us. You're going to get to meet your new team here shortly. I love your top step levels, Hoag, according to Hungry Trader.
Awesome. Hope they help.
I do too. Just as added confluence for my own levels. And sometimes I'm like, wait, what's this other one on my chart? I'm like, oh, it's Hoag's level. Yeah, I guess that makes perfect sense.
Such a good feeling.
All the time.
It just like reaffirms like, what is this line? And then I'm like, but it kind of, I get it. I kind of understand why that's there. And then, yep, someone who's been in this industry a lot longer than I have with some good insights.
Well, you guys are too kind. I appreciate that. Either. I hope they help everybody.
We are going to do this VIP here coming up here, but hey, if your name is not called, don't fret. We've got, this is moving forward. We got pedal to the metal. We will be having this again and again. We're loving what we're getting from our reviews from our traders and what it is doing for our traders. So
yeah,
hang in there.
Well, I mean, we've got Coach Paul's team getting drafted later this week as well. So, and we're going to be backfilling the 3 existing teams. So there's more opportunities coming. We're not one and done around here.
No, we're going to trying to get everybody that we can.
Well, Dakota, Hoag, we articulated why longing right there, and here we go. Another trade that we could have taken. That looked good, sounded good when we were talking about it. But there are points to be had today on a slower holiday type price action that we are seeing.
We're seeing better opportunities today than I thought we would have.
Yeah. In the last few Mondays, I feel like have been pretty terrible for us anyway on fast markets. The last couple of weeks, it's been slow. It's been
brutal.
There hasn't been a lot of opportunity.
Hey, but lo and behold, the bank holiday is the one that delivers. Jeez, Mark, that's the beauty of this job. It's the beauty of what we do. Just
ACH,
you never know.
baby.
100% anything can and anything will happen. Like we said, the summers were supposed to be the doldrums. The summers were on fire this year. And Fed cut rates, then we kind of went sideways. We're just looking at the same prices for weeks on end. Sure enough, we got some more rocket fuel, making new all-time highs in the ES and the Dow. On bank holiday today, we'll be putting new all-time highs. That's why this.
We don't speak about the beginning of August either. We had 100-point range in every minute.
Remember that? We're range bound. How much?
Japan-ageddon, whatever we want to call that at those 12 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Man, great time to be a trader right now.
Japan-ageddon.
We got gold back on the bull. 75% long here in the tilt. 26.6607 long average price. 60% in the money.
I mean, I would like a long the NASDAQ. I want to see us pull back to like the 40s and then get into a long. But yeah, I see exactly what you're seeing. And we kind of made a run for liquidity, ran some stops right there at the 27, 26, and straight up. 3-bar reversal just happened.
Mm-hmm.
The main reason I wouldn't have taken it, I just was kind of waiting for like, hey, do we get that excess low push? And we didn't get it, but still pretty safe long if you were just taking a kind of a feeler. throwing a one lot on or something and just letting it ride, a couple micros, whatever.
I'm taking
Then
this
you could
3-bar
always add.
reversal in a paper account. We'll see if the 3-bar reversal pays. So this is the idea, right? There's the reversal candle. We broke above it. My entry is going to be right at the high of that candle. And then the stop loss is going to be at the low of the candle. And yeah, right now it's not. These candles are so wide that the risk reward's not that great. We'll see how this one plays out.
Food breaking here.
Excited for that. I'm excited for the draft. Who's the Robert Goodell? Is that MP?
I think he's Roger. Yeah, MP is Roger. Jerry Jones, all of them in one.
How about Jerry Jones' birthday yesterday? Cowboys getting absolutely walloped.
Oh, just
Smoked. Oh my goodness.
by the Lions.
Absolutely smoked.
Living in Dallas and hating on the Cowboys is like my favorite pastime.
It's so much fun. Even from here from Chicago, Nick. We love doing it. We love goofing on the Cowboys.
I have no NFL allegiance. I have no bias, but it is so fun to hate them here. And there's like such a self-loathing of Cowboys fans too. It's great.
It's that one. That was very enjoyable to watch.
Hey, Andre, I'm getting a phone call, brother. I got
to be
somebody
9-7 and be, in week 18, potentially make the playoffs, and then we'll find a way to choke.
Yes.
Man, I'm getting a phone call. Let me go ahead and port him in real quick.
Do it.
I think we got somebody for you guys.
What? Hello?
Hoop, you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Check.
Wow. Coach Hoop. Loud and clear,
boys.
my man. What's up? Welcome to Topstep TV. Welcome to Fast Markets. Are you excited?
A little nervous, but yeah, been doing my prep.
Okay, what are you nervous about? You're about to get 50 VIP traders underneath your belt. The Pit Raiders. What are you nervous about, Hoop? Talk to us.
The coaches that are here before me is pretty tough company. So, I sit in a lot with Coach Paul and Coach Jay. So I've just been spending the last month or so just really soaking in what they do and kind of really excited to kind of have my own team for sure.
Hoag, Eddie, say what's up.
Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous, Hoop.
Yeah.
You got this, man. You're old school. You got this,
Exactly.
man. You got this. I'm excited
Yeah,
for you.
know-
This is really cool.
Hoag, you got to jump in Discord. I got a little bit of free reign there a little bit. So I came across old video of Futures 101 class when traders used to have to go with Mickey Hoffman. And we had to learn how to put our hands up and bid and offer and, all those, learn how to ARB and all those things. So I just, 30 plus years of being around the markets is what I'm trying to help my traders with, and probably more, I'm not the technician, but I'm more the fundamental guy and more about psychology, especially from guys like us who converted from the floor to the screen, where you have, I think Linda Raschke said it, all this stimulus of being in a pit, yelling, screaming, to now, I have 6 screens that I stare up and, thank God sometimes I think Nick says it too. I got you guys, so I don't, throw the mouse, throw the keyboard or whatever.
Look, Hoops, I mean, you've been a coach with us for a very long time, whether you know it or not. He's been with us in Squawk Radio many years, and you've been positive. You've helped traders throughout those years. So I think this should be just in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Discord and teaching, I mean, I guess, I coached basketball and I coached golf. So, I'm definitely that old school, more back to basics kind of guy. And that's kind of what I've been teaching and going through. I think, I reached out to Hoag when and he was doing one of his sessions and said, there's so much information flying through our brains now, processing it, that's what I told the people in class is that, it was React That's what I did for 10 years down there is react. And now it's process, then react. So it's a little different.
Well,
Hey,
Hope,
Hoop,
you
real
sent a
quick,
couple
how tall
photos
are
that I
you?
wanted to share.
Yeah, we're about to see
6'5".
this, Eddie. 6'5".
How
Eddie,
tall are you, Hoop?
you are actually in one of these photos.
Oh, no.
We got some photos. What do we got here?
Yeah,
Hoop,
we
did you
got
know we
some
have photos?
Oh, no.
Yeah. What do we got here?
Mm.
Oh, look at those
I
four.
remember
There
that.
he is.
Yep.
Michael's tall, too.
What
You're
are you
taller
like,
than Michael.
6'4", 6'5"?
6'4", 6'5", probably shrunk like we all do when we get older.
Got a couple
Yeah.
inches on Michael. All three. Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. All right.
Oh,
Where's
nice
that, you
pick.
guys? That's on the floor, right? Oh, what are we
It's at the
looking at here?
board.
Well, that's right outside the Dow pit, kind of looking towards like the meats, and I think the Euros were kind of over Michael's right shoulder there. Meats were kind of over Eddie's left shoulder, but they were a little bit lower. So in front of us is the Dow pit, and then if we were to look to our left from where we were standing, we could see into the S&P pit right there. That was right by Eddie. That was right by your desk there, where you
My desk.
ran
Yeah.
Squawk Radio when we were on the floor.
Squawk Radio.
Yep. Yep. I still got my kids' buttons on there with a little cheerleader and a little football player. It was what, 14 years ago?
Man.
12, 13 years ago, something like that. Hoop?
2011. I think it was 2011, 2012, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Awesome. Excellent. Excellent. All right. What else we got here? Let's see. Whoa. That is a cool jacket, Hoop. What's on there?
Just all the playing card stuff. You know, my brother, who I clerked for in the bellies, he had an extremely obnoxious jacket. And it just, you know, in a group of guys, it stood out. You know, when you're trading around 30, 40 other guys, it's just, you know, instead of having a red jacket on or whatever, you just stood out. And the other fact that I sweat and the backside of that thing's all mesh too, it helps. So
big time.
You know, when you're herding cattle in there.
Herding cattle.
Look at the
gold badge.
For trading. Yeah, gold badge. Gold badge, you mean?
I was able to walk into any pit at the CME and trade if I wanted to. So
how about that, folks?
Do you remember this one with the Globex slider?
Yeah.
I
actually have one of those.
Yeah, that's when I semi had the Denny Terrio hair of the 90s. Yeah.
Denny Terrio. Incredible.
Jerry Seinfeld on that picture, isn't it?
Does.
Yeah.
It's the club mullet.
Exactly.
We all had those, right?
Go to America's Bar later on. Yeah.
Very nice. All right, Hoop. So as you know now, Hoop, 10,000 submissions. Those that checked in the most last week improved their chances of being selected for Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Coach Hoop, did you pick the name Pit Raiders, or did we pick that for you?
I did not, but I think it's funny. I played junior college basketball at Oakton, and that's what they were called, was the Oakton Raiders. So I guess it's all same hat for me, right?
Oakton is, yes, you do. All right, well, I think if we're ready, let me know back there in production. Let's take a quick look at the markets here while we just build the suspense here. Last trade, 548 in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 58.95 in the ES. And without further ado, Gabe, it's about that time. What do we got? Uh-oh. Hold on.
Now we're really going to club.
Here we go.
Okay, Hoop. Gabe, talk to us. Hoop,
Right,
this is Coach
we are
Hoop.
ready.
Hoop.
Coach Hoop. So
That's
we are
the
going to
play.
quickly play a video that our team recorded this morning of drafting the list with the help of Robert's Chat GPT script that he built. So let's go ahead and run this video real quick, and then we will get right into showing the list.
We did it, folks. All right, Robert, so you knew they were going to ask us, how exactly did you pick the 50 names for Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders team? Robert, please show us how the sausage is made.
Yeah, Hoop, here we go. Just a randomized selector built with GPT here. We put all the names in the list. We make a file out of it, and this will randomly select the 50 names, asking us to upload the file. We have them all listed, dragging the VIP names into the GPT. And there we have it. We click upload. What it's going to do is just take a look at all the names in there, ask us how many we would like. You're choosing 50 from this list. What it's going to do is search those names, pick out 50 randomly, and then give us to them in alphabetical order. Hoop.
We go.
Hoop, 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 hoop. 34. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And there are the 50 names.
How about it?
How about it? Yeah. Congratulations, everybody. Anj, we'll kick it back to you, and we'll get those names out to everybody.
Thank you. Congratulations.
All right. So there is the video of how we got the list. And here is your Pit Raiders starting lineup.
All right. I don't think we're going to read all of these names now, folks, but get in there, take a screenshot, look for your name. Look at that beautiful starting line. We'll name off a couple real quick. Pharaohs. I mean,
Blessed.
Yeah, take a look. You guys, the winners will be notified if you have been selected. Yeah, start reading off some names you see them there, but the names will be emailed to check your inbox.
Are these Discord names? Are these YouTube names? Like, that's probably a good question for people. These are Discord names.
All right, take a shot there. But again, Kenny, shout out to everyone. If you see your names, ATL Travel and Trade. Holy bleep, I won. Yes, you did. Congratulations.
Nice.
Congratulations to everyone that won. Don't forget, there are more. We got another draft for Coach Paul's coming up later this week when we'll be backfilling some of these teams. Anyways, congratulations. Hoop, are you there, Hoop? What are your thoughts? You've seen some of these names. You got 50 people under your wing now, Hoop. You are now a VIP
Trying to
coach.
see if there are any Discord guys, but I think I see a couple that are been in the room. I've been doing Discord about a month, so.
Okay, all right. Well, you're gonna get to meet. So, do we have you guys get to meet Hoop again? The winners will be notified in their email. Yes, congratulations to all the winners. Pit Raiders starting lineup. Hoop, how do you plan on approaching this? You got 50 people under you. I don't know if you're going to have time to go one-on-one with everyone. You're just going to go high level with it and see where it goes from there. Hoop, what are your thoughts? I mean, you've been a coach, like Eddie said, you've been coaching forever. How do you approach something like this when you have 50 VIPs under your belt?
You know, I think all good coaches take a little bit from everything, not only they've learned, but from the coaches they work with. So, you know, mine is definitely more, you know, it's kind of cool because like I watch Dakota and people are always in his chat looking for like this super technical setup. And, you know, he keeps it super simple. And I think sometimes we always realize keeping it, you know, just sometimes more simple than trying to take, I mean, there's so much info out there. So mine's going to be more just keeping it fundamental, you know, risk management, and more kind of getting more of a psychology of some of the trading that's going on. I think I get a lot of that in Discord that, you know, people can, it's the question you hear all the time. Hey, I can do it in a practice account. I can't do it in a combine, or I can do it in a combine. I can't do it in XFA. So clearing those hurdles is what I'm going to be working with my team on. So, and I think every trader's a little bit different. So I know I've sat in with a little bit on Coach Jay and the VIP with his, and he's awesome. So it's great to hear kind of other traders talk it out. So just taking a little bit from everything I've learned over 30 years, and just like what, you know, Hoag and Eddie do, and kind of share our knowledge. And, you know, instead of, you know, you getting, you know, maybe like Nick says, a paper cut, as opposed to some of the, you know, some of the little more war wounds of 30 years of trading, you know. So I think it's just more of a simple approach, and keeping it, and just trying to keep it on the rails.
Awesome stuff. Hit Hoop, one last second. when you are coaching them, will you be speaking in all caps? We use the caps lock when speaking to your team.
You know, if I get pissed off enough, maybe I'll do it. You know, I'm the worst typer in the world. So if you guys always see that, I mean,
tell them why.
You know,
tell them why you're always in caps. For the 5,300 people watching around the world on Topstep TV, why are you always in caps there, Hoop?
Because I look at the damn keyboard all the time and don't look up. And then as I see I finished the sentence, it says caps and I didn't take my cap locks off. So sometimes there might be a little anger about it, but you know, but more often than not, it's because I'm a horrible typer. So
horrible typer. There you go. Horrible typer, great trader. 30+ years of experience on the floor. Well, Hoop, congratulations. You got your team. We're reaching out to all the winners shortly. If you didn't see your name on there, check your inbox later today. Hoop, what are your thoughts? Hey, real quick, Hoop, before you beat me to the punch, oil. I'm about to make new lows almost. So new lows in oil, Hoop. So I had to beat you there. But anyways, Hoag, tell your buddy take care, and we'll see him on the other side, Hoag. Hoop.
Yeah, Hoop, man. We're glad to have you on board. Looking forward to seeing the successes that you're helping these people create. And just give me you got my number. Give me a call if you need anything. If I can do anything to help, just let me know. But you're going to be just fine, Hoop. We're very happy to have you here. And a lot of 50 really lucky guys, lucky traders, lucky gals get to work with you. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, you know, I will just say this, Hoag. I always appreciate, you know, you and Eddie and I go a long way back along with MP. And I just want to thank, you know, Danielle and Tim and Gabe and Trenton for kind of setting this all up. You know, sharing your knowledge, you know, and helping other traders who are struggling or getting really close to it. I'm really excited for the opportunity for sure.
Loud and clear. Thank you, Hoop. You sounded loud and clear. Shout out to everyone that got this off the ground and behind the scenes. All right, Hoop, we'll see you later. We'll see you in the chat. Thanks again for everything. Let's get back to these markets, fellas. Dakota, Nick, Nick, I saw you do a shoulder shrug really quick while we were doing the draft. What was that?
Just that long continuing to kind of rebid off the initial balance low that we were talking about earlier and then move back higher. So you had a chance to go break it, maybe fall back, but that 40s area, 540s on NQ, continuing to hold, which is basically the initial balance low. So even if you miss it the first time, like we were talking about, you had a chance to get in to potentially go traverse value once again if buyers can step on the gas here. ES still does not want to leave the highs of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So as we go into lunch hour here, zombie drift, low volume, martini guys are gone. If they even are at the office today with the bank holiday itself. But yeah, any traders that were here are probably going to wrap it up here for lunch anyway. So we could continue to drift higher.
And I just closed out of my long 3-bar reversal, paid again. I'm up 22,000 in my exit
Easy, man.
3-bar reversals for the win today. Shout out to Dakota, man. That's a textbook. So
it's a great day.
Yes, there are more VIP spots. Hoag, thoughts on the rest of the market as we go into power players and the rest of the trading today? Hoag, what are your thoughts so far?
Well, with the strength in the S&P and in the Dow, I think you got to be careful being short the NASDAQ as long as we can hold that IB low like Nick was talking about, 541. We still have negative delta in the S&Ps, about 2,100 negative. Starting to see a little bit of a delta divergence. I could see this thing take out the high of the session. If that's what it's going to do, that's what it's going to do. And the Dow is just continually just like you said, a well-oiled machine to the upside here today. Much better opportunities than I thought we would see today. Are they over? I mean, you got the S&Ps, you got the NASDAQ really kind of in short time frame kind of ranging here. So just be careful. Dakota, you should probably finish your day and go do something else. Nick, let's see what other opportunities we have later on. There's always more opportunities later on if you're gonna stick with it, and hopefully everybody has a good trading day.
Awesome.
I'm going to lock myself out right now.
Do it.
Attaboy.
There you go.
Look at this, folks.
This is something that we should be doing a lot. I should be doing it a lot more. So locked out. Done. I think I'm just going to go through and we're good.
Nice job.
Manually locked out and done. I do think that NASDAQ can break through these 80s and come back up and test a run above 600. But I took what I'm happy with. 22K.
Absolutely.
Minus
Absolute bacon.
the more important 3,000 or 2,600 live.
It happens. All right, guys. Well, at this point in the day in the fast markets, we like to do the appreciations. We're going to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for? I'm going to throw it to these guys on screen here. But before that, I know there's people bummed in the chat. Your name wasn't selected. It was 50, right? Don't worry. It's not the end of it. We are drafting for Coach Paul's team later this week. We're drafting a few additional traders to backfill the existing teams. And we're only going to grow this thing, guys. All right, this is just the start. This is the first round. We just got Coach Hoops, Pit Raiders. We're going to keep growing this and growing this and growing this. This is not the end of this, just the beginning. Stay tuned with us. Keep working with us. You know we got your guys back, so stay tuned. Keep getting a chance to check in. The more check-in forms with your name on it, the higher chance you have of getting into a VIP team in the future. Just hang tight with us. I promise. We're going to keep growing this thing. Anyways, with appreciations, chat, what are you appreciative for? In the chat, hit us up. Let us know. Appreciations for the market and the payday. I'm thankful for the Topstep TV and the crew. Love it. I love it. All right, I'll go to my man, Hoag. Hoag, what are you appreciative for?
Oh, as always, my God, my family, and my country, and I'm appreciative of the community that we've got here. I think it's such a great community, and I know some people are excited that they got drafted. Some people are not happy they didn't get drafted, but like Andre says, there's going to be more opportunities all the time. We're growing this thing, and again, I appreciate the entire community we've got here, good, bad, and everything else. So appreciate you all.
All right, Eddie, my man, Eddie, E-Money,
yes.
Comedy. What are you appreciative for?
You know what? I'm gonna give some props to our coaches stepping up and taking this responsibility, putting a lot of traders under their wings, and we're seeing a lot of success. So props to our coaches and those that are working hard.
Eddie, Mr. Nick4ATick. What are you appreciative for?
I am appreciative for the little family that's about to get bigger. I am T-minus for less than 4 weeks to becoming a daddy. So looking forward to continuing to spend the last few, weeks as, just whatever you would call it, still a newlywed couple. I mean, it's been about 2 years, so I guess it's a little longer than that. But the family gets bigger, so enjoying just it being the two of us for a little while longer.
Nick, quick question: career change, left to say goodbye to big tech, jumped in the pool, cannonballed into the trading pool. Newlywed, just got married, and now you're having a child. Does life come at you fast sometimes, Nick?
It does, but I think you just need to be prepared to kind of move on the fly and not, cry about it. Shit doesn't always go everyone's way. So you kind of just need to throw yourself into it, which is the way I've always lived my life. You kind of figure things out as you go. I can spend hours talking about all that. So we'll save that for another day. But yes, I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's worked out well for me.
Man. Congratulations. We love you around here, Nick. Great addition to Topstep TV and Mr. Coach Dakota with the big grizzly bear behind him. Coach Dakota, what are you appreciative for on this day?
The same as everybody else. Coach Hoop, I mean, that's so exciting to see Topstep continue to do things like this, adding value without any hurdles or any strings attached. It's something that's beautiful, and it's the idea that it's a marathon, not a sprint. We see traders blowing up all the time, which is fine as long as you get back up just as much as you get down, because no matter how fast we want to go, I mean, it's the fact that we don't stop. Whether we're just taking small little steps, eventually we'll get there if you don't stop. So Delesh is a good example. I mean, I know we joke about it, but there's something to it when it comes to consistency.
Yes, 100%. Thank you, Dakota. And I'm appreciative for the guys in the background there. Look at Hoops Tech dialed in. The audio sounded crystal clear. No problems. Didn't skip a beat there. Shout out to Gabe. Shout out to Tim for getting that all dialed in and all the production team behind. Shout out to all the team members, the VIPs on Pit Raiders. Anyways, that being said, we got power players coming up. Mr. Peter Tuckman going to be in the house. I'm sure he's fired up on this Monday. Anyways, it's Topstep TV. Fast markets. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, We've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass TopStep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a TopStep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a TopStep funded trader today.
can't spin around with this mic cord. Happy Monday, everybody. In this house, Peter Tuckman is a hero. End of story. Peter, how are you doing
You guys
today?
are the
New
greatest.
highs on the holiday. What's going on?
You know what? I mean, I'm fascinated by it. I think, you know, I really am convinced that there is still massive tranches of money on the sidelines, cash, of people who've been waiting around, who've been listening to that, you know, the chatter, the little person on their shoulder talking about recession and depression and, you know, the death cross and all the other craziness, and that, you know, that the market is not in good condition, and the bank's balance sheets are not great, and the consumers struggling, and that the Fed's doing this and that and all that other stuff. And at the end of the day, you know, there are people who are still sitting around and waiting, people who are not understanding that, you know, and it takes some experience in the market that, you know, they don't want to pay the highs. But when the market does come in on those incredible opportunities that we've seen, April, July, August 5th, the first week of September, and then October 5th, these major, they were sell-offs, whether they were a week, a day, a week, or a month. They were the opportunities when people who wanted to get into the market should have taken that opportunity, because, you know, when they were trading at record highs, they loved them, but they didn't want to pay the top. And then when they come in, they start running from the movie theater screaming fire, fire, which is just such a, it's just, look, it takes experience to know that when the market's coming in, if nothing fundamentally has changed, then that's the opportunity to buy into the market. Right. And so, you know, that's why you guys do what you do and we would do what we do. We try and educate people about that posturing, that psychology of the market, right? Those are the times you look to buy. Find a company you love, have a shopping list, and when the market sells off and everything gets thrown out with the baby with the bathwater, you pick the stocks that you really like that you didn't want to pay the high for, right? So that's why think about it. This market just continues to go higher and higher, and I kind of think it's going to keep going that way. Look, my whole story can be completely thrown out in a minute if, you know, what happens in the Middle East escalates insanely, whether the election is a contested election and we don't have any clarity, day 2, day 3, day 4, that could cause some problems. You know, if you remember when Trump was elected the first time, we were down 1,000 points at 3 a.m. By the time we opened, we were up 1,000. It was a 2,000 point reversal before the market even opened after he was elected. So I don't think it has anything to do with the politics. It just has to do with uncertainty, right? Markets can handle anything except uncertainty. So I think we're going to get tossed around a little bit, but I think the net posture is going to be bullish into the end of the year. It just feels that way, you know, and I could be wrong.
Yeah.
100 times.
Meanwhile, we got NVIDIA within tickling range of its all-time high, trading 138.28 right now. Really, the only Mag 7 that's getting a little down right now is Tesla. Are you still bullish Tesla here on this pullback? Is that the only opportunity for one of these stocks to get?
So there's another situation. So let's talk about Tesla, because I'm actually, so just to mention it, on Wednesday, we are doing, Wall Street Global is having their masterclass, and Dan Ives, #1 tech analyst in the world, who called NVIDIA, who called Tesla, and is still bullish on Tesla. I spoke to him this morning, is going to be coming on Wednesday, and that's Tesla earnings day, and he's going to come on and talk about it. So please, everybody come and register and check it out. So look, obviously, there are a couple of things that have smacked Tesla down over the last couple of weeks, right? The stock has had a really good trajectory. Obviously, we're always at the what's the word? We're at the mercy of Mr. Musk, right? And so that always gives it some, but you know what? It's getting hurt. There's no question about it. Is this an opportunity? I'm not sure yet. At this point, it's down enough where I may wait for a little more momentum and buy it on its way back up than trying to pick a bottom. You know, it's the old Wall Street line is, you know, you don't want to go out there to try and catch a falling knife. And right now, if you look at the chart of Tesla, it looks a little bit like a falling knife. But you know what? We're going to talk to Dan. He's going to tell us. So if everybody wants to know what's going to happen in Tesla, and he's really a smart guy, that's what he does. He travels around the world, getting into the nooks and crannies of all the Mag 7, and he tells you at the end of the day what it is. Now, he may say to us, which he said to me this morning, is obviously it's getting hurt right now, but down the line, I would say 3 months, I think we'll be back in favor, and the stock will be heading towards new highs.
Well, there we go. Let's get into all those nooks and crannies with Dan. Anything else you want to tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy before you take this holiday off?
100. It's like the old English muffin. You remember? He tried to get butter inside the nooks and crannies. Yes. So look, this market is absolutely wild and crazy. There's no question about it. We are coming into the end of the year seasonality. We're in Q4, right? The question is, where do you want to put your money? My gut is that tech is going to rebound really beautifully. S&P seems really strong. If you guys want to look at the end of the day, as day traders, which you guys all are, you guys have the best platform out there in futures funded trading, and Wall Street Global Trading Academy, WSGTA.com, has a free masterclass once a month, usually around the middle of the month. Okay, this week it's Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It's live, it's free. It's with David Green and me and Dan Ives, talking markets, talking tech, just talking. And so please come. You got to register to be in it, and you are all welcome. And trust me, right now, we've turned Wall Street Global, which was mostly an equity trading school, is now, thanks to Topstep, is virtually 80% all futures. So if you're in the futures game, which I know you all are who are watching us, come out on Wednesday.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of holiday trading. Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you back on Friday. We'll see David before then. Check out the link we posted there. Peter, have a wonderful rest of your day. And
thanks, guys.
See you soon.
Check it out. Bye.
Meanwhile, we'll do a little line shift here. We're bringing in Dolby and Paul. Paul's a Topstep trader from the UK. I want to ask because I have not met many magician DJ pilots before, so I'm interested in that. A lot of synergies there. Looking forward to it. Checking in on the markets right now. A lot of movement on this bank holiday. The traders are out there, bit of a range, bouncing back and forth in the ES right now, right about the highs right now, which are, of course, the air horn all-time highs. Taking a glance around the other stocks, Mag 7, mostly positive today. NVIDIA is up its expected 2.5% today, but that's just a normal day for NVIDIA. Amazon down a smidge. VIX has retreated a smidge. As far as rates go, the 10-year is up to 4.13% yield. That is the high since going back to, gotta switch to my day chart here. That is the high going back to late July. And what a time that was. So I see Dolby and Paul in the green room right now. Gabe is there with the doorbell. Let's bring these lads in. Paul, hello. Welcome to Topstep TV. As Andre would say, you, my friend, are a power player. What's up?
Oh, $5 fine. Welcome to the club.
Yeah,
You are
either
muted,
you're muted,
sir.
Paul, or we have you muted, but we'll get that lovely voice of yours on here.
There you go. How's that?
Hey.
Perfect.
Yeah, okay. So $5 fine. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. So yeah, what I was going to say is I love this show. Is it you got a lot of contrast in this. You know, we talk about the good, we talk about the bad. We've just had the Einstein of Wall Street on, and now you got me. I mean, come on, guys. This is just talk about opposite ends. I love it. I love it.
You're the Newton of day trading, we'll say.
Well, no, I'm fairly new to this. I mean, I've been trading for 4 years, for sure. But as far as futures goes, I only really got involved because of my trading buddy Charlie. He strong-armed me into it. He was a member of Topstep, and he just kept going on about how good it was, and that I shouldn't be putting my own capital at risk, and that, you know, you want to join a prop firm and why it makes sense and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I know what you mean. But I was doing all right, and then I was not doing all right, and then small caps kind of dried up for me. And so I gave it a go back in January, and I had a go for about 3 months, and I got quite excited by it. But honestly, I was just throwing money after combine after combine after combine for quite a long time, and I was just, this is not working. So then I stepped away from it again, I went back to small caps for about 3-4 months. And then I decided 1 month, you know what, I'll just buy one combine. And if that blows within a week or two, it doesn't matter. I'll wait the month and then I'll have another go. Because what I've got to do is work out how you guys do this. And slowing myself down like that really has paid off. In as much as I passed the combine, I got an XFA. But what I would say about that process is getting an XFA, as exciting as that is, and it's like, right, okay, I'm a funded trader, etc., etc. I got there through picking levels and not really still honing a strategy. Does that make sense? It's like I had 3 or 4 really good days or 5 good days, and I still wasn't getting there. And then I decided to look into statistics and see if there was some sort of pattern that was going on. You know, what's the best way to trade this futures thing? You know, what's with this NASDAQ? That gives me heart attacks, the NASDAQ. What's with crude? What's with, you know, all these other things that you can trade? And I started looking at all of the different things and started working out. I sat down and I input manually into Excel 2 years worth of data for the NASDAQ, to see if the gap fill was something that I wanted to do. And then I discovered no, because it doesn't happen often enough. You know, it was like a 50-50. So I'm like, well, that's not good. And then I discovered this tool called Edgeful, which I know a few traders that have been on here have talked about. And man, that's just a game changer. I use Edgeful reports for finding all sorts of strategies. And the one that I'm trading the most and getting the most success with is the initial balance break, either to the upside or the downside, or even if it's a range day. It's like I've got the stats from Edgeful for every market that I want to trade, and what I look at is which days have we got a better than 75% probability of a given setup, given 6 months worth of data. And what I've discovered is on some days there's like Wednesday is a very, very quiet day. I'm just going to have a quick look, if you don't mind, at just to remind myself. So today, for those of us in London, there was a good opportunity. Well, it was a 92% probability that the NASDAQ would trade within, it would break out to the upside and break to the downside of the London range. And then it's the same for the Russell. And then other than that, once we got into the New York session, it was like, well, the only one that's really going to move is going to be crude oil. And I was a little bit nervous about trading that because of the current global climate. But actually, I've got my chart just there. I can see you brought it up there. So can I just say a real big thank you to Deanna, who is also a London trader, and she's a coach, because she is awesome. I mean, really, she really knows her stuff. Yeah, we do. And when it comes to crude and gold, she really knows her stuff. And this box here, you can see here, what that is that's the London 11 o'clock-ish reversal. And she mentioned it one time. And she said, it just strikes me that around about 11 o'clock, and it's not precise, but around about 11 o'clock, whatever direction crude is doing, it suddenly reverses and goes the other way. That's London time, 11 o'clock, right? So I don't know what time that is for you guys. It's pretty early, I think.
Yeah.
Like 5 a.m. or something.
5 a.m.
Yeah, 5 a.m. So, and I was like, well, yeah, that sounds like a good thing to watch. And I watched it. And for 3 weeks, it happened every single day. And I only traded it twice because I'm usually working during the day, right? And in fact, I do have a day job, right? So it's like I'm not always able to take that trade, but I've seen it happen time and time and time again. And then she also gave me some really good, or gave us in the lesson recently, about watching the 100 tick chart and how the 100 tick chart can give you a good indicator as to when to exit a trade, because she, like me, tends to leave the trade on and on and on. I never exit the trade, you know. I always take, so if we look at this, if I just expand this out a bit, and let's switch to a full chart view so you can actually see what's going on here. There we go. I'll take off the volume profile as well, because I'm not using that for this particular scenario. I use it all the time. But yeah, for now, I'm just going to turn that off if I can find it. There it is. So so here is the London IB high. Here's the London IB low. And for those that don't know, that's formed on the first hour of the day, right? Mm-hmm. And so what I decided to do was to also get from Edgeful the average extension to the downside and to the upside. Now, I haven't marked the upside on here because I didn't need it. We were trading down this way. So having seen that not only were we outside the average extension to the downside, but we were at this 11 o'clock my time reversal, I dialed this into a 3-minute time frame, and I just basically watched for the 3-bar reversal, which didn't really happen very well. If I show you that, it wasn't really a very clean 3-bar reversal. Let's just go back here, because we were right in this bit here. Right, so this is the bit that was the 3-bar. It's like, okay, well, so it's kind of broken out, but then it didn't, and then it just kept trading sideways. But I had a long from here with a stop just under it, right? So it's like, well, all you've got to do is wait for this to play out, and it's definitely a patient man's game, this. And sure enough, it started going up. So the profit target, the first profit target for me is a 50% midpoint between the low and the high of the IB range, which is right in there. I don't know if you can just about make that out. So that's that yellow line, the London IB mid. So from outside here, I want to take some profit off here. I'm going to take another one off there. I'll take another one off there, and then I'll leave a last one to just run and run and run. Now, we never got that opportunity because it reversed. But once we get past this London average range low and we hit this, I take the profit and then I move my stop to break even. And then as we get to the midpoint, I'll then move my stop up to the IB low, and just always leave one running. And that's been something that's really, really helped me a lot. And it's not just that. There's also this big dark, this sort of shaded area that you see here. This is from Coach J, right? So Coach J, who does the at the buzzer. Mm-hmm. He talks about the original balance, the opening range for the first 30 minutes of the Globex Open, right? So just as the market's open, you mark out that 30-minute range, and then you watch for the VWAP to drop outside that range. And once it drops outside that range, that then it very rarely comes back, right? So as long as this is here, you're in a short position. And yes, you can take it off. As I was saying, this is where if we're in short here, because we're down here, right? If we're in short through here and it's not really working for us, what we're going to do then is just look at the 100 tick chart, because then this is Deanna's exit indicator. And she says, basically, if we're in a downward trend like this, the first time you see 3 closed 100 ticks in the wrong side of this 9 moving average. So what you've got there is you've got the high, the low, and the mid 9 moving averages. And once you get 2 closed 100 tick bars the wrong side of it, that's your exit. That's your cue to get out. But I also watch the delta, which is something that Hoag always talks about, and I've got that on TraderView, right? So seeing the delta and looking for a divergence, that really helps as well. So there's a whole lot to this that I really didn't know was possible, but it really is starting to make sense. And I hope I haven't gone too far too quick for people.
That was perfect, because I loved how concisely you were able to explain your strategy for trading this. That was, I thought, very clear. And I'd like to welcome Dolby Time to the fold here. Dolby, you will be in command of the house account should we decide to take a trade here, along with Paul. What are you looking at right now, Dolby?
Well, I mean, NASDAQ is really quite bullish. I'm still leaning bullish. I know we had that pullback off of like 680s in the NASDAQ, but we found nice support at 20,540. I would still be a buyer until further notice. It seems like to me, shorting any indice without news seems to be just a risky trade. And I'm not super interested in taking risky trades. I just don't think the value is there unless there's news in the market to push indices lower.
If I may be the devil's advocate, I think that there could. I'm looking specifically at the ES right now. Maybe be the opportunity for, dare I say, a cheap short if we think, given that it's a bank holiday, that we might be a little rangier as opposed to trying to start some crazy new move to the upside. Just something I'm looking at here as we go to the house account. Uh, Paul, do you exclusively trade CL, or do you dabble around in the equity indices or anything like that?
Oh, I do indeed. I do the MES mostly rather than the MNQ because the MNQ is a bit violent. The YM, I trade that. I trade the Russell. I trade gold, platinum, silver, copper, natural gas, and crude oil. So I look at all of those markets based on the the edgeful data that I get, and that tells me kind of which markets should be in place statistically speaking, because it changes day by day. So what's good on a Monday is not necessarily good on a Tuesday. And so I do look at them all. It doesn't mean that I'm diving into everything at once. I usually just pick. I have them all in front of me, and then when I see one of them is actually doing what I'm expecting, then that's the one that I'm going to trade that day. But I did have a question for you guys, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Just a quick, and that is on a day like today when there's a it's a bank holiday, as I understand, in the US. Does that mean we're losing like a third or 2/3 of the volume, and it's just a super light volume day and therefore infinitely more risky? Or is it a case of, well, actually, no, it seemed today that the NQ just went. Oh, and I did make money from that today, even though I don't like trading it. When I saw it move, I took a long and set a 40 tick trailing stop, and it just kept going and going and going and going. Stopped out a couple of times, but then I just re-entered it with another 40 tick stop, and each time I made $50, $60 on the way up before it reversed, right? So, what volume?
Here's my thoughts. This is sort of a new one on me. I mean, we'll know more as we go out through the day. The volume doesn't look terrible right now. It's not like where you're trading futures on one of those holidays where the stocks aren't open. Like the stocks are open today, so there's more business being transacted. I think when I was trading professionally, this is more of a day where I would be interested in trading spreads, especially if things get out of whack. Because, there's going to be a lot of noise versus signal, I feel like, in a market today, because it's just a little bit off, a little lower volume, little less interest. Obviously, no news today. What about you, Dolby? Have you been trading any of these sort of ambiguously open days?
I was thinking about it. It would be a great top quiz question if it ever comes back. What holidays are bank holidays, but the market is still open? I can't even really think about it. Typically, it is lower volume, but on lower volume, you can still get really big moves because there's not enough stuff in the way to prevent it from happening. But like with any day, regardless of what's going on, it's all about risk management, always. But this is like the times when you do your weekend prep, and it's like you want to make sure that you're aware that, yes, Monday is going to be a bank holiday. Yes, it might change trading up a little bit. And then you can just kind of tweak your plan from there and maybe tweak your expectations for what you're seeing. Part of the issue with trading is that we don't get a ton of experience with, more exotic market conditions. Like, how often do you get to experience this day specifically? Like once a year, maybe? And so it's tough to go back and study those times. You just don't get enough experience unless you've been trading for a really, really, really long time. Like, oh, I remember 2 years ago this happened. You can wrap that into your trading plan. So it is hard. It's all about expectations and just managing those, and you should be good to go. Paul, I actually have a question for you. Actually, a statement and then a question. One, I love that you are on top. You frequent Topstep TV, and then you've taken a little bit from each of our coaches, like a little bit from D, a little bit from Hoag, and then also a little bit from Dakota. And you're kind of adding all of this stuff into your toolbox as a trader. I think that's a really great idea that people from chat should definitely latch onto. Find a coach or something that you like and add something to your toolbox. My actual question is, how much of your trading is determined by your schedule? And if you had a different schedule, would your trading change?
That's a really good question, because I've been trying different time zones. I did. It was Coach Jay that gave us the opening
and
opening
Coach
grains.
Jay. I forgot. Sorry. So 4 coaches.
Yeah. So there's Coach Jay that gives us the J candle reversal that he talks about, and he talks about the opening, the Globex open 30 minutes ranges and VWAP and all of that. And I started because I was up late. So for me, Dakota's slow markets is like 1:30 in the morning for me, something like that. So it's really late, and it really messes my day up. But I started so when I first this is really funny actually. When I first passed the combine, one of my trades was real simple. It was buy one micro on the Nasdaq and hold it until the close. And we were going through an uptrend, right, day after day after day, and it kept making me $400, $300, whatever, with one micro, right? It was making me $300-400, and that's another thing. It's like, look, you don't need to make more than $500 a day, right? So lots of people shooting for, and I was one of them, shooting for $2,000 days and $5,000 days, because you see these coaches on there making huge money, Dakota particularly, right? And then you come to realize that actually that's not what you need. $500 a day is more than enough to pass a combine. And the other thing is, I also realized that you never need to trade anything other than micros, right? 2, 3, 5 micros, max size. That's it, to make really good money and to pass a combine very, very quickly. But yeah, so what I started doing with Dakota is I was looking at the overnight trades and thinking, yeah, okay, I'll put that on. And a couple of times that would work. I wouldn't follow his trades, but I try and work out my own, because he makes the point. He's like, none of this is signals. It's all about trying to work out your own strategy. And I think a lot of people sort of don't get that at first, but once you can work out your own strategies and work out how to do that, it's teaching a man how to fish, right? How to come up with your own strategy. That's the whole point. And so I'd try it, and I'd wake up in the morning and I might be $100 up, or I got stopped out for $50 or whatever. And then I started letting the stop be sort of $250 stop or a $400 stop, and then go to bed, and then wake up the next day and I'm starting the day $400 red. And it's like, man, this is such hard work. So for me, trading the overnight market, trading the Tokyo markets, that has not worked. And so I've come to the conclusion that I actually do best during the London session, which should be obvious, right? I live in London, so why wouldn't I? But there's a hell of a lot more volatility, and there's a hell of a lot more volume once New York steps in. So, once the American markets open, which is 2:30 my time, and so I'm trying to move things around in my schedule so that I can trade up until 4 p.m. my time, because then that way I can make the money easier. It's not that I can make more, it's that I can make the money easier, because my goal every day is, with any combines that I've got running, or if I've got an XFA running, it's make the $500 and lock it up. That's it. Be done. Don't keep thinking, oh, well, I'm on a roll, it's going to be a great day. It's like, no, just take the 500, right? You just keep taking the 500 every day and have a max daily loss of 400. Then on the days you get it wrong, you're down 400. And because I'm using statistical probabilities of 75%, 85%, 90%, I'm going to be right more times than I'm wrong. Right? Statistically, I have to be, if I execute the trades correctly. And so that will pass the combine. Yes, you're not going to do it in 3 days, doing it that way. It might take a week. It might take 2 weeks. If you're in a 150K combine, it could take almost an entire month. But you're going to get there. And in that process, you're going to learn a lot more about the market as well. Because I think we all rush to pass an XFA, and reality is that when you've got an edge, when you've got a defined edge, not just one strategy, one setup, you need a number to apply to different markets in different conditions and different times. Is it a range day? Is it a breakout day? All of that comes into play. And I'll come back to Deanna in a second. She said something really awesome. But then when you've got all of that, when you've got an edge, you're gonna pass the combine. You're gonna make money in an XFA. Until you've got an edge, you could pass the combine if you're lucky for 2 or 3 days, but unless you've got something that is consistent, that's gonna. What's the point? What's the point of just passing a combine if you can't then convert that into capital when you get to the exit, and then move on to a live funded account? So take your time, use the combine for what it's for, working out a strategy that really cooks. And once you've got it, just keep executing it until it's done. Let me just tell you what Deanna said, and that was she said, right, okay, guys, so you're looking at today, and you're like, well, this volume sucks. This is a range day. I don't like range days. And she said, now that's one way to go. Another way to go is, okay, if it's a range day, most of the time, I need to get better at trading range days, right? And I was like, hey, spot on. You need to be able to make money when it's breaking out. You need to make money when it's ranging. And if you can't do both, pick the one that you can't do. Do it in a practice account, right? Use a practice account, for crying out loud. Just 1 micro, 2 micros in a practice account. Why would you only use 2 micros in a practice account? I'll tell you why. Because it's not about how much money you can make. This is never about how much money you can make. This is about coming up with a strategy that works, that is consistent, that you can execute over and over and over again. And when you've got that, the money will come, guys. The money will come. But don't be focused on what you can make today, what you can make tomorrow, and what you can make next month. You know, when you're trying to form a strategy. When you're trying to form a strategy, it's not about how much money you can make. It's about getting it right consistently.
Getting it right consistently. Speaking of consistent things that are happening here, Gabe, we might need the air horn. Once again, ES is about to make new all-time highs here.
And away. Paul, if you see a trade that you are tempted to take, please let us know. I have the house account open here, so I'd be more than happy to place a real money trade. There is something that you are convinced has good odds.
Yeah, well, okay. So if I look at the statistical averages for today, we're in the New York time zone, and we're at the lunchtime of the New York time zone. This is really not my zone to take trades, but I'm just looking to see what statistically should work and what shouldn't work. And today is a different day. It doesn't seem that this is necessarily following it. Have we had a breakout yet in crude? Let me just have another look, because I haven't looked at it for about 3 hours. So
More like breakdown. Like we're range bound between like
broken down. It's broken down, and it's already at the average extension, right? Of the New York. I think that's right. Let me just double check that. Oh yeah, just let me take a few minutes to have a look, and I'll see if I can come up with something.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the tilt right now, 47% long the S&P, 70% long the NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude oil, 81% long gold. We got the gold bugs in the house.
It's been pretty long throughout the day here, Jack. Watching gold here.
Yeah, I was looking at gold earlier today, actually. I think I took a micro gold. Just having a look.
Another interesting dynamic today. This is yet another day where the 10-year rate is actually creeping higher while the stocks are going the new all-time highs. I want to throw my economics textbook into the trash bin of history right now.
I feel like that's going to confuse me on the Series 3, Jack.
Yeah,
like,
low
this
rates,
is happening in
high
reality.
rate. Yeah. Yeah, because they'll ask questions like, what do you hedge if interest rates are rising? And the answer is just buy stonks.
All of the above. That's the answer. I'm just going 1, 2, 3, 4 for all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack, how do you feel about that ES short? So, like, it's might be on sale right now. A little bit of a pullback.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it to lose a little bit of momentum here, and maybe we'll miss out on the trade because it'll just like fade back. But once again, it's not like shorting a Friday rally or something like that.
Right.
I have a bias towards it being somewhat rangy today, given that it's a bank holiday, no numbers. We got the only things on the juice today are such monumental events, such as ECB's Nagel speaks at 1:15. I don't know who that is. BOE's Dingra. I'm sorry. I don't know who they are either. ECB's Villeroy speaks. We finally got the Fed's Kashkari. Oh, they've already spoken. Now we're down to just Waller at 2.
Waller at 2.
Cash Perry at 4. Not a lot going on today.
How long's this set? 45 minutes?
What's
I was
up?
just looking at the... Sorry, guys. Carry on.
Just how long is this set? 45 minutes? How long's the performance?
We will see. We do know from last week, I don't know if you were watching last Friday, Paul, but we had the great Edgeful debate of somebody in chat put down that if the low of the week is made on a Monday, 100% of the time over the last 3 years, it makes new highs in the NASDAQ by Friday. And this set the chat into a tizzy. Let me tell you what.
There are so on the Edgeful thing, I would say that it's not as straightforward as just pulling up a report and following it. I got cooked by this because there was one thing. It's like I came up and it was like on a Tuesday, this is 100% of the time this is going to work. 100%. I'm looking for 80% setups, 90% setups, and this one I can't remember what the setup was, but it was like 100%, something to do with crude, I think. 100%, this is going to happen. And so I took that trade and it didn't work. I was like, well, what's that 100%? And then when I looked at the stats, it only happened once. So that exact scenario had only played out once. And on that one time, it succeeded. So therefore, it's 100%. So you do have to think about when you're looking at these reports. That's one of the reasons. I don't know if you can still see my screen there. But it's one of the reasons that if I look at the IB, because it's my favorite. Let's just have a look at gold. Because we're looking at gold and the initial balance.
Uh-oh.
Doing the screen thing?
So where it's a 7 in probabilities on a day, and this is one of the things that I do. So it's like, well, that's 65% likely, so I'm not going to take that. That's 69. That's 76. So there might be a breakout on a Wednesday, 84% on a Thursday. So that's cool, but what are the actual numbers behind it? And somewhere down here, there is the actual numbers. Because I remember looking at this and getting faked out by some of these reports. The other thing that I use is, I've termed it, I don't know if this is something that exists or if I've just made it up, guys, so please tell me. But I'm talking about we have multi-time frame alignment in trading, right? Where a 5-minute time frame agrees with a 15-minute time frame, agrees with the daily level.
Yeah, like fractal chart patterns.
Well, yeah, no, more a case of when if it's a breakout on the 5 minutes and it's also a breakout on the 15 minutes and it's also a breakout on the hourly chart, it's going to suddenly it's got a lot more conviction behind it, right? And I was looking at probabilities and I was looking at the possibility of combining multiple probabilities, so you get multi-probability alignment, if that makes sense. So this is where this ideas come from of looking what the range is on the day. And when you're at the low of the range, the extension to the low side, when you're at the extent of that, then it's a long, right? Because if the probability is 85% that it's going to touch both sides of the IB range, and you're already on the full extension to the downside, right? You're at the average extension low. You can take a long there with a short just immediately below it. So it's like, if I'm wrong about it, I want to be wrong by $50. But if I'm right, I can ride these 3 contracts all the way up through the IB to the other side and then on again. So that's where this sort of stuff comes in handy. And it's like, they tell you things like the dollar amount is going to move. So we're looking at gold here, but I think you guys were looking at the ES. So because today the ES is the thing is when you're on a maximum extension or you're hitting new highs, I'm not sure how likely this stuff is to play out. But nonetheless, if we're looking at the breakout for today, let's just have a look at it by weekday and see what we're likely to get. On a Monday, it's only 65% probable. So I wouldn't be playing that as a breakout trade, because even though it has broken out, do you see what I mean? 65% means it's not far off a 50-50, right? So it doesn't mean you can't trade it. It just means you don't know what it's going to do, which means you haven't got an edge. You can't decide that you can get in along at the low of the initial balance for the day, because we don't know what it's going to do. There's not a significant enough direction one way or the other statistically. But looking at your ES trade that you were looking at earlier, guys, I was just looking at the delta to see if the delta was giving us any indication as to whether or not we were drying up. And what I can see is that looking at my trader view chart, I can see that the level is kind of stopped moving, right? It's going along, but it's not really doing a whole lot. Now I'm looking at a 1 minute time frame on here, but the delta is also kind of stationary. It's not going up and it's not coming down. So I think we're at one of those quiet moments of decision, which is no help to anybody. But if it was me, I'd be thinking about a short, because it's like, well, the volume's drying up here. And so as the volume decays, do you know what I mean?
I'd give him a check mark. I'd give him a check mark for this, Dolby.
Great. How many contracts? I'm assuming short, what, 5904s?
Yeah,
where we are.
Maybe a fiver.
Done.
And I guess the profit target would be sort of somewhere down towards VWAP on the, because that's above the high. I love Hoag's levels, by the way. I know you were praising him earlier, but it's well deserved.
Rightfully deserved.
His levels are stunning, aren't they? And so, yeah, the weekly kickoff for high is just below the VWAP on my 30-minute chart that I'm looking at. So I'm just wondering how far we're going to get down.
What's the target? You said VWAP. On what time frame?
Well, VWAP is 58.83 on a 30-minute. I'm not sure what it is on a 5-minute. Let's have a look with a 5-minute time frame.
888.
Because the thing about the house account is we don't want to put this capital at risk for very long. We just want to make some money and get out.
What's the stop?
The stop would be, I would say, 906. I'd keep it very tight.
Or do you want something further out?
Little further than that. I mean, how much are we risking at 906 there?
Not that much, like $600.
Yeah, let's widen it out a little bit.
Oh wait,
I'm not used to these numbers.
Just move the decimal over one. It's fine. It's all the same.
Yeah, sure. So the other thing I do is I use tick charts as well, rather than ticks. I display the ticks rather than the dollar amounts on the bracket orders, because I find that easier to see. Do you know what I mean? And the other thing about doing that is if you've got, say, 10 ticks or 20 ticks of risk, you've still got that positions window down the bottom there that tells you exactly how much you're risking and what your reward should be, right, in the Topstep X platform.
Is that just like a mental thing for you, just seeing it in ticks instead of dollar signs?
I think it is, yeah. I think it's too what's the word? It's like an adrenaline rush. If you pull that stop down and it says you're stopping out $50. Well, okay, that's fine. You pull it down and it says $200, and you're like, I don't know if I want to risk $200. Do I want to risk $250? None of that should have any play in what's going on. Your risk to reward that I like to go for is 3-1 or 2-1, and so you just got to think, well, if I'm risking 20 ticks, then I'm looking to gain 40 ticks or 60 ticks. And when you look at the chart pattern, does that look like it could achieve it? If it doesn't look like it could achieve it, then don't take the trade. Do you see what I mean? But don't be worrying about the dollar amounts, because it's not about how much money you can make, right? That's what I was saying before. It's about this trade. Let's get this trade right.
Well, while we're looking at this trade go one way or another, I gotta know a little bit about your magic. What sort of magic do you do? Yeah. Do you do like cards or?
Yeah, well, all sorts. Close-up magic, which is where we, entertain people at their tables, dinner tables, and things like that, as well as stage. I do stage magic as well. But yeah, I mean, it's good fun, right? It's one of those things where somebody just told me they were a magician, and I was like, well, how's that work? And then they were showing me some of their tricks, and I remember the magic circle, which is the same as your magic castle in the US. It's the British version, and I'm like, well, so they're not allowed to teach me anything, because they're in the magic circle. They're not allowed to release this. So I'm like, well, how does anybody ever become a magician then? And it was like, well, you've got to go out and find some books and study some tricks, and then perform them at a bona fide magic club. And then once you've done that, you've demonstrated a desire to learn magic, and you're not just somebody that wants to go out and impress their friends for 5 minutes. Then we can start revealing some of our secrets. And it just took off from there. And it's
I think
crazy.
Goldman actually stole that from the Magicians Guild.
Yeah. I love the rules and regulations of magic. And those places you mentioned are very cool. If you ever get a chance to go to one of these places, I love people are really down with the magic. And anytime, we will fly you out if you will cut Dolby in half sometime.
We can do that. I can make it
okay, perfect. We'll make that an official trip.
But yeah. I mean, the thing about the keeping the secret thing is it's really about it being entertaining. If you know how it works, it's not entertaining. If you have no clue how it works, it's really entertaining. And some people get wound up by it. Others are just like amazed by the magic and accept it for what it is. It's entertainment. We are tricking you, for sure. The art of illusion and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, if it feels magical to you, then it's good entertainment. And that's why they don't divulge the rules. Because if everyone knows how it's done, it's no longer entertaining, is it? It's like, yeah, I know how that's done, mate. What's the point?
I love magic, and I respect you for that. I love magic. I think Jack loves magic. If you want to find out how the trick is done, you got to buy it. I don't know about that, but there are a lot of cool illusions out there.
Well, with that, Eddie, as long as we have you on, Paul, we like to do this thing where you pick a number 1 through 20, and Eddie asks you a magic question to learn more about you.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with 14. I've no idea what that is.
All right, number 14, taking a look here. And all right, if you can invite anyone, alive or past, dead, to a dinner, what person in history, what celebrity would you take?
Well, okay.
Houdini? That's not my question.
Wow. What celebrity would I take? I probably would go with a comedian, because I like a good laugh. And I'd probably right now go with a guy in the UK here by the name of Peter Kay, who is well loved within the UK. He might not be world famous, but he's certainly well respected I think he is our number one comedian. But if I was thinking about stateside, because someone that you guys might know, I would probably want to take, he's no longer with us, but Robin Williams would be.
That's a great answer.
That's a great answer.
So no Tommy Cooper, huh? Tommy Cooper.
No, not so much. I mean, I never got to meet Tommy Cooper, and I enjoyed his act. Don't get me wrong, but he wouldn't be. No, I don't. I think the thing with Tommy Cooper, if you know anything about him, is his shows. He used to do like 3, 4, 5-hour marathon shows because he just didn't want to ever stop, and he'd just keep his audience there for 4 hours or whatever.
He loved it. Yeah.
He did. He absolutely loved it. He had a passion for it. But you'd be thinking, well, when can we order dessert?
Love a good dessert. Well, Paul, thank you so much for joining us today. We'd love to have you back sometime. I love how you described your strategies, and we're taking a live trade right now, short 5 ES in the house account. Dolby, will you act as manager for that?
100%. We'll let it play out, and I'll keep my screen shared as well.
Perfect.
Great.
Well, we're going to go to shoulder tap next, where I'll be joined by Mick to tap some shoulders and give some advice on risk management. But Paul, you're a power player, my man. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you soon.
Love it. Absolutely love everything you guys do. Cheers.
Awesome. Great interview. We'll be back right after this with me and Mick. Stick around. Topstep TV. Let's go. Hope you enjoyed the splash screen, everybody.
Splash
This is
screen.
shoulder splash screen. Sorry, JD. That was fun. This is Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by head risk man Mick Ronimo. Mick, how's the week starting off for you on this holiday impacted day of trading?
Slow. Well, markets are slow. Trading's slow. Everything else is busy.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is. Andre fell on injured reserve after fast markets, so I'm in the heat of the fire here for the day.
Oh, okay.
I got to pump myself up a little bit. All right, with that, Mick, how are our funded traders doing on this slow day?
It's a mixed bag. We don't have a ton of people active in the markets. I think a lot of people took off because of the Columbus Day holiday or Indigenous People holiday, whatever you want to call it. Both, I guess. If we need to be correct here, or oh well, I'll move on.
You're Italian, so
Yeah.
I know where you
Christopher
stand.
Colombo. So yeah, it's we've got some people that are down, some up. It's kind of a mixed bag, but nothing too crazy. Biggest up day for anybody here out of the funded traders group on the live accounts is about $11,000. Who's Ken Way? He's up 11 grand trading the Nasdaq, doing pretty well. Other than that, it's small profits, relatively small losses. We've got some people doing the daily loss limit thing, but not much happening really, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're short 5, I think. Dolby, can you confirm in the chat? We have his screen too. We could show at some point. I was watching the price closely. I don't think we hit our stop on that, so we're alive for the time being. Maybe even a little in our favor. So, house account doing things on this Monday. So, with that, Mick, we only have one card today, so maybe we'll take a look at that, do a little Susan update, and take any questions people have from the chat.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, Jack, you and I have been talking. I haven't been on the segment that much lately. I've been tied up with other things, but I do want to take some questions just because I have been tied up. I haven't been able to allocate a lot of time to throw together, the trading card content and stuff like that. So almost every day I've been on, I'm like, Jack, it's going to be one or two cards today. We got one today. Let's see where Susan's at. But before we get to her and before we get to the questions, I want to talk about Faye. Faye's one of our live account traders. She's been doing well. Net P&L, average daily P&L is almost $1,100. She's traded in this account for 43 days. Today's 44, and on day 44, she's up $5,700 on the day today. So really happy for her. I know that she had been shared about 2 weeks ago, give or take a little bit, Jack, if you recall, that beautiful Chula Vista, California photo. She's been in the account for a while. She's taken a $10,000 payout. Some of these metrics are just a little interesting. Faye is in a 50K live account. However, she's got a pretty large balance, or at least has had a large balance. She's been maintaining a decent, healthy balance for a while. And, because of it, she's requested an expansion on her daily loss limit. So Risk Team gave her a $2,000 personal daily loss limit, up from the $1,000 standard daily loss limit. So we're seeing 35% winning days out of her, 37% winning trades. Average winning day, we didn't get the best winning day in here. That's a juicy number that got excluded. Average winning day of about $6,400 with the average losing day of $1,800. Now, since she did get the expanded personal daily loss limit of $2,000 up from $1,000, just about every single losing day has been a $2,000 losing day. What is not listed here is a pretty good one, but it's an anomaly, and that's the best winning day. Maybe the viewers remember from 2 weeks ago when she was shared. That's a $28,000 best day for her, which is a massive winning day. You need those big winners if you're only going to be right 1/3 of the time on your trading days. And winning trades is okay at 37%, but where it's not okay is if you look at the risk reward on a per trade basis, which is what I would call 1-to-1, slightly better than 1-to-1. It doesn't look like that's one of the metrics we put up today either. Okay. So risk reward, about 1-to-1. They're making $570 per contract while they're risking $480 per contract. So it's a little better than 1-to-1. I'd like to see that being even more so, than it is what it is right now. But she's looking at 10 trades per day, only one lots. But I know that she's scaling in and out of some of these trades, which is why, it says 10 trades. It's really less. She's adding to positions one contract at a time, which is one of the things I like. Jack, there's a couple things on here that I know you are going to, your eyes are going to gravitate towards. I'd like to save those kind of towards the end as far as things that we need to consider, because I want to talk about things that I like here with her. I like that Faye has taken $10,000 in payouts. Good on her. The account balance high was about $63,000. She's sitting a little under 30 right now. She's had a payout, and then I think there's actually a day here where, that $28,000 winning day may have not been a $28,000 winning day, actually, now that I'm seeing. There was a statement reconciliation of $25,000. So I think that best winning day is $3,000, which means the average winning day. Oh, shit, Jack. These metrics might have gotten screwed up and inflated a little bit. How did I not catch that earlier? That's what happens when
That's
you're
okay. I was looking at it. That was a hell of a day.
I'm trying to put statistics together for the segment. Sorry, viewers. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, myself, too. I was trying to put
This is how the sausage gets made.
Yeah, it's how the sausage gets made. I was making sausage while I was eating pancakes, is what I'll say. I was eating pancakes this morning while I was trying to make the sausage, and the sausage got overlooked and burnt a little bit. Okay, so I need to backpedal a little bit here on some of these metrics. I think that best winning day is actually a little over $3,000 now that I'm seeing this. Okay, that changes things. Oh no, there was a $5,600 winning day, $9,000 winning day, 10,000, 11,000. What the hell is
Couple
going
10
on
bangers.
here? Yeah, some 10 bangers. I like it. All right, well, metrics aside, I was just, thinking to myself, this isn't adding up when I looked at that statement reconciliation. Shit. Excuse my language. Actually, excuse myself. I don't really mind saying the S word on here. It's the F-bombs that I try and avoid.
Should be avoided at all costs, yes.
Should be avoided, yes. Not on TV, not on TV. And if the dog ever hears those, she gets a little worried too. She's in the office with me here. All right. Some things that I like here, and then I'll turn it over to you for some things to consider, Jack, is things I like. 10,000 in payouts. I love that. Also, that Faye spent a long time in this live account. Like I said, today's day 44. She's up $5,700. Very good stuff. I like the one contract at a time. She's had a large account balance where, we would probably be okay expanding not only the daily loss limit of 1,000 to 2,000, which we've already done, but position sizing, 50K contract, the 50K account size has got a 5-lot max position size. When you have a big account balance, we'll let traders go outside the scaling plan a little bit. She has not gone outside the scaling plan. We haven't opened her up for. Uh-oh. Jack, are you there? Computer updates.
I'm here. What happened? Are you frozen?
I'm back, I think. Maybe I'm frozen.
What a shoulder tap this is turning out to be. Look at
Can
this.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
We may need you to re-enter VMix.
I will re-enter, and I may just kick a chair across the room like last week.
Let's
Seems
turn the
like
mic
I'm-
off
All
first
right.
before that
I'm,
happens.
I'm signing off and I'm signing back on. When it rains, it pours, folks.
While Mick's gone, JD, you want to switch to Dolby's house account? Oh, it's there right now.
You got it up.
I'm trying. Yeah, can you see the P&L on there? So yeah, it's a little bit in our favor right now.
My
Dolby's
bad.
out eating at Panera or something, but we'll see if this trade works out.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Yep.
can, Mick.
Can you see me?
I can see you.
Okay,
can
all
see
right.
you.
And the chair goes sliding. No, I'm just kidding. All right, where was I? Everything went black for some reason, so I don't know. I have a short patience with technology, but we're here. Could have been worse. We had worse last week.
Mondays, man. So yeah, we were still looking over here at our good friend Faye's card. Even if the 28K day isn't real, so we can just knock down that average daily P&L becomes like $500 a day, which is still really good. 10 grand payout, that's really good.
No doubt. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not going to try and do all the statistics and math in my head right now, but I like that she adjusted the daily loss limit to a larger number. It might sound a little strange coming from a risk manager about, expanding your loss limits, but, if things are working out, I always talk about, and I haven't talked about it a lot, when it's not working, you pump the brakes. And when it is working, you put the pedal down a little bit. So for someone who's able to have a couple 10 bangers, as Jack said, and some other large winning days while they only have $1,000 daily loss limit, we want to let people spread their wings a little bit so they can trade with some more flexibility. Faye feels like she wanted some more flexibility. We gave it to her. She hasn't, abused the position sizing or anything like that. So I'm happy that she, tried this daily loss limit expansion out. One thing that I do want her to consider is, we've seen a couple of these expanded daily loss limit days happen consecutively. I think there's been, a number of 3-day losing streaks for like over $6,000, and maybe 1 or 2 4-day losing streaks for $8,000 or so. It's going to get to a point where Faye and or the risk team is going to have to, say something to one or another. Somebody's going to reach out and say like, hey, the account balance doesn't really, it's not indicative of having a $2,000 daily loss limit anymore. We want to trim it back to 1,000 or maybe a value in between, or maybe even a value lower than $1,000. But that's something that Faye's going to need to consider. However, she doesn't need to think about it today, Jack, because she's up 5,700. So we need to be locking in those profits for today, which I think I'll turn it over to Jack to comment on a little bit here. Probably something he always points out around the P&L high of the day, and I won't spill any more beans there.
Let me take a glance through here real quick. I see one kind of boo-boo day. She
There's
was
a
up
few.
3,300 and then hit the DLL of minus 2,000. Oh, that's not a good one. Up 8,700 and to down
Yeah.
2K.
Yep.
That's too much. I'm fine with expanding. We expand double your limit to 2K. That doesn't mean that if you're up 8K, you should lose 10K. That hurts, especially since they can only trade 5 contracts in that account. So that was some very stubborn holdage, I imagine, that day.
Yeah,
one
there
thing I'd
was
like
big
to add,
range on that day.
big range. So one thing I'd like to add is it makes sense if you're trading well to increase, because really 5 contracts is too, especially since everyone's trading the NQ or the ES. 5 contracts is too many contracts to be trading with a 1K daily loss limit. And I think something to keep in mind is we developed these rules a long time ago, right? I was just checking the S&P 500 in 2012 or whenever we started was trading a paltry 1,400. All right. So that means we're nearly 4 times that now, which means that the percentage moves in it. Notional value moves 4 times as much. So 5 contracts today, they ain't your daddy's 5 contracts from 2011. So be careful with that. Trading 1 is the same notional value as 4 from 2012. So keep that in mind. Over leverage is what kills most of the people we see are hitting those daily loss limits like hotcakes every day. Are hotcakes something you hit, by the way? I don't even know if that reference makes sense, but
I said I was making pancakes, not hotcakes today. Pancakes while I was doing the sausage thing.
Speaking of over leverage, just a quick update on Susan as I do every day. October 11th, down $1,116. The streak continues 29 days, 28 1K loss limits, and $142,000 day for There Goes My Hero, Susan. So hopefully we turn that around at some point.
You say There Goes My Hero. Yeah, that's a shame. I don't like hearing about that. Hopefully, Jack, you saying that one line gets a new song stuck in my head. I watched that Deadpool Wolverine movie last week, and now I've got Madonna. I've got Madonna stuck in my head. There's some action, but didn't do anything for me. And I've liked some of those previous Marvel flicks that those guys have been in, but that one really wasn't worth its salt in my opinion. Sorry.
Yeah.
Anybody who feels
sorry,
differently.
Madonna stands in the chat. Well, now that Mick is badmouth a pop icon, that's our card for today. So we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow with some more cards to give our 2 cents on. But stick around because coming up next, we got group coaching with JD and Robert. After that's trade with Topstep, where our contestants will be JD, Robert, Anne Marie, and Keegan P. See if we can pass a trading combine there. And then JD, Dolby, Hoag, and Don't Come Crying to Muhammad during Power Hour today. He's number 23 on the live leaderboard. He knows what he's doing. Always a pleasure to see Muhammad. Mick, great talking to you today. We'll get your stuff figured out for tomorrow and be back for another shoulder tap.
All right, sounds good. Looking forward to it, Jack. I will be around this week on the segment. We should take some questions one of these days, though.
Yeah, let's do it for sure.
All right, let's do that. We'll talk
Cue them
about it
up.
all.
We'll be back right after this break with group coaching with JD and Robert. See y'all then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. It is group coaching time. It's my favorite time of day. Maybe it's yours too. It's that time of day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. I am JD behind the curtain. You are looking at Coach Robert and Dolby Time's screen because we have a house account trade on right now. We also have a question for him pinned to the top of the chat at the moment. If you have a question for either Coach Robert or myself, go ahead and click on the link and fill out the form real quick. Coach Robert, we are currently short the ES. We've got a couple ticks in this trade. Nothing too heavy just yet. We're short 5 S&P contracts. And we're seeing a little downward price action. Looks like Dolby's got some take profit bids scaled down. And I don't know, we'll keep checking back in on this. Did you happen to catch what criteria they used to get in this trade? I had to take a short lunch break, and I missed them putting this trade on.
I'm in the same boat, JD. I was going to say the first group coaching question is going to come from me, and that was like, how did we come up with this trade? Just eyeballing it, it looks to me, as appears, I was not here either. I just got back into my home office here after grabbing a quick bite as well. But it appears, just by looking at it, that it was just almost like a, what does this say, a 5-minute chart. So almost a double-topped time frame on the 5-minute chart, broke down, kind of stuttered around a little bit, and then made the trade entry. And it looks like it's moving in our favor as we speak. It's a little small on the screen, but that's what I would guess. Honestly, I would guess. I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I'll go back and watch and see if we're right or not. Maybe they can educate me on this one as well. And if I had to guess, the market's just pushing up, up, and up. I think Hoag was saying that the opening range was like the dead ass low today. It might have been NQ early this morning. I don't know what it is on ES, but it looks like, I guess we can call it a cheap trade, right, JD? It's gone up and up and up, little pause, little pop, and then back down to a drop and say, well, you know what? Let's just take this thing if it decides to drop back down on us, and we'll put our stop just above that double top with a little bit of leeway and just take profits as they show up. So that's what I'm looking at, and that is my best guess, not knowing what exactly happened while sitting here. So hopefully we're all thinking of the right way, the same way anyway, a similar way.
Yep. A couple people in the chat saying they called it out as a cheap trade with a tight stop. Dan Evans says it was a break of the initial balance high. But we'll keep checking back in. We're slowly ticking down. We got a little bit of money in this trade right now. But again, we're short 5 ES at the moment. All right. Let's hit some questions.
Sure.
You ready, Coach? You ready, Robert? Let's do it.
I am. Let's do it. And I would say the same thing. If it broke the IB high, like Dan Evans said, it just broke out, popped up, dropped back down again, and we're going to take it right back through it. I'll go with that philosophy right there.
Sounds good. I'm sold. All right. First question comes from Liam. I'm not sure if this is a troll or not, but Liam wants to know, how can I apply for the VIP? Thanks. Well, we put a form in the chat 15 different times last week for you to fill out to sign up for a chance to join the VIP teams. We had our draft day earlier this morning, so a new team has been chosen. If you did not get chosen during that draft, don't worry, we're going to have plenty more opportunities for you to get in on the VIP experience. But yeah, it was a week-long effort, Liam. Yeah, sorry you missed it, bud. But there'll be more opportunity. Anything you want to add to that, Coach Robert?
No, that's kind of it. We just try to do the best job that we can, letting you know what is coming up, and then the day of saying what we're doing, and then going through the entire process. But you're right, JD, we had 3 forms a day, every day last week, compiled them. We did the drawing this morning. There were a lot of entries. And just true to what we said is if you enter the form, let's say 10 times, your name was duplicated 10 times and entered like a raffle ticket. You just buy it. I'm going to buy those little tickets. You tear them off. You give somebody. I say, I just bought 10 tickets. Great. Your name goes in the hat 10 times. I bought 12 times. I bought 15 times. We took that entire list of tens of thousands, and it wasn't a really complex GPT. We could have just put it at a random number, even in a hat, right? But there were so many names. Just said, hey, just randomize these, give me 50, and put them in alphabetical order to make them easier to read. And that's all we did. So we did that this morning. We posted it. Go ahead back and watch the show, and you'll see it. We will be doing it again. There's no time frame on this, and we need to get this rolling. Coach Hoop is amazing. gave his thoughts earlier today. So sorry, Liam, that you did miss it last week, but just stay tuned. We have a lot more stuff coming up. Remember, folks, if you see something that we come up with, let's say we read something today, we didn't just think of this. We probably spent a month working on it. So just be patient. We do have some things in the works, and we're here for you. There'll always be more stuff coming out.
Yep, and we were all involved in the selection process, and I assure you it was a fair and balanced process for choosing those 50 names. So, again, if you didn't make it, we apologize, but there's going to be more opportunity in the future. Creep CD, I'm looking at you, cruising for a mutant. All right, keep it up. Here we go, Mike. Next question. Mike says, why is the VWAP different on some platforms? Sometimes by a lot. Well, there's a lot of different settings you can apply to your VWAP. But Coach Robert, let me pull up your charts real quick. We're still on Adobe's charts looking at this house count trade. Switch over. There we go. We got Coach Robert's charts up. What's your take on VWAP? Why people might see it differently on different platforms? How do they adjust their settings? Yeah, there's a couple different reasons why you might be seeing a different VWAP level. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert?
That's my take is you can set them up differently, anchor them differently, and I'm going to take one of my charts and make it really large here, JD, so we can get all this mess off of here. And I'm going to put it on a 15-minute chart just to make it easy for other traders can understand. So we're going to go to our indicators here. We have VWAP as our indicator. Now this VWAP is going to start at the beginning of the Asian session. So it will reset. It sits here. It's going to run. It's going to run. It's going to run. We can see on the left side, there's a pop-up because, well, the market opened a little bit higher. It's going to start calculating at the Asian open. Now, I told you that to tell you this. We can look at the configuration of it. What if one trader has it configured to use the open price, or another has the high or the low or the close, or high low divided by 2? This is the one that we like to use, open, high, low, close divided by 4. It gives the equal weight to all of the levels of a particular candle. I believe default it is high, low, close divided by 3. So it takes the high of the candle, low of the candle, and then puts more weight on the close because it's dividing those by 3. We don't have the open of that candle. I'm going to use open, high, low, close divided by 4. That is what Brian Shannon suggests, and I'm going to stick with that. He knows a heck of a lot more about the VWAP than I do, so I am going to go with his suggestion. Second thing we can do is on the left-hand side here, we have a drawing tool. If I can find the right one. Here we go, anchored VWAP. Anchored VWAP, if I click on the anchored VWAP, it is going to start calculating from wherever I click the chart next. So I'm going to come across over here, and I'm looking down the bottom to show you. I'm just going to click on 2 o'clock a.m. That means for us here, Central Time, that is the start of the London session, 2 o'clock Central Time. So I'm going to say, hey, I want it to start at the London Open, but also we're going to put one at the start of the market. And we're going to put one more on the start of the US session. So there we have it. We have 3 VWAPs. This is for today, and we can see how they run together. We can see, I really like doing this, to be honest, JD. If I'm using VWAP, I like to start them at the start of the sessions because I believe it takes it needs to take into account the entire amount and then what is specific to that session. For example, let me use a little drawing tool here. Here is the start of the London session. Now look how closely it interacts with the VWAP calculated at the start of the London session, whereas the one that was the entire overnight is actually lower and further away. I just think it gives you a little bit better view of what is actually happening at that time, at that market, at that session, using that information. It's just something I really like to hold on to. Now, the reason why they may start at different areas, well, we just released we have extended trading hours or regular trading hours, and it's going to give you a little different because we have gaps to worry about now, whether you use an extended or real time. Okay. We also have the ability that if we're trading and let's say we start our VWAP, but our chart is way off the chart. In our case here on Topstep X, it's a rolling indicator. So we will need to scroll back and let it recalculate from where we had it all started off the screen. It is something that we know about. It is something that we need to get taken care of, need to work with, but just notice that you will have that, what do I say, issue, but that consideration as you're trading. So for example, if we put this on a smaller time frame, here, NQ, 1 minute, make this bigger for everybody to see it. We're at a 1 minute time frame. Let's say I turn the VWAP on. Well, it's going all the way up the chart. So I really want to go to the bottom and drag my price scale over, so it will capture all that data and all those prices and then recalculate at the right time. Kind of a pain, but it's it'll be taken care of. And that's, I guess those are three things. Whether you're using the entire view from the start of the session, if it's anchored, where you have it anchored to, open, high, low, close, or any variation thereof. And if you're using a platform where you're having the gaps between the real-time and extended electronic trading hours. So that's the answer. Hopefully that works out for you.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach Robert, and thank you for the question, Mike. All right, let's move on to Preston. Preston says, can you go over algo trading with Quant Tower or NinjaTrader? This is right in your wheelhouse. You're familiar with coding in both of those platforms, aren't you, Coach Robert?
Yeah. Algo trading. Click over here, Preston. I'm not going to go through a huge amount of detail in this. There's not a lot of traders that are interested in it, so I just want to make sure we take care of your question, but also don't bore the hell out of the masses that are watching this. And JD, if hopefully you can keep an eye on that other trade that we have going on, the house trade. Looks like I have NQ up. Let me put ES up just because so we can see it right on our screen. We can have an idea. This is going to kill me.
I do have the ES up also.
Okay, great. So we'll put that on there as well. Turn these off. There we go. Now we can keep an eye on it. So algo trading. I want to debunk something on algo trading because I make quite a bit of them. And here's what it does not do. The longer you leave the algo running does not directly relate to how much more money you're going to make. I need to be crystal clear on that. I hear that all the time. Man, this thing run for 3 days and it didn't. Like, no. That's not. What if the market's different? You have gaps. You have earnings going on. You have volatility happening. We have bond market isn't running today. We have the banks are running, but it's going to skew it. And I'm a huge fan of testing these algos for functionality, not necessarily for profitability, because it's just the market's so dynamic. It changes over time. So get specific on yours, like the algo of Quant Tower and NinjaTrader. First of all, they're both coded in C#. Ninja is more mature, so it has a strategy builder built right into it. We can just go through a pick list and say, I want to do this when that happens, and then do the other thing if something else happens. And you can put that in there right through the strategy builder. So pretty much come up with your own process. So if you know, hey, I want to take the break out of the 5-minute opening range, great. You can put in the algo that says, hey, if it's from the start of the market to 5 minutes later, look back, give me the high and low of that, and then go long, over, short, under. That's a very, very simple way to do it. You can tell it if it's going to be a trailing stop, put your price targets in, how many contracts you want. That is all embedded in there. And it's really cool that, that Ninja's been around so much longer than Quant Tower that they have that strategy builder built right in. You don't need any type of coding whatsoever. We actually did this in Discord. I did it live. This has got to be 6 months ago now. We built ironically a 3-bar reversal in NinjaTrader from start to finish. It is all recorded. You can go to the coaches area. It's in the coaches library there and take a look at it. Follow through the whole process. One more thing I'll say about that is as we started adding more components, meaning we said, hey, if we have a bar that comes up, the second candle comes up further, closes short, and then the third one closes down. We simply went short and put the stop above it. Now, and then the opposite. We have a down candle. The next one goes down further, but then closes up. And the third one closes up. We took a long. We put our stop right below it. It did pretty good that particular day that we were building it. But during that class, traders were saying, hey, but only take long over VWAP. Only take short under this moving average. Only do this one. The more we added to the criteria, the worse it got as we did the replay and we saw the calculations of it. So keeping things simple, that's kind of my motto. Occam's razor, just the simplest approach is usually the right one. Not always, but more often than not, they take the easy route. So that's the NinjaTrader side. Now Ninja is C#, but they have their own version. It's called Ninja Script. It's a version of it. It's a little bit muddy. It's a little bit clunky, a little bit more detailed than it really needs to be as far as I'm concerned, but there's a lot of information in there. Quant Tower, I personally use, and that is native C#. You open up Visual Studio. It's a free program. Learn your C#. You can take classes online. There's one called onemonth.com, which is really cool. It's very inexpensive, and you can get what you need to get out of it for for coding in C#, setting up the environments, and so on and so forth. I will say the documentation for Quant Tower is not the greatest. It's just a little older, and it's a newer platform. So as things are adapting and moving along, they could do a better job at keeping up with some of the documentation. But once you get the first setup down, you get it functionally the way you want, you can just change your criteria on it. Not easy, but fairly simple once you get the hang of it. So there you go. There's the two of them, both C#. One's native, one's NinjaScript. The strategy build is a little more mature. Quant Tower, you have to do a lot of it manually. But other than that, yeah, good luck with it. That's the deal.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the question, Preston. Moving on, we got a question from Algo Trader. I think you just kind of covered this. Do you leave your algos alone, or do you stop them and or manage positions? Kind of just ran through that. When you're running an algo, how do you manage it in real time?
Yeah, it depends on the algo. Yeah. I do. Yeah, I do. Some of them. I mean, it's TopstepTV most of the day, so it depends on the algo. If you're having one that's just going to take little quick bursts, fine. Let it take a couple of bursts, take a few points out, or lose a bit because you lose too. If you start losing some of those trades, shut it off. It's not the day for it. If you have a longer one that's going to hold and trending ones, a couple that'll do reversions. Like if we know ES generally moves, let's just round same numbers, 100 points in a day. We'll wait for it to go 80 and then try to take a reversion. Sometimes it doesn't get there. Sometimes it only goes 60 and you don't get a trade. So that one you would leave on throughout that day, and you don't really have to manage it. The smaller time frame ones, where you're scalping ones, you get in, get out, get in, get out. The market's not going to continue to move that way all day long. So those ones you kind of have to manage yourself. And then if the market changes sentiment, then you may need to expand it. So let's say you have a 10-point stop, again, arbitrary number. Let's say you have a 10-point stop because the market is usually moving 5 or 6 points. But then it starts moving 15, 18 points. You can't have a 10-point stop anymore because the moment you get in, it's going to fluctuate and just wick that right out of that trade almost every single time because it's moving too far to have that tight of a stop. So yes, they do need to be managed to a point. In fact, that's what I call mine. I lovingly call mine MAT. We always, if we are us nerds, we kind of name things. I call mine MAT. It's Managed Algorithmic Technical Trading. So there you have it. Not all of them, but some you have to. Or at least I do. How's that trade looking?
Let's switch back. Go back to Dolby Times charts real quick. 1 second.
Yeah.
Here we are. Still in the money by just a couple of ticks. We got maybe a full point in this trade right now. Still short 5 ES. Not much movement in the market at the moment, but we'll keep tracking this trade. All right, next question comes from Danny. Danny says, "I'm approaching my 3rd payout this month. I feel proud, but at the same time, I find it hard to fully believe it's true. Have you felt like this when you started becoming consistent?" A little touch of the imposter syndrome, maybe, not feeling like you deserve the money that you're making. Maybe it's coming too easily for this trader. I don't know, but I will tell you, Danny, you deserve the money. So make sure you continue taking those payouts. You put the time in, you did the work, and you should reap the benefits of those efforts. Coach Robert, any inspiration we give to Danny? Feeling a little blue about making money.
Well, I can see where it's coming from. I have done that. Danny, thanks for the question. And you asked me, this is for my coaching, you asked me specifically. I'm a little bit the opposite. I got real cocky at the beginning because I did pretty well at the start and only at the start. So I figured, this is easy? This is all I have to do? Are you kidding me? I'm going to do this every day. That didn't last very long. Just when I first started trading, it was these, small cap stocks between like $3 and $8, enough where you could take shorts on them and just trying to get in a 1-minute candle at the open. And I did pretty well, not very long, literally like a week and a half. And I was like, I'm king. This is all. Why are these people saying it's so hard? Yeah. Well, 8 months after that, I did almost nothing but lose. So I was consistently losing for a real long period of time until I finally, somebody had mentioned something, gave me a tip to a group one time. And that's when I switched over to trading futures. And it took a little while to learn that, but they just speak to me more and have been speaking to me more. So as far as you feel like this, fully believe it's true, congratulations. Just don't let it go to your head. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Just know that the market is changing. Know it's dynamic. take your winnings. What you were doing was working for you, was working for the market conditions at the time, and you should be rewarded for that. As JD said, it's not easy. And if you're taking 3 payouts over this last month, hopefully it keeps going for you. We really wish it does, and adapt as needed. Just be careful to say, don't follow my lead at the beginning, where if you take a couple payouts, my lead at the beginning of this was, yep, I'm pretty good at this. I'm a sharp guy. I can understand this stuff. Why does everybody think it's so hard? Yeah, well, market humbled me really quick. Gave me a week and a half of goodness and 8 months of misery. So, but the market didn't do it. I got to take the ownership on that. Made the adjustments, and all is well now. So, great question. I'd like that. My positive side.
Very good. All right. Checking in on this house account trade. We're just about back to a scratch. I'm going to switch back over to Coach Robert's charts because we have a question coming up about Topstep indicator functionality. You ready for this one, Coach Robert?
I am, sir.
All right. Stefan says, is there a way in Topstep X that I can see the volume profile and point of control for a defined time, like every day from 8:30 to 3 p.m.? I only see the fixed volume range where I can define the time. It should print, and when I do it manually, it stops right at the end where I placed it. It doesn't go forward with the market on the current day. So there are a couple different ways to set up volume profile on Topstep X. We'll let Coach Robert walk through it real quick. But you can set up, like you said, the fixed volume range will give the entire day session. I believe there's a way to manipulate the times on there also. You want to walk through it real quick, Robert?
Sure. So what's 12:53? We got time to do this. So let's add them. Okay, we have the visible. Well, let's do the fixed range first. That was there here. So we have a fixed range. Now that's under indicators, but you also have as a drawing tool on the side here. It's fixed range volume profile. It's the same tool in both situations. Now I'm going to put a volume profile. I'm just going to randomly choose here. All right, this is 10 a.m. today. I'm going to click, and I'm going to drag to the right. It's hard to see it just because it's on screen, but I'm going to drag to the right, and I go all the way to the current candle, and that gives me the volume profile for the time frame I just selected. Well, I want to go back a little further, so I'm just going to drag it back a little further. Now I have a volume profile for that time. Now, one of the things that Stefan is saying is that if the next candle closes, will this continue? That is a fixed range. The answer is no, because you're choosing the range. So the next candle, put this on a 1 minute chart. And I'm going to make it really big so we can see what we're talking about here. And there we go. So let's take this and put a fixed volume profile, fixed range here to the last candle. Okay, now I'm showing we have, it's at the 12:54 candle. We have 33 seconds left to this last candle. The next candle plots, it's not going to move forward because we told it the range we want to look at. So each candle that goes, we will need to drag it forward because we are now looking at a different part of the range. That said, let's go to the other volume profile. And this one here is called visible range. Before I turn it on, let's remove this one so we don't get confused. And I'm going to put this back on a 5 minute chart. It's a little bit cleaner. Here we have it. Indicators, volume profile, visible range. I'm going to turn it on. Now in the visible range, we have settings we can go through. We won't go through every one specifically, but we can tell how big the row size is. That's the up and down. We want the total volume of the positive and minus. I have the value area volume of 80, and to me I have it specified as a light blue, and the others are gray. I believe it's 70 or 75 by default. So you can change those according to your style, and then you can change your colors. The width of the box, watch the right hand side over here. If I increase it, it's just going to take up that much more of the chart. The more I lower it, the less of the chart it takes up. I don't want to have a whole bunch of room there. Place it on the right hand side, place it on the left hand side. A lot of features, a lot of options in there. Show the point of control, which is the yellow line. Don't show it. Show the developing point of control. It shows you where it was in the past and changes as it's going. The same thing with the value area. That's kind of hard to see. I'll make it white just temporarily. It just shows you this was the value area high. 5901, but we kept creeping up the value area according to what I had as 80%. Was increasing, but now dropped down a little bit, and the same at the bottom. The value area earlier today, 58.73, but then it pushed up, so we can see the market value area where the most contracts were traded, 80% of them was slowly drifting up, and now they kind of leveled off a little bit. So you can add those as well. Now, the reason this is called visible range, it's going to calculate everything we see on the chart. So try to keep an eye on this. Matter of fact, I'm going to make it easy for you. I'm going to mark the current, make this a horizontal line. I'm going to mark the current value area high, and I'm going to mark the current value area low. There we have it. Now, if I scroll my time back, it's going to show more data on the chart, more candles, more information. The volume profile is going to adjust to what you can see on the chart. See it on the right-hand side? It just adjusted. I'm going to go back a little further. Okay, so we can see the blue, my yellow line at the top here is 59.05, but it's at 59.0675. That's 80% of the volume from what you can see on the chart. And we can see this 58.89 in a quarter was it where the value area low was previously based on my settings, and now it is all the way down to right around 58.78. Let's go back a little further. It's just going to keep calculating data. Look at this. When I calculate the data all the way to 10 o'clock a.m., I guess it would be on Friday, most of the volume was at the bottom of the chart. So we can see we pushed up quite heavily. And then if we go back to simply today at the market open, there is our central time, 8:30 Central. We can see that our point of control is now at 59.02, and we can see where our value area is. So it's a kind of neat tool, and what I like to use this one for is just an overall picture. So you put this on a higher time frame, let's throw it on a 15-minute chart, and we can see the value area where the most of it is. There's a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of trading around 58.61. So that may be a good area to look for in the future. But what I really like to use this for, get rid of my short lines up here, and then we got to get out of the session, JD, is I like to see these low value areas. Here, it's a low value, low volume node in this section here. So once we get down, we break into these levels, entering this low volume area, we can, I would expect but anticipate that the market may move quickly through those levels since there wasn't much price action there at the last time. Since it was last time doesn't mean this time. It does not, but it's a pretty good indication. I think we're going to stop it there, JD. We're just about wrapped up with this session. You're going to have to, well, you and I are on next section as well. So we'll see you there.
Yeah, stick around. Coach Rabin and I are both going to be here for the next hour. I'll actually be here for the next 2 hours. I'm here until close now. But we got Trades with Topstep coming up next. Anne Marie is in the building. She's going to be joined by funded trader Keegan P. And we're going to do a little bit of trading going into Power Hour. So stick around. We are going to take a short break. We will be right back, folks.
Makes me laugh every time. I appreciate
Nice
it.
job, Eddie. Eddie comes up with all those sound effects, and they're great, aren't they?
We missed you, Andy.
Welcome
are.
to
Happy
welcome
to be
everyone to
back.
Trade with Topstep. This is the time of day where we take traders just like you guys sitting there watching Topstep TV and in the chat, and we give them a chance to come on air on Topstep TV and trade with us and show us what they got. What are they looking at in the markets? What kind of strategies do they have? We talk it out and we put some trades on. Of course, Anne-Marie is back today. Welcome, Anne-Marie. Thank you for being here. Always a pleasure to see you. Anne-Marie's joining us from Finland today. A little bit jet lag, but we're still looking at trades. Is that right, Anne-Marie?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Looking forward to it. I
Excellent.
watched Keegan, I think week before last, and
Mhm.
gotta watch. I'm a big fan of that Dutch accent. So you can hear it in South Africa as well, just a little bit. So it's going to be fun listening to him today.
Yeah, thank you.
Keegan, how are you feeling today? Keegan is currently a funded trader sitting in is it 3 or 4 XFAs at the moment right now?
Yeah, I
4
got
XFAs,
4
I see.
XFAs. Yeah, 4 XFAs,
Perfect.
yeah.
And how are you doing today? Are you trading them? Do you copy trades across them? I'm going to just
No,
fire off a
I
bunch of
haven't
questions real
actually
quick.
traded the XFA. Yeah, I haven't actually traded the XFAs. I did trade, I have 2 combines, and I did trade one of the combines. But yeah, not so successful. I'm up $60 on the combine. Getting a bit rinsed. I'd say getting stopped out and then getting the trade late. Yeah, I struggled a little bit today. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, at least it's up.
Yeah. You know what they say about 60
Yeah.
bucks in Cicero, Illinois, right? 60 bucks. 60
Yeah,
bucks.
it's better than nothing.
And Coach Robert and I were just on group coaching together a few minutes ago. We were talking through a house account trade that we currently have on. We just came dangerously close to getting stopped out of that trade. I think we're right back to our entry. If we could switch over to the charts real quick, we got Dolby's screen for that house account trade. Robert, what's happened in the last 11 minutes? Have we missed anything?
No, not too much. We did see a push up on that. What do you call it? The ES trade, the house trade. There, right at 1300, so 1 o'clock Central Time, and it was a pretty decent push for ES, and it was 8.5, about 8.5 points, 8.5 handles. We're gonna call it straight up within those last 5 or 6, 7 minutes right now. We recovered about half of that. So yeah, dangerously close is right, but the day is not over. We had the profit set. We had our stop set, and we have our profits listed out. That it was done on the segment before we came on, JD. We're going to stick it out. We'll management as needed. We're not going to start moving stops around, but if we see it start getting close, start slowing down to the profit targets, yeah, it's always better to take a profit than it is to move your stop and hope for the better. So I think we're going to stick with that. But we have Keegan on. We'll take his advice or his suggestions as well as Anne-Marie's. We'll see what we can do with this thing.
Yeah, actually, I think we did just lock in some profits. I'm looking at Dolby's screen right now. It looks like we're short 4. We were short 5. We peeled one off. Looks to be about $178, $175, something like that. Stop did not move, but we peeled one off. Took a little profit. Still short 4 in the house account. All right, guys. Anne-Marie, you said you were looking at a trade in the green room. What's this trade that we're
Yes.
looking at right now?
So, my thought was that we would rotate down into the value area low because we came up, we had an early morning move that was just huge. I had put a couple of notes up in the Strategy Lab channel inside of Topstep Discord. And I said, hey, listen, this looks like a breakaway. And so when you trade that breakaway, you just want to watch for it to stop heading higher. And literally, I measured the value area, and it went almost to the 1.618 of the value area and then rotated right back down to value area low. And now it's right where the region of value area high was. It's moved up just a little bit. So my thought was it would come back a wee bit, but it's not doing that. It's holding. And so I was talking to Keegan in the green room, and he said, yeah, maybe we'll head up to 20,660 and then have ourselves another rotation event. So I don't know. I thought it was going to roll over. And so the problem is it's sitting right in the middle of the VWAP. It's just, and so it's just slosh right now. So my thought would be I did get shaken out of the short that I had because I held the stop too tight. My stop should have been up here, and instead it was just a wee bit lower, and it stopped me out. But, I'm just going to look for a reset down at the base. I'm going to put a limit order there. And I don't know about a short. Maybe up here. I'll wait for one if it comes. So that will be one below at 20,595 to go long, and then one above at 20,670 to go short. And now that I know that, I'm going to collapse into maybe a tighter time frame, like a 2-minute, and see if I can, walk up the wall of worry.
Yep, that looks like a decent range to play. The
Yeah.
lower extreme of that 15-minute range you were just looking at.
Yeah.
I like that trade idea. Coach Robert, we got a house account open. You got a live account?
I do, yes. But I'm not going to go long at this point.
Oh, okay. Okay. What are you looking at?
Well, primarily, I'm on ES right now, so because I wanted to watch what that trade was doing on ES. I will toggle over to NQ. I'm gonna as the ES trade plays out, and I'm still on a 500 tick chart. I just still can't bring myself back to be on a time chart. Sorry, folks, I just can't do it. So it's 500 ticks, hovering around point of control. I have put the volume profile, the visible range on, and I have scrolled my time to include to just start with the 5 p.m. Central Time Asian market. I like to see the data from the entire market, so that's how I have it set up. Point of control right now is roughly 20,606. Roughly, we have a small low volume area going up to about 630, about 634, 635. That has already kind of been taken out a little bit by the last two sections at 1152 and then 1308. There's a low volume area way down below. I'm not really too happy with what I'm seeing. They're not really high peaks on these, but something to keep an eye on. So considering that the house account is short, I will be waiting to go short right around 20,590-ish. Just eyeballing this on the screen. I'm not going to do anything until then, and I certainly don't want to go long against the house account.
Okay. Looking to play that breakout to the downside. Keegan, you are also an equities trader, ES and NQ. What are you looking at right now? You see any confluence with what Anne Marie's doing as opposed to what Coach Robert just said? Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with Anne Marie right now, and her trade idea I think was good. There is a chance that the market could roll here, but yeah, I think when it's just such low volume like this, like on ES we had buyers coming in now, and that popped NQ higher as well. On ES there were 3,000 positive delta and buyers that came in, from 58, 98, 50. So I really would like a move up to 640 to 650 on NQ for a potential short position. If you had to go long, if you had to look for longs, it would be nice to maybe potentially have a liquidity sweep lower, and then jump into a long. It really is the middle of the range here, and we have been in this area now for 2 hours, so hopefully you'll get some kind of resolution towards the upside or the downside. But I do think that taking a long or a short, exactly where we are now, it's really 50-50,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you're thinking playing the lower end of that 15-minute range that Emery's playing right now. You want to see liquidity sweep down, blow out some stops, then come back through the bottom of that range and trade to the opposite extreme. Does that sound about right? A good sum
Yeah,
up there?
yeah,
Okay.
exactly that. Yeah.
How's that making you think
So-
about your trade idea right now, Emery?
Well, you know, I feel like I'm sitting in a coin toss event, and
Yeah.
what ends up happening is either I get it and it moves right away, or my stop is very tight, and so potentially you can even hit the reverse button if you're looking at
There we go.
something like
All right.
that. You know what I mean? So it's not my most fond thing to do. I don't love hitting a reverse button, but literally it's sitting in a space where it's either got to hold, because if it doesn't, I mean, there's a fair bit of collapse that's potentially there.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's not much happening. We've really seen a drop off in volume, volatility, kind of inching towards the highs in the ES right now. We've got to stop for our house count trade just a couple ticks above the current high.
What was the
So JD,
setup
let's
for
talk.
the short?
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly the same thing, Emery. Let's talk through this. We have Emery on, our guest, and a longtime guest. Then we have Keegan on, who has these XFAs going. My thought is this: that trade was put on a while ago. Are we still holding the same market? Are we still thinking it is a short? Are we looking at, that's an ES? Are we looking at another market to go short and the market go long in? So what are your thoughts? I mean, this is the house account and we are short ES. So I personally don't want to go long ES and go against that. But what if the market changed? Let's talk through that. What if the market sentiment is now being like, ooh, this might not look like a short anymore? Keegan, what do you think about that? How often do you change your process in the middle and saying, wow, I really like this trade, but it's been so long. Market's different now. How would you handle that, sir?
Excellent question.
So the fact that you bring that up is a really good point, and that's what I was saying with ES. Buyers came in. You had a push down, and buyers were buying it up. So that tells me that buyers are willing to pay a higher price for the contract right now. So with buyers stepping in, to me it looks like ES wants to take out the high here. So I would really like to wait and see, okay, once we get above the high, is there still continuation? Are we still getting buyers coming in? Or is it potentially stop losses getting popped? What is going to happen there? That's why I'd like to, with that thinking, I think NQ could still have another push up again, and then that would potentially be a short opportunity, coming into resistance then, while ES still just continues to grind up,
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a level for that on the NQ? What's your level for that? I'd like to mark it on my chart, please, Keegan.
Didn't you say 660?
Yeah, between 640 and 650, actually. 642 is value area high that I have, and then above 650 is a bit of liquidity on NQ, so I would like to see that. But with the way it's moving and the way ES is pushing, I don't know if we'll get quite as high as 650, but I think the value area high 642 would be a good area to see some sellers stepping in again on NQ,
Mm-hmm. We just took out the high in the ES by a couple of ticks. James, do you think we could switch back to Dolby's charts for just a second? I got a feeling we got stopped out of this house account trade. And we did. We are out. I think we got high ticked on that. Came right back through. So house count is out of that trade, down, let's say $600. Real small. So house count is now flat. We can start talking through another trade, Coach Robert. But it's always aggravating getting high tick like that.
Robert, what do you think about what the YM is doing?
We can take a look at it, and I'll bounce it back over to you guys as well. I'll take a quick look at it. I didn't have it on my screen, but we'll pull it up. I think the YM is being silly like the rest of the market. That's my professional opinion.
There's a holiday. Yeah. There's
It is a
lack of
holiday. Thanks.
participation, a visible lack of participation for sure. Volume's drying
Yeah.
up. Not a
Yeah.
whole lot of movement the last couple hours.
No, what I'll do is man, it's going to be some type of measured move on there. What I can do is just I'll throw in a little calculator. We'll give an opinion on this, and we'll kick it back and see what you think. Keegan, if you trade YM as well, because I know Anne Marie and I have been looking at it, so curious to hear yours as well. While I get in the middle of setting this up, we'll get a potential area.
Yeah, I don't actually trade YM at all. I do look at it, I do follow it, but I don't actually trade it, to be honest.
Well, maybe you can get a nice, good third-person external party point of view on this trade.
Yeah, that would be great, actually.
I mean, YM is just it's just driving up. I mean, it's not exactly something you would want to short right now. And I mean, looking at the volume profile, it's building value, as it's going higher. Although it is making new highs, and potentially from where we are right now, a pullback after taking the high. If we get a 5-minute candle close back below 43,350, it could be a pretty good short opportunity, actually, looking at it.
Mm-hmm. How would you think of going long into that short? I just marked off a spot. If there was a long, I marked off a potential target area, and then that target area, as you just suggested, pushing up can be a potential short for it to pull back down. What are your thoughts on that? And those areas, I will tell you the prices on. If we're breaking up, getting up into new highs. The target would be between 428 and 478. It's a really wide range. So I would say for targeting 428, 438, 48, somewhere in there as a long target, but we can also hold off. And as you suggested, let's wait. Let's see where it goes and take that back for a short. What do you think about that? Just from pure technical analysis, outsider not knowing much about this. What are your thoughts, Keegan?
To 420 to 470. So my question is, why would that be the target? How did you come up with that target?
Sure, great question. We have the low pivot of the morning here at 983, and the high at 349, 350, excuse me. And I just have this little calculator that I like to do. So I got a bunch of little calculated formula stuff in there that I like to use for myself. There's a couple of things in there. It's got some weird fibs. It's got momentum in there, and it's got candle basis. If we have a whole bunch of stacked up ups and downs, lefts and rights, and how long the time frame has been. So there's a couple little setups in there, and I basically just plug the numbers in. It runs through my formula that I have, and it gives me a potential area. This honestly is a little larger than I like to see personally, because I'm using the entire day, and that's really what I was using when I was looking at measure move stuff. That's exactly what I was using. Just saying, hey, if we break out of the high, taking the high and the low with this little pullback, it's a little further than I like to see, but I don't know. It could be a distant target. We'll see. But I like that better. I agree with you. I like that better once it breaks up and gets in that area around 420-ish. Let's call it 420, 430. Shorting it and getting some of that ride back down. That's on YM that Anne Marie asked about. We can look at others as well.
Mm-hmm. Excellent explanation. Thanks, Robert. See Nick4ATick in the chat, thinking about getting short possibly. I don't know. The old adage is that you never short a quiet market.
A dull market.
Holiday, especially on a holiday. Just think I could just keep grinding higher into the close.
Grinding up. Yep.
Yep. The melt up and trying to pick tops is just death by 1,000 cuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have Keegan's short zone marked off on the NQ that we discussed earlier in the targets, the levels that he provided us as right at the value area high that I use, 642, 652. Once we get up into that location on the NQ, Keegan's possible short. We'll talk through that when and if we have the opportunity to jump in there, but we'll go along with it. We'll back it.
Mm-hmm.
So when you guys are working on setting out things and what do you do to not take a trade out of boredom? Because honestly, sometimes I actually do that. I say to myself, all right, I'm just going to take one. and it ends up being absolutely ridiculous to do.
The worst
But
trade of the week.
I just I do. I struggle with inactivity, not being active, and so I chew my gum. I do all kinds of crazy things there. But what do you? Sounded bad. What do you guys do when you're sitting there and you're going, I got to wait for this? What do you
That's
do?
really a great question, because I know there's a lot of people out there watching and listening right now. They go through the same thing. They have that need for action. They crave the action. That's all they really want. That's what they're here for. And sitting on your hands waiting for the A1, A+ trade setups can be very agitating for someone that needs that constant action, I should say. As far as Robert and I go, I mean, we have plenty to keep us busy in the background throughout the day. This production process.
For sure.
You
guys
We're
are
doing
on
the secrets
15
there.
balls at the same time.
We're here a lot longer than
Always
bell to
got
bell.
Yeah.
So there's never a shortage of projects to work on for us behind the scenes. But I know that's not the case for 98% of you guys listening and watching right now. But Keegan, what do you do to keep your brain occupied while you're waiting for a good trade setup?
Yeah, that's a good point that Anne-Marie brings up there, because that's my leading cause for blowing XFAs. Is when you're bored and you take silly trades, man. It's like, or mainly for combines for me. It's like, I got into a combine and then I start taking silly trades, thinking I'll scalp like 5 points on Nasdaq or something, or something, just like get $10 here, $20 there, and then all of a sudden volume comes in and I've lost everything that I made over the last hour, and burning mental capital. But essentially, I try and work on studying, to learn more about the markets and understanding, why it flows the way it does, and so on. Another good way to use your time wisely is to work on statistics. Statistics is probably one of the best things to do when you want to try and not get into a trade. And what I try and do is if we, like now we're stuck in this range, okay, I'll put the chart to the side and I don't actually look at it, because the problem is, for me, I'll stare at the chart and I'm like, oh, maybe, and then I go and jump in one contract or something, even though I said, no, I'm not going to take any trades, and it really is a distraction. So I put an alert above and below the areas that I'm interested in taking a trade. So when we hit those areas in my alert goes off, so you can stay focused on what, if you are like you might be in front of the computer trying to trade for 4 or 5 hours, and you may be doing statistics, but then the candle movements keep catching your eye or something, and it's really not actually doing anything. It's just like intercandle volatility. So then you try and work on statistics or studying to learn more about the markets. That's generally what I try and do.
Careful on that range word. You say that 2 more times, Dobie's going to show up.
Yeah. He's got the mute button too.
All of a sudden, one of us will get kicked out of VMAX and we'll freeze and Dobie will show up. Range? Somebody say range?
Richard Harris in the chat, you absolutely crack me up, brother. Richard Harris says, I usually look through my photo album of Dakota when I'm waiting for a trade. It is pretty funny. I hope you're watching, Dakota. You got a fan out there.
Okay, that's good.
But yeah,
That's
some
good.
great suggestions come through the chat. Go out, touch grass, find a hobby, make a ham sandwich. That's I believe that's Hoag's major or favorite line. Go make a ham sandwich. But anyway, here we still are, hovering right around the highs in the ES still. Nothing really happening. Same with the NASDAQ. Same with gold. Same with crude. Seeing anything? Is the Dow moving? I don't even have a Dow chart up right now.
Yeah, it's still grinding up.
It's going.
Mm-hmm.
It's going,
grinding
for
up.
sure.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, I just found a nice key spot. I have a really good key indicator on my chart now. I know Gabe's back there switching things around rapid fire, but I think I have a really good indicator that we just loaded on the chart. And this is a specific call out. If anybody wants to use it, you see it right in the middle of the screen right there.
Very nice. Very nice. I thought that came from the production team in the back for a second.
I wouldn't put it past them. How about if we like and subscribe while we're sitting here? Let's call that out, JD. Let's get these things moving.
Yeah,
like and
for
subscribe.
Sure. We're getting real close.
If we get time to kill, let's do it.
Real close to 125,000 subscribers right now. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it can't be too far off. We had 124,000 on Friday. Or was that Thursday? Late last week, we had 124,000. I bet we're real close to 125,000. So if you're here and you're watching, we still got 3,000 people watching. Hit that like, hit subscribe, show us some love. We do appreciate it.
Would it be possible if I could ask you some?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, Anne-Marie. I wanted to ask, is it possible if I could ask you some questions?
Anything.
Yes, Keegan loves Q&A time here, Anne-Marie. He always comes prepared with the questions.
When you got really smart people in front of you, it's always, I love picking their brains, you know? So my question is, you talk a lot about options. So I understand you do a lot of options trading. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
I know very, very little about options, but when we were on here the other day, Dee pointed out that 43% of futures volume comes from options trading, and I had no idea that you know that was a thing. You know, I had no idea that it affected futures trading. You know, options levels. So I hear you talk a lot about gamma levels. You know, what are gamma levels in options?
Okay, so gamma is a derivative, and it's the you've got the first derivative is the first element is price. Delta is the shift relative to price. So let's say you've got a delta of 0.5, then your option will move 50 cents for every dollar that the price of the underlying moves. Gamma is the rate of change of delta. So gamma tells you how fast delta is moving or how slow delta is moving. Now, if you just extrapolate that for a little bit, you know that by nature, gamma is not going to have a curve that goes straight up or goes straight down. It's going to be sort of like flat because gamma just doesn't shift that way. It stays, and gamma stays in this section where at the money, gamma is always the biggest. Okay, so I hope that wasn't too wonky. But what gamma ends up doing is it isolates where the traders are positioning into the expiration that day. And more than 43% being options, they are zero DTE options. So it's not. So what they're doing is they get up in the morning and they go, all right, I'm going to sell my 25 deltas and my negative 25 deltas the night before, like the end of the day today. They're going to sell that strength. And they're naked on both sides. And they're going to come in the morning and they're going to cover it. And they're going to make 10, 20, 30, 40% if the chart does absolutely nothing. So the reason we look at gamma flow, and I use Mentor Q to do that, the reason we look at gamma flow is that we can tell where they positioned the night before relative to what's happening during the current day. So we'll know immediately if we come in and they're underwater. When they're underwater, meaning they sold a strike and that strike is now in the money, they're underwater, they have to either buy or sell the underlying to make their portfolio neutral, meaning they're not going to,
Okay.
have to go feed the pigeons. But it'll tell us if we see that line there and they come up and they pop down and they come up and they pop down and they can't come back, you know that they are thinking to themselves, holy cow, if this breaks, it's going to run. So you see a lot of clean gamma breaks when price action's moving really rapidly. You'll go, holy cow, they tried to get rid of that. They're on the wrong side of the trade, and so now they have to turn around and go in the other direction.
Oh,
But
wow.
it's super
Okay, that's quite
important to look
interesting.
at. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
really does. There is so much zero DTE flow. It's where all the big houses end up making money. They just sell those wings every single night and buy them back in the morning. And they're so liquid and they sell them out so far. They're every time we see like who's going to report next. When does Goldman and JP Morgan, they report at the end of the week. I know Bank of America reports tomorrow, or I think. But, they're going to show their trade desk making a ton of cash, and that's how they're doing it.
So are you looking at those gamma levels as where price would kind of be attracted to for those positions to be closed out to get the volume back into the market, or what are you like? I'm just trying to understand.
So the gamma levels are kind of like steering guardrails. Unless you start going at 150 miles an hour, and then the guardrails don't matter. So they'll bump against those guardrails, and if there's not a lot of fuel pushing it off into those edges, it'll fall back in the range, and it'll get trapped.
Okay.
But when it's sort of like a levee that breaks, the water splashes up and splashes up and splashes up, and then all of a sudden one of the bags come loose, and then two of the bags come loose, and then all of a sudden everybody's, chasing after the water. And so that really is it. So you look at it in terms of, I know that's a bizarre way. JD, would you agree with that sort of little storyboard I told there?
You explained it a whole lot better than I would have, that's for sure. I don't watch a whole lot of the... You watch that more often than I do, I should say. You and Nick4ATick are you always have your eye on the gamma. Not something
and it's
particularly
just important
looking
to
at throughout the day.
Yeah, it's just important to look at it and go, if there's no trend on the day, then those lines will just say, oh, you know what, I'm driving at 55 down the road. It's nice and easy. I might bump into a rail or not, but I'm going to sit in that center. But if trend takes over, it's a totally different ballgame.
Hey, folks, we got NQ popping up for the high. I hate to bust up the party, but the NQ is pushing up. We were almost up into Keegan's possible short zone up there. Flip over to anybody's NQ chart so we can take a look at it. Keegan, what are your thoughts? Do we still want to take a short up in this position? We're going to go along with you, sir.
Yeah, if I look at ES is just going, it's not really coming back into range. But if I look at the buyers, there's not, I mean, it is pushing, but there's not a huge amount of buyers coming in. I really do still like the short, but it is just trying to short into all-time highs here. Let's see. I mean, NQ is already sort of having a small rejection, but it's such a slow grind. It kind of feels like the London session almost, the way it's like just grinding up slowly but surely. And it would really still be nice to see some kind of liquidity pop. They're seeing stops getting triggered or something, potentially in ES specifically, because my concern is that ES just keeps driving, and that is exactly what it's busy doing. And I mean, if ES doesn't slow down, then I can't really see NQ slowing down. And generally, you want to see stops getting triggered towards a high, or some sort of sign of reversal. I don't know if you guys have any levels up above here on ES.
Yep.
It's kind of in free air at the moment.
Yeah, I did mark one out there earlier as a long target. We were waiting for these to come up and pop through, look for a potential short up there. But what I did mark off for you, Keegan, we were just in that other conversation. Nothing was moving, so I did mark off a long target zone on the ES. But also, can we use that? Excuse me. Are you comfortable with that? We're looking at ES all-time high still, right? Yeah, we're still going up, 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 up. Do we want to potentially
high
do
there?
that, or as you suggested? Yeah, I believe it is, Eddie.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go. Thank you, Nick4ATick.
Robert, how'd you come up with that target zone?
Keegan, what'd you say, sir?
Sorry, I was just going to say that there is still volume coming in, as price is moving up. So, it's still going. But yeah, I'd also love to know how you came up with the target, just out of interest.
Yeah, that's the same thing as before. I have this little program thing.
Okay.
There's a lot of data in there to just go like, hey, add this, subtract this, include this, don't do that. What's the candle? And it's all, it's like a little calculator I made for myself. So I don't have to keep doing this every single time. It's like, almost thinking like, hey, I want to use these 5 indicators on a chart, and then every day clearing them off and having to put them all back on again. So I just made it. I do coding as well. So I just threw it in there. So all I have to do is I said, all right, well, here we are in ES. And I took a couple of levels that I chose. We don't need this one here. That's part of point of control. It was 58.73 and this 59.07. But I put them in a low and a high pivot. This is a low and a high pivot of pretty much the US session. I said, well, if we end up getting over this high, what could the potential area be? And it really just figures it out for me instead of having to do the math every single time on it.
Okay.
Well, guys, we continue to tick higher. We're tapping on the ceiling in the ES again right now. We're one tick below new all-time highs again. But again, as we're breaking through new highs, I agree with you, Keegan. We're not seeing those huge liquidity grabs like we want to in order to get in on the short side. It's just a slow, steady grind higher.
And YM, Robert, it's pretty much into your area you were looking at there.
YM, I will toggle over there. YM, we are close. Let me make sure.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
number
once we
do
broke
you
over
have
that high
for it?
again. Yep, I will type it in. The high is 43,428. I'll actually type it in case we can see it up here. 43,428.
Hey, this just, I want to cut in here real quick. Make sure everybody knows that tomorrow, Brett Steenbarger is going to be making his return to Topstep TV. He's going to be here at 11 a.m. Central Time with Yes, Anne Marie Band, and the Hoag. So, hey, if you got any questions, I'm going to post that link here up in chat. I will pin it. I am looking forward to this.
Always a great day when Brett Steenbarger comes on. It's like
Absolutely.
I think I compared it. Is anybody familiar with that old movie Empire Records from the 90s about a group of kids that work at a record store? But they were having a guest singer come on, Rex Manning, and everyone was all excited for it, and they dubbed it Rex Manning Day. So every day that Brett Steenbarger comes on Topstep TV, it is my personal Rex Manning Day. I always look forward to it. That guy's great.
Yes. JD, do not
How
forget.
many trades on?
Get your cameras ready.
Yes, get your cameras ready.
I have a short
I heard something
that
earlier.
fired off. Yeah, I have a short that fired off in the MNQ.
Anne Marie is
Right.
short the MNQ.
Yeah.
What'd you see up there, Anne Marie?
I'm feeling 628 and a quarter is where I got in, but it just did not come back, and so not feeling comfy about it, that's for sure. I guess I've got a bias that that makes me think that the chart, all the traders that were long into the day, I am thinking about when they are going to want to cover. And it might be, you know, the end of the day. It might be power hour, right? That they want. But I'm anticipating that they might want to cover if they decide to go long on the initial breakout that everybody was seeing. And so this is why my bias is a little bit to the short side. And I mean, it's chopped me up a little bit because every time it comes in, it pops right back up. That's why I'm trading smaller size in the MNQ, because I know that I'm not trading with the trend. I know I've got this counter trend idea, and it forces me to the micros so that I don't, have a gaping flesh wound, trading the minis.
A mere flesh wound. It's a mere flesh wound.
Not just a flesh wound, a gaping flesh wound. Yeah.
Yeah, gaping. A hatchet to the chest.
Keegan, where we at, buddy? Where we at this NQ? We were I marked off your spot on NQ, the possible short zone. We close to it. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually want to potentially go in or average in with a position from here. So I'm going to join Anne-Marie in the short, just because I'm seeing sellers starting to come in on ES, and then that'll give it a little bit of space, to put maybe the stop up above about 655 to 660, and then give it a little bit of space, and then if we do come into the value area high at 645, 650, add to the position over there.
Gotcha.
Because I do like
I'm going to do the same thing.
It is starting to roll. Yeah. It is starting to roll here. I do like the way it looks. Let's go here, 655. We could still get the liquidity sweep higher, but we're getting sellers stepping in on ES.
640 number. Did you see that?
Yeah,
it came right into your 640 number.
Oh yeah.
It came right into Keegan's 640 number.
642 high. When you're playing a zone like that, Keegan, how wide of a gap do you give yourself to sort of scale?
Well, that's why I'm pushing it up to 655 here to potentially go in with another 3 at 644 ish, because then you got a better entry. But it just is looking so slow, and it is with ES with sellers starting to come in, we could potentially start retracing a little bit, but yeah, it's not a lot of sellers, but it's the first time we're seeing a bit of a drop off on Delta on ES, and it is still slow grinding. I mean, but I think it would be nice to potentially get a push, a target into the New York VWAP. The New York VWAP has kind of been what's been holding us up in this whole move, the sideways consolidation. So to me, a target into the New York VWAP would be a good take profit for this trade, I think. We were risking 133 to make 208, and then if we do get higher, we make the risk better than if we get in at 644, 645. What are you?
We get the keys to house account. We can go along with you. Want to go along with you? We need a consensus here. We get a short, we're going short now, and I'll stack these things up. We'll put another short above, and then we'll put our stop up top, put a target on there. But we need everybody in agreement. Keegan, it's your call.
Well, I'm in the trade, so.
All right, you're short right now. I'm short. I am short as well. Okay, where's our next level? We're gonna go short. You said 45, right? We're gonna add to our position, add to our short of 45. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. So
what were your,
my question
what are your levels again, Robert?
I'm adding them right here, sir. We end up getting in. Yeah, we end up getting in NQ, one contract, house account trade, following Keegan, price is 20,626. Call 627 because it's recorded. 20,627. We are one contract short. We have a limit sell at 645, and we have our stop at 658. Unless we want to adjust any of those, you let me know where we're going to put our target. What was that price in that VWAP, Keegan? I don't have the VWAP the same one you do on my chart, but I can add it. But you have it right in front of you. What is it?
Okay, so VWAP is sitting at 601 at the moment, but each time we've had a wick into it, so we keep hitting down to about 596, 595. So it kind of wicks through VWAP when it comes down. So that's I've got my target at 598.
All right.
Sounds good.
We are there.
All right, working another offer at 45. Short house count is short at 627. Working another offer at 645. Stop at 658. The order that shall not be named. Anne Marie, how's your entry looking? Where'd you get in at?
628.
628. All right, so we're all in about the same spot. Trade wise, are you thinking about the same thing as everyone else? Scale in, maybe sell another one if we get a little liquidity boost to the upside? Is that on your radar at all, Anne Marie?
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. I have one additionally at 633, and then I've got one at the old 640 level up there.
The old 640. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, those will be interesting
in this segment right now.
No, we're coming up on time. We got a couple minutes left to track this trade. Maybe we'll see that liquidity boost going into power hour, and
oh my,
got a couple more on
it is
here.
almost time.
Time really flies, right?
I know. Well, especially if you're so into what you're staring down, there's just. I look up and 4 hours have gone. I've got to remember to get up and do some jumping jacks, or I'm stuck to the chair for hours.
What time is it in Finland right now, Amory?
10 o'clock, almost 10 p.m. Yeah. Normally I'm staring at the back of my eyelids at this time of day, but
I was curious. I didn't want
to get.
I didn't want to assume anything. Is this early time for Amory? Is this shut down the computer and go out for a rager, or is this sleep time?
I can have a rager in the bed while I'm asleep. Yeah. Yeah. Normally I try to go lights out, but it's taken a minute. We're in this really quaint hotel that was built in the 1920s next to the only train station in town. And it's just really neat. Every room has a sauna because they're so big into their saunas. And so it's very quaint. It's very nice. Robert, when you go, you're going to love it. You're going to love it.
Looking forward to it. Some nice views up there where Keegan is also.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite places to go. It's on my bucket list. I'm going to. I gotta go when they do the flowers.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Yeah.
How are you finding the weather in Finland?
I love it because Chicago is my favorite weather. But
okay.
Yeah, I love it. I love it cold. It's been pretty rainy, and so that's been kind of yuck. But and the big thing is they don't serve American breakfast here. Finns tend to eat pastry and smoke cigarettes and drink coffee, and that's what they do for breakfast. And so there's like no eggs or nothing like that. So Yeah, it's super interesting. Yeah, they eat a lot of pastries for breakfast. Hey, our trade looks like it's some
Coming
action.
around.
Yeah.
Market structure on the 1 minute is looking okay. You know, we're forming a lower high here on the 1 minute. If ES can just keep pushing down, I think we could very well get it the target hit. But let's just keep in mind it is very, very low volume. We're trying to go against the market here, you know, during very, very low volume our trading times, you know. But yeah, it is looking decent.
Should we add to this if we drop further?
Well, if volume
That's a
comes
good
in,
question.
I think it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Alright.
if volume.
Otherwise, no.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, power hour
That's
next.
my
We're gonna
thought.
have
Always
to,
a little bit more
If
activity
volume
there. We'll
comes
find
in,
out
yeah.
if it does, right? We're
Yeah.
gonna pass
we're
the
gonna
trade
have to
off to the
start.
next group next here.
We're gonna have to manage this trade from the next segment because we are out of time, guys. It is 1:59 in the
All
PM.
right.
Power hour is starting up in just a couple minutes. We got to make some room to let the next group of people in. There goes Anne Marie, Jason, the airplane.
That's an old story, folks, and we don't
That'll
want
never
to tell
get-
that one again.
Thank you for joining us for Trade with
Oh,
Topstep.
dropping off right there.
Oh, there it goes. All right, we're gonna switch up real quick. Keegan, thank you for joining us. Anne Marie, always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Pardon me.
Thank you for having me.
Stick around.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nice to
Oh,
meet you,
always a
Keegan.
pleasure. It's
I
been
look
great
forward
having
to
you
trading
on.
Nice to
with you
meet you
again.
too, eh? Yeah,
Thanks,
nice to meet
Stick around,
you.
folks.
Thanks
Thank
so
you so
much.
much.
We got
eh?
Power Hour.
Bye-bye.
We got Power Hour coming up next. We got Muhammad joining us. Muhammad's going to be here with Dolby, Hoag, and me. So stick around. We're going to manage this house account trade. See if we can't maybe add a little bit onto it. We got the markets starting to move, starting to wake up just a little bit right now. So we're going to take a short break, folks, and we will be right back. Stick around for Power Hour. Welcome back, friends and traders. What's up? It is Power Hour. It's the final hour of the day. We got an all-star lineup here. We got some of the GOATs. We got Mr. Muhammad. We're not crying to Muhammad today. He's on the leaderboard today. He's in 23rd spot at the moment.
Nice.
Great job, Muhammad. Nice to see you again. Trading
Thank
in a bunch
you.
of
Thank
XFPs.
you.
We gave you a nice shout out when we did the went over the leaderboard earlier today. We got Hoag,
I
John
was
the Goat
li-
Hoagland,
I
and
was
Dolby
listening.
Time. You were excellent.
Yeah.
Nice move. Yeah, you. I think 2 weeks ago at this time, you were in the low 200s on the leaderboard, and you shot 193.
193.
Nice.
Exactly.
What a move. Great job, Mohammed.
Wow.
right,
Actually,
so-
as long as it sounds so nice, however, it has some pressure on that because people start looking up to you, and you have to be always like this. So I'm trying to live with that.
Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself, Mo.
I don't.
Alternatively, you're looking down at them because you're number 23.
If you're not on the leaderboard, don't go crying to Muhammad. He puts the work
That's
in.
right.
Exactly. You can get this shirt. I received it yesterday. Don't cry to Mo.
Such a good shirt.
All right, guys. Well, in the previous segment, the house account got short. We are currently short 1 NQ at 20,627, working a second offer at 20,645 with a stop just a bit above there. How are we feeling about shorts right now, guys? Is this a trade you think you want to add on to? Should we get in touch with Coach Robert and maybe tell him to bust this one out? We've only got a point in the trade, and we've been in it for a good 20 minutes now, 25 minutes. So
Is
not
it-
a
is it
whole
a
lot
one
of price
con-
action.
oh, Is it a one contract trade, or this is only after taking
It's a
some
s-
profits?
It's a scale in. We just got short. We're working another offer to get short
I see.
more. So max short position will be 2 contracts if we get filled on the second one.
What do
How
you
are
think
guys
about
feeling
that,
about
Mo?
shorts right now?
Let me share my screen here, and let's talk it through from different perspective. This kind of day, it's started, going lower, putting a new low, as we can see. However, since then, we see the market smashed up and trying to go back again to the, I say the opening range this year, as they failed, and they are still failing to go lower. So this kind of day, I call it a reversal uptrend day. It started down, failing people that the market's going lower, and some of them still short, trying to go still against the trend. So I don't like selling this kind of day. So this is one of the day that I say, don't cry to me selling the market. It is difficult to sell the market. You have to be very patient. You have to see the market going against you for a long period of time and hoping for a drop like this to come. So these kind of drops, if they come, they should come quickly. So you should be very quickly taking your profit, see profit, take a profit type of trade if it is a short. If you are a long, you enjoy the ride. You don't scare with these small movement. Even the long, strong one, the buyer will take it somewhere at some time. So technically, I would like to, to manage this trade, see how much risk we are taking, and take the profit around 1-to-1 quickly, moving the stop loss to point of entry if you can.
Excellent analysis right there. Thank you, Mohammed.
However, it is a nice selling area up this pivot. A lot of short would like to take short at this area. It's a cheap trade for a short. Buying is very difficult. It's very difficult to buy, actually. I'm already long. However, I have a very tight stop loss in this move. You can see it here in my XFA. I'm long, looking to have the measured move from this low to this high, back up to 688. So making a new high, which will not be a surprise for us if it happened.
Okay, so Muhammad and the house count do have competing positions right now. It has nothing. It's nothing personal against each other. We put these positions on without knowing the other's position. But
yeah, you can.
Muhammad's long. Muhammad's long.
It can work out. It can work out. My stop.
Yeah.
I mean, if the market break to 20,613, I'm out.
Mm-hmm. We are long. House count is short, and Muhammad is long. Right, almost at the same. Muhammad's long at 625. House count is short at 627. So we were thinking about trades at exactly the same price. We just took opposite sides of the market. But what were you going to say, Hoag? What's on your mind?
I'm of Mohammed's school of thought here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the S&Ps, all the down bars have been very low volume. The up bars have been higher volume. And I'm just looking at a 5-minute chart here. All three of these down bars were on lower volume. The next bar that came up and started pushing back higher was on higher volume. So it seems like we're running out of volume on the down moves. The sellers have been, almost not here, if you will. And, we're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. I'm of the school of thought that, we could see this thing continue to push to the upside. We haven't really seen much of a pullback in the S&Ps. So I'm kind of siding on the side of Mohammed here. And for the sake of the house account, I'm hoping that I'm wrong. But for the sake of Mohammed, I'm hoping I'm right. Anything can happen. It's such a low volume day today that it just seems, well, like Anne Marie was saying before, it seems like a coin flip. But the harder thing to do right here is definitely buying. It's easy to sell it here because we're at all-time highs. It's harder to buy it, and typically the harder thing to do is the right thing to do.
And picking up the high is very hard, especially in NQ. The buyers are torturing the sellers.
Yeah,
just showing how we slowly can go lower, and then the market picked up immediately. So buyers are just scared of the strong, quick move that could happen. So I am comfortable. However, there is no chance that the market will not go quickly down, take me out, and continue up. So my concern that the market will take me out and continue up. However, the sellers are not even having that luxury.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's been a while since the last significant.
Sellers are believing that if the market goes higher, it will continue going higher.
Mm-hmm. That's typical price action for a day like today.
So
holiday, low volume, low volatility.
I'm against adding more to this torturing position. really, you're just hoping,
torturing position.
Exit. If the market goes down again, maybe if you still have the belief of this shorting idea, you can short anytime again. You're still at the high.
Mm-hmm. What's your thought on this, Hoag? Should we contact Coach Robert and cut this trade before it?
What's the risk on this short that we have?
So we're short one at 627. We have another offer working at 645 with a 658 stop.
27.45.
Pretty wide.
So about a 42 average, and the stop is where? 58. 14 points.
Well, it's $600 a risk.
Yeah. It's worth it to see if we can roll this thing over, I guess. But You know,
It's a cheap
I want
trade.
to take
That's
the
for
opposite.
sure.
I want to take the opposite side on a house account.
Yeah, understood.
It's a
true.
cheap trade unless you add to it.
Yeah, good point. We're not adding a lot, and that 645 zone. Our last guest, Keegan, who was on, had a nice level there. That's why we put the trade on and scaled into it, or are attempting to scale into it.
Yeah, I just without there being bearish news, I'm always hesitant to be shorting indices.
Mm-hmm.
Always,
Especially on a slow day like today. It's just a grind. Low volume, low volatility, steady grind higher. Death by 1,000 cuts if you're trying to short it at the top,
It's just the money moves into equities just kind of by default. So unless there's some big news coming out, I think the odds are kind of against you if you're just taking shorts just because of, I don't think just levels is enough, at least for like a serious trade with size. I would always be trying to get long with size into indices on no news days.
Yeah.
And just as long as we're buying higher lows, I think that's all safe stuff. Shorts I think are just tempting to get squeezed out. I don't think they have any volume. There's no conviction. There's no real reasons to go short. So probably uptick up until 680s if I had to guess until the end of the day.
So should we cut this trade? Should we cut this trade? This is becoming the question now. Here's the topic. The house account is short. Do we cut this trade now and look for an opportunity to get long?
The risk is there, so we don't worry about it. 500, I think, is it?
Yeah, that's
right around 600. Yeah,
it's a paper cut.
I think it's worth try. Just keep it this way. I hate selling if the market started bearish and then it continue bullish, like I see here in this chart. Just imagine if you would like to take a trade. If you share my screen, this strong up move. What happened after that? Measured move, correction area, then AB equals CD. This is the bigger move. So easily buyers are looking forward to go rotation in this crazy long channel. Especially
If
when
we
we see
were-
this.
If we were to cut this trade and look for a long, what would be a level that you would look at to look for a long?
20,587.
587.
This high. Yep.
587 and actually just got an update from Coach Robert. Our profit target on this current profit target is 25.98. That's sort of in confluence with getting a long position. If we make that drop down there, we'll be out of this trade and we can jump into long. Does that make sense to you?
So if you're not looking for longs until we get down to that level, does it make sense to be short a couple on the way down?
Exactly.
If it goes.
That's a big if.
It's hard for me to see a short, even if this and sometime this is what works, the thing that you don't see. So I see a short area here, a nice rejection up there, fine. However, there is no follow through. Market keep grinding higher, torturing the sellers. Even in the small time frame, the 100 tick, we are seeing clearly higher highs.
Yep, higher lows, higher highs. I mean, I'd even consider 620 for longs, 610s.
If Dakota is here, he's long right now. I believe. I don't know, because this is how I see him. Whenever he has a higher high in the 100 tick with a strong support, like we see here, isn't it strong support they are making here?
There's no reason for sellers to come in, I don't think. So slow
Making a
grind.
good case for it.
That zombie rally.
The zombie rally.
It's coming.
It
I think
certainly seems that way to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are good shorts to be had. I think it would be a little bit more enticing around like 680 or 700, just because like those are much larger sort of time frame levels. So there's a better chance of like, day traders coming in and selling that down, which could put selling pressure short term, which might set up, a nice short term trade. But overall, I don't know if I could just be short right here, right now, without being by something major, like a 4-hour or a daily level, or even like a weekly.
Yeah.
So that those levels could be nice targets for longs too, couldn't they, Dolby?
100%. That's what I would be targeting if I was. Yeah, like if we were long right now in the house, let's say we just flipped this trade. This was house long instead of house short. Yeah, you're probably looking at like 660, 680, and then maybe 700.
Yeah.
So I
And
think
that's my
there's a
target.
lot more upside.
685 is my extreme target.
685.
Yeah, I will take some whenever we go to 650.
Yeah, that would be a new
because
high.
I'm long. I'm long 4.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a nice. What's your long? What's your position? Oh, sorry, it's up here.
Long
625.
Long 4 at 625.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm gonna put it on my chart.
Good trade so far. Yep.
Yeah, it's good
Let's
stuff.
count a short at 27.
Yes.
Still not down not down a lot yet. Like, it's just not moving for the moment.
Yeah, it's very slow. Maybe this 230 will shock the market a little bit.
I
before
love MOC.
MOC.
It's a good time. It is a good time.
We got about 25 more minutes till those MOC numbers come out.
See if there's
I'm
any
not expecting
liquidity
much
here
from
at,
it.
230.
What's our typical volume in NQ, and how far below that are we currently?
I can tell you. Hang on a second.
Not much of a volume guy.
Hope tracks the daily. I know that.
Yeah, I've been a little bit lax on that, JD. Hang on a second. Well, Friday's total volume in the front month was 385,000 at the end of the day. Right now, we're at 334,000. So it's not terrible.
Mm-hmm. Not that far off at all.
I can tell you a couple of months ago. Okay. In late August and September. Hang on, let me use this spreadsheet and I can tell you. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. What the heck is that? No.
Quick tilt update. Nothing much happening there. The S&P is 60% short. NQ is 62% long. A little bit of a tug of war on the tilt, but again, price action has been lax. A lull in price action, I should say.
So
And we wait.
I
Yeah,
mean, we're way down on volume since August and September. We were averaging 458,000.
Mm-hmm.
So even Friday was. But I got to take another look at that. Hang on. Yeah. I think we've been low in volume ever since the attacks started, you can see it in the dome. You can see how thin the domes are in the S&P and in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
So futures, I think volume has been low, and I think we're really low today. Not excessively. Friday was a Friday, so most people probably finished the day early.
Yeah. Where do we think this is going to end up? Maybe we can pull chat and give you all a poll question. Do we end? Let's see what level.
Higher than today's high. Or
Yeah,
not?
like 680.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Do we close above or below 680 by 3 p.m. Central?
Good
See
question.
what chat says. Above, below. I'm going to lean towards. I think we're going to break 680s, but close below 680.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah, the 700s will be tough.
Definitely. And that's where I think the cheap short comes in. Like a short time frame, but long time frame level. Short time frame trade at a long time frame level.
This is an interesting poll. 36% think people think it's going to trade above 20,680 by 3 p.m. Interesting.
So close above or below 680 by 3.
Yeah.
Well, today's Monday MOC gives it a little jolt.
Yeah. Starting to get pretty even though, almost 60-40. That's very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these polls end up being pretty even.
Yeah, it's true.
They do.
They really do.
Well, that's that's kind of the point that you want to try to find a level, like a situation that could be like 50-50 and see who wins. It can't be too obvious. It can't be like, do we close above or below like 580s? We're not getting down to 580. Mo's just slowly counting his money in his long right here. One tick at a time.
One tick at a time.
He's not crying.
No.
Yeah,
How can you be?
It's trying to. It's like the market is trying to make me asking me to exit, or take your profit. We're going lower, so it's just like the market is slowly going higher and quickly going lower. You can see here, it's quickly going lower, then slowly going higher. In this case, usually buyers, they don't have the patience, so take them out and go higher. So let's say that, should I take my stop loss here? So the ultimate expectation, it will take me and the market will go higher. So I will not do that. I will keep my stop as it is.
Sticking to your guns.
Yes. And
it might as well diamond hands. The trend is with the trade. There's really no reason to get to cover it.
Right.
Higher lows, higher highs.
Don't give the market orders.
Yeah.
And you're in the money, so what are you worried about?
So the best position to be
As
in.
I said, a quick, sharp drop, this is what worries me. Because this can happen in a slow day like today.
I mean, like, I could see... I mean, a slow drop, I would anticipate just getting bid back up again. And if we do have that drop, I would assume it's just to get weaker longs out of their trades so they could just run it up later. Like, there's probably a bunch of stops sitting at like 593. If you go to like a 30-minute chart, we had a little bit of consolidation there between like 594 and let's say like 623. So longs who participated in that range might have their stops set just below 593. And so maybe we shoot down there, yoink those weak longs, and then shoot back up again. It's entirely possible. But trend is your friend.
Still short only one in the house account.
Okay, cool.
Down about 6 points. It's not killing us. It's not going our way, but it's not killing us. Let's just let it play. There's a reason it was taken. Let's see how it plays.
We got to get, yeah, good cheap trade. Only $600 of risk on this trade in total. We got in at a couple of good levels that some of our well-renowned traders in the previous segment recommended. So yeah, we'll just let this play out for now.
That's what makes a market. I mean, we're not always going to be on the same page with trading, and if it was, it would be not very exciting because there's no confrontation. I mean, that's all the excitement. How boring would the pit be, Hoag, if there's just a bunch of people sitting around just agreeing all the time? Yep, that is exactly
Where
right.
is Delta at? Well, where's Delta at right now?
S&P is positive 2,500. NASDAQ up 270.
270.
Nothing really divergent or congruent in either of those. Maybe a little congruent in the S&Ps, but I'd much rather see it divergent if I were going to be looking for longs.
Yeah. If we break this 642, I think the 650 is just, a matter of minutes.
Right around the corner. Yep.
That's that last swing high. 642.
Where is our stop? 654, isn't it? House account stop.
58.
58.
All right, so it's Nvidia 1% below all-time high. Like, it's hard to bet against NASDAQ because you have all those, super strong, tech companies in there that are just so hot right now. Like, who's betting against Apple, Nvidia? Is Tesla in there too? I mean, Tesla might be kind of red today. I haven't checked, but
it is a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to say I'm going to short NASDAQ, that means you're also saying I'm shorting all of those companies as well. I don't know how many people in the world are taking that bet right here, right now.
Nvidia almost traded all the way up to 140 today, just a 40 cents short of that.
Yeah, but don't forget, we are looking for 50 points only. That is possible.
Nothing.
You're not shorting those companies to zero. You're shorting half a percent maybe over the day.
Yep.
We didn't really see much happen at 2:30 here. No real good liquidity.
Nothing.
Injection there.
Nothing.
Just hanging around here.
Keep torturing the sellers. That's it.
Keep torturing.
You want water? No water. No water.
No water. No pullbacks, no water.
Please, just give me 10.
There you go.
Have this?
We are probably in our second short at 645. We're average 636, I believe.
Okay, cool.
Nice liquidity grab there.
36, yeah. That's right.
Now my stop will be at 629.
Moving stops up 629. All right.
Yeah. Still long
Here
3.
we go.
Yep. I mean, I think we've all been in trades before where we're short indices and we're just getting slow tick to death. It's agonizing. All you're looking for is any pullback to get out.
Yeah. 649.5 is high of value for today's session.
Okay.
I think the stop is very well placed. We'd have some liquidity in the S&Ps up at 59.13. There's 526 on the offer. 59.15 as well. Another almost 600 up there. Seeing some offers stack here.
At 6, what?
They keep moving. They did not get filled. They've moved the liquidity to 59.14, 700 on the offer in the S&Ps, 2 ticks above the high of the day.
Keep saying sellers step in at that 650 area in the NQ. Slapping them back every attempt to pop above there.
Yeah, that's value high.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get back to break even.
1,000 on the offer in the S&Ps now at 59.15. There's 1,000 on the offer, 750 on the offer at 59.14 and a half. 746 on the offer at 59.14. Are these the spread bros? I mean, is it kind of a lot for 1,000 on the offer?
Mm-hmm. Quite a bit of liquidity up there.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna go get it is the question.
So close.
It is
2 points away,
and yet so far.
You're moving a tick an hour. Yeah, it's pretty far away.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be curious to see if buyers step back in again and maintain the higher lows. I mean, that could be anything from like 625, 630. You know, does our short here in the house become support for longs? That wouldn't be good. But it very easily could, just based off of technical structure that we're seeing of higher lows. And we made higher highs once again. So a really nice channel that's actually pretty clearly defined in NASDAQ. If you go to like a 1 minute chart, even a 5 minute chart, I mean, it's a pretty clean channel, just straight to the upside. But maybe we rip down to 620s and buyers come back in again. Who knows? Possibilities are endless.
Yeah. We'll see
almost
if
back
the
to
buyers.
break even here.
Yeah, we're getting there. 10 minutes to MOC. I do like that short, you know, right at that like 650s. If you were going to take one, you know, we kind of have like that, almost like a head and shoulder pattern with that shoulder in that like 630 area, like 630 AMCT. I think if you go like a 1 minute chart, it's a little bit more obvious because you got the, you know, here's shoulder one, then you got shoulder two here, and that's where we kind of think maybe out of that second short was around like 648s or so. So maybe that ends up pulling everything down. I'm just thinking of like scenarios that would, you know, help bears in this case, but I don't know how many there are really. It's
really
NASDAQ. It's NASDAQ.
Now the pullback, I think, at 625. So how about the one contract that house account sold at this nice level, 650 something? So we take one contract at 625. So now you have a better position to manage with one contract.
That's reasonable.
If the market goes to 620.
If it gives it to us, yeah.
Yeah. However, you have to keep the other one until, let's say, 550 or something. So the market, because you're short.
Right up against all this liquidity in the S&Ps.
Yeah. 594.
Traded out.
Whee!
Here we go. We're getting close to that stop area.
14.5 is trading. The 14's traded out. 14 halves did not trade out. There's still 500 on the offer.
The market looks that it doesn't agree with our plan.
Likes your plan though.
Say no.
4 longs. I mean, 4 long. Yeah, that's real good. I mean, ES. Wow.
Did we just get taken out?
YM.
We did not. We are still in.
56 was the high there. Got it.
58 was our level. But
58 is the stop? Okay.
Tapping on the ceiling again right now.
Whew, it's close. It's so close.
All that liquidity in the S&P is holding in there. Got a partial fill on the 14 halves. They're still there. Seeing Delta increasing now, 4,300 now. As buyers get more aggressive.
They are getting new. They are getting new tools for torturing.
Put them in the Iron Maiden.
Confess, 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 seller.
You were showing
Who's your
practice
uncle?
account profits. House account is not down, actually. I think we're up overall.
House count is still up on the day.
Overall, yeah, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. This is just
Thanks
one
to-
trade.
Thanks to Hoag. Hoag managing a 3K winner. And did catch a nice short, actually. That was a good short.
Yeah. Making money shorting this market, you need to be a hero. I mean, that was a nice
quick
trade.
and the dead.
Just if somebody asks you, how did you make money today? He said, I was short in Q. He said, how the hell did you do that? You know? So, bravo.
The liquidity
It's
up
hard.
at 16 now in the S&Ps, 829 on the offer.
Ooh. Thank you, Gabe. House account is up 16-17 on the day. Not too
Positive is
shabby.
good.
Way better than red.
So flat?
We are
Still
flat.
a
House
miss.
count is flat.
Oh, it is
I
flat.
just got
We're
an
flat.
update from Robert in Slack. House count is flat.
Flat. Okay, pull that off. Pull that off. So the only
Hey,
trade
I got
have
a
up
question
right
for
now-
you guys.
Yep.
I got a question here. Now, we were up, 3,000 on the account? We are getting very close to 50%. Do we watch this very carefully now? We don't want to go below losing 50% off that profit?
Good thought, Eddie, of course. I'm of the school of thought that with 15 minutes left in the day, there's really not much I'm going to be able to do here. I would agree with that, Eddie.
And to be honest, the only trade that I see fit for the house account is to buy at 20,560. So maybe we'll not get that today with this move.
That would be a heck of a break to the downside for that.
Yeah. I don't like to
point move.
recommend any other shorts.
Yeah. I'm with you.
So if the market goes at 560, let's prepare that. Who knows?
Mo, what's
This
your
area.
strategy
So
here?
this is
I mean, this is
the
you're kind of in
strategy
an interesting
is,
spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Look at this. We had made a double bottom over this area, which means this whole area is a demand area. The whole thing is a support here for going higher, especially when we are doing higher high here. Even with a small move, the buyers will be anticipating to buy at the middle of this demand area, which is around 250, exactly 257.50. Okay, the stop loss, I use it below
30.
Below this curve for my 21 EMA. See, the curve works as support as well for this kind of move. So it's very, very tight stop. So the entry will be 257, stop 20,545. So
That's your
that's
20,
around what?
20 simple moving average or your EMA?
EMA, 21 EMA. Yeah. So this is how much from 200, let's say 560 to 545. This is 15 points. 15 points. That's it. And the target it could be 2-1 from this risk easily.
It's interesting. Well, I've never seen anybody use like
Yeah.
the curvature or the turning point of an SMA as kind of a stop level or a target.
Look at this here. You can see it. It's happening already. This curve up there. You can see what happened. They rejected at this area.
Nice.
Unfortunately, this is the last one, you know. So we don't have anything before. So
inside of 2 minutes
we would
on
like
MOC.
That's been
to buy around it. So if the market goes there during MOC, maybe we can place a buy order with only 15 pips, 15 points stop loss. That would not sacrifice more than 50% of what we have made as AD said.
Yeah, the ES is going up to take out all that liquidity up there.
Yep. Yeah, this would
The
be
16s
the
are
time
there. They haven't traded out yet. They've got a partial fill.
Yeah, I would be looking at cheap shorts at like 681, 682 in NASDAQ and just keep a short limit order up there, see if it gets filled, keep a relatively tight stop, and maybe it rips up and then comes back down 20, 30 points and you get like a decent scalp out of it. What's MOC, Castor? Market on close. Those are all the
1 minute.
orders. Yep. So there's an order type called market on close. Series 3 test. Test question right there. So market on close order.
So the 16s traded out.
Yep.
All that liquidity has now been taken.
Come on. My target was 68 quarter.
Another big offer at 18.5. 650.
Is S&P all-time high?
Yes, it is. There you go. Thanks, Eddie.
Hey, 10 seconds MOC, boys and girls. All right, let's see what we got here.
And what is the high of NQ? All-time high was
Well, that's a ways away.
214. Yeah, it's away.
Here's 660, which I mentioned earlier. It's the low of the 1 minute range high. So like this doesn't work every time, but sometimes if you get like a high on the day, you'll get like a brick of candles that kind of consolidate at the high. I like drawing a support line just underneath that as a potential target, because that's how sometimes you can get like a support becomes resistance at a high time frame. And it did get pretty damn close to that like 660, 662 area. So we couldn't push above that range between 660 and 680. And we sold off from there.
Yeah.
Mo, what are your EMAs? Trader J has a question.
It's 21 EMA. The middle one is off the close of the 21 candles. The higher one is the high of 21 candles. The lower one is the lows of 21. So it's like a Bollinger moving with the market. It gives me the sense of who has control. Whenever I see the Bollinger is going higher, that means it is an uptrend. Whenever it is going down, it's a downtrend. Whenever it is like this, moving in a range, that give me you are in a range.
Mohammed, did you actually miss that limit sell by 1 tick?
Yeah, not 1 tick. It was
2.
Yeah, it was 2 points, less than 2 points. 5 ticks.
Man.
5 ticks.
This is the pullback I think everybody's been waiting for and being tortured for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What I'm being told here regarding our MOC is it is not active due to the holiday, the U.S. holiday.
Mm-hmm.
So
That makes sense.
I'm
Let me get
feeling
my
that might
card
happen.
over there right now.
I'm feeling that might happen.
Yeah.
Wasn't enough action today.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. However, the market did give us a move at almost C time.
Yep. And the market gave us a lot of moves today, considering it was a bank holiday. I mean, 100 points up, 100 points down, 100 points up again. I mean, that's anytime you get 100 points a couple times, I mean, that's good trading right there.
All right, guys. James, if you are ready to go, I think we've got some hashtag Power Hour content to show.
We do indeed. If you recall, at the beginning of this show, Andre asked everybody to take your best memes, your best picks, trader wins, put them on X, tag us at TopstepTV, and here's what we got.
All right.
AB, nice trades today. Long and short of the MNQ, locked up another 5th winning day with Topstep. Mag 7 on the right, Topstep X in the middle, Topstep TV on the left.
Nice.
Very nice.
That's the way to do it.
There you go. Moving right along. Matthias is getting ready for the Brett Steenbarger Q&A and AMA tomorrow. See him reading one of his books while trading on Topstep X. So we're looking forward to seeing Brett Steenbarger here tomorrow as well. So be sure to tune in. From Facebook, Jonathan Orlando, first day in my new 150K XFA. Time to take this slow. Traded 3 contract trades today. We'll keep to 2 to 3 contracts till I take a payout. Trading NQ and locked the day out at noon EST with a balance
Nice day.
of 2,229.
Love seeing a good plan to come together. Nice job, Jonathan.
Nice day. Yep.
From GM, he's got some lovely words. Says, honestly, I'm glad I found myself a home with Topstep. I've been trading with props for a while, and it's the first time I feel like I'm not working against the firm. I was worried of silly rules and payout denial. Thank you, Michael Patak. I can now focus on trading $103,000 in 7 days on 3 XFAs.
Wowza.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Very nice.
Good stuff. Post his review chart there. And tip of the week, review your trading. I think you got a lot of stuff to review and a lot of good stuff. And finally, from Carl Hungest, if you were watching Fast Markets this morning, Nick4ATick only uses the finest gas for his air horns. Out there in Texas, wrangling up some air horns.
Love a good Hungus update.
Well, thank you to everybody who followed us at TopstepTV on X and tagged us with hashtag Power Hour and hashtag Fast Markets. We'll be doing the whole thing again tomorrow, so keep it up. And back to you, JD.
Thank you, James. That was awesome. Big shout out to all you traders out there. Nice wins in the hashtag Power Hour segment there. Perfect. All right, we just got a few minutes left here, guys. 5 minutes till the close. MOC is a non-event today. Rejected right off that 670 level. Kind of back to where we started, Power Hour.
Not 670, 66, because 670, my target will be filled.
Oh, sorry, Bobby. My apologies.
Game of ticks.
Yeah. Timing is everything.
I don't see anything. Don't for everybody. Don't force a trade at this area. It's difficult, This strong rejection up there could entice sellers to go lower. I cannot go short up this area, seeing this momentum all day. However, if the market quickly goes to this demand area around 560, it could be a nice long area to try it if we have time.
Sounds
Any
good.
more questions?
We're running low on time. We got less than 4 minutes to go here, guys.
No trade ideas.
By the way, I am out of my trade.
Yes, I see
already
that.
at 30. Yes.
Yep.
With around 700 PNL realized.
We might be able to shoot down
One at a time
and hit 600s, depending how thin this ladder gets. People really want to get flat into tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That might happen after 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
It might happen after. That's a good point. It could happen after 3 o'clock, actually. Just we're just not that far away, and I know if I had stops, that's where that's about where I would be putting them. You're getting pretty close to VWAP, long time structure. I mean, you have to rip through VWAP action. No, for 600. Yeah, I mean, you're getting pretty close. It's just very close, right? If it's close, then I feel like the market's like, yeah, why not? We're already there anyways. What's an extra 10, 20 points? Go get some cheap longs.
I was really stepping in here, closing it out. Right back to our original entry point. 627 for us.
I wonder who sold all those offers up there at the highs in the S&Ps. I mean, we're looking at probably 4,000 contracts up there.
Wow.
Either taking some profits, or if they're short, they're looking good.
Yeah, they could. Those could be longs liquidating, right? Like you don't necessarily know.
Yeah. All buyers that now are just trailing their stops, are getting out. So if you can see the market's going heavily down.
I mean, you easily could have accumulated 4,000 above VWAP at the beginning of the day.
I will never regret shorting the market today.
Oh, here we go, guys. Less than a minute to go. We haven't hit appreciations yet. Mohammed, I appreciate you and your brutal honesty coming on here. Every time you're here, love having you on. You told us as soon as we started the segment, do not come crying to me if you are short, and we stayed short, but we're not crying. So appreciate you, Mohammed. Let's go around the horn real quick. We got just 20 seconds left. Mohammed, what do you appreciate? What do you appreciate it for?
I appreciate Topstep, actually. Without Topstep, I will never be here. I will never be at this professionalism in trading. I really appreciate Topstep. I have other things to appreciate in my life. However, at this moment, I feel that I'm obligated to tell you how much Topstep did for me.
Glad to hear that, and thank you for being here, Mohammed. You're a big fan favorite. We all love you, too. Hoag, what do you appreciate? Appreciative for?
We got home country and all of the things that we all appreciate, of course. I appreciate you, JD. Did a fine job today. Been busting your butt. Been on here for the last 3 hours, 4 hours at least. Did a great job. So appreciate you, JD.
Thank you, Hoag. Dolby, close us out. What do you got? What are you
I appreciate. Let's see. I appreciate chat for coming and hanging out with us, because without you, there's no us. It's just us talking to ourselves, and that's not fun at all. And then I also appreciate Mo, Coach Dakota, all the coaches, anyone who's on the leaderboard who's willing to come on and share their wisdom with all of us. I think that's pretty incredible. We should all be incredibly appreciative and grateful that traders like Nick4ATick, Coach Dakota, Mo, who are top traders, are willing to come on and share their wisdom. That's pretty incredible, because that's rare, very rare in this space.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right, market is closed. We are done for the day. I'm going to kick it over to Eddie. He is going to close us out. Eddie, what's in store for us tomorrow?
All right, it's time to seal up the envelope. Tomorrow is going to be Tuesday, and of course, we've got Brett Steenbarger. We're going to be with us here at 11. And if you got a question for him, it's still the form is still pinned on the top of the chat, so you can click on that and you can enter your question for Dr. Brett. But otherwise, as JD asked, what do we got going on tomorrow? Eco, we got a 755 Red Book. If you are in New Zealand at 9 o'clock, there are milk auctions. So bring your cow to the auction and see what your cow can put out. 10 o'clock, we got the here it is now, and I believe Adam in chat had corrected this. The New York Fed one-year consumer inflation expectation, they had it on the calendar for today. He said tomorrow. Adam, if you're still here, I appreciate that. 10:30, 3-month bill, 6-month bill auction. We've got an FOMC speaker. Yes, they do come in every once in a while. Also at 10:30, We'll have member Daly speaking. Scrolling down here at 12:05, Kugler will be speaking, another one of those FOMC members. And at about 1 o'clock, we'll have our federal budget balance. And later on in the evening, probably catch it around slow markets. Bostic will be speaking. At least that's what they have here as an indication. Now, tomorrow's going to be the 15th, and we're going to have Rips with us. Rips are going to join us here early in the morning. We got Coach Dakota. MP should be back with us once again, 11 o'clock with Brett Steenbarger, Anne Marie, and Hoag. And a little later on in the day, 1 o'clock, Trade with Topstep. And I have another segment, Trade with Topstep. John London is going to be with us here. And Power Hour. Here's a name we haven't seen in a while. Cami Capital will be with Dolby, Andre, and Hoag for the last hour of the day. Now, just want to let you know, it is the end of the day. Don't forget about At the Buzzer coming up here inside of about 15 minutes, right here on YouTube. We have Coach Jay and Coach Paul with At the Buzzer. A little later on in the afternoon, a little later on, I should say, in the evening, 6 o'clock, we got Coach Paul in the Discord channel. 7 o'clock, we got Coach Vince, Discord channel. 7:30, we've got Coach Dakota, and he'll be doing his slow markets. And don't forget, early in the morning here, if you get up early enough, you can catch Deanna at 3:30 a.m. every Monday through Thursday for the London Open. A lot of comments are coming off that the London Open this morning was very, very insightful, had great information, and sort of pointed people in the right direction. So give it a try. Set that alarm clock, get up early, and do that. But otherwise, it's your time now. Okay, it is Tuesday. It is Monday, so we've got that out of the way. Go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a much bigger day with a lot of volume, people back in the saddle again here. Markets are open, banks are open, and we should see some good opportunity tomorrow. So, orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV. Take care.